British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601, Billion Crowns. This will definitely take several years of waiting, but on the other side of the world, Alan Wilson continued to support Britain's nuclear tests, while using both verbal and military threats against Jakarta, as if he really had nuclear weapons in hand. It was unclear how long Sukarno could be fooled, but even if nuclear weapons could not fool him, there were still 200,000 coalition troops around, including the British Army, ready to be deployed at any time, and the encirclement around Indonesia was as solid as a rock. In terms of Indonesia's population, the military forces deployed by Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal and Australia were probably about the same as the Soviet Union's military forces stationed in Asia in the confrontation. Compared with the European direction, they were not very strong, but they were already very strong for Indonesia. Since 800,000 Soviet troops could cause huge psychological pressure, there was no reason why 200,000 coalition troops could not cause the same pressure on Jakarta, not to mention that Jakarta was a coastal city. When returning home from Whitehall, Alan Wilson happened to go home with Pamela Mountbatten and told about the interrogation in Whitehall. Then he asked, "My dear, how much funding does Mr. de Havilland need for his rocket research? My dear, it is estimated that it will require no less than £10 million of support. But I can still support this investment." Pamela Mountbatten knew what the purpose of the question was as soon as she heard it. The strategic missile project is exactly what Mr. de Havilland is researching. The company's internal code name is the Blue Light Project. The entire project is expected to receive a grant of £70 million. The initial £1,000 requires the company to invest first. Originally, this project could be financed by banks, but I decided to advance it first. The Ministry of Defense requires a range of more than 1,500 miles, and the rocket engine is provided by Rolls-Royce. Oh, my dear, you have paid too much for this country. Alan Wilson was shocked and admired Pamela Mountbatten's sense of ownership. It turned out that for a girl like Pamela Mountbatten, there was such a thing as patriotism. Alan Wilson vaguely remembered that Britain did have a strategic missile in the early days of the Cold War. Because the research and development costs, and the increasingly unsustainable national strength of Britain, it was eventually abandoned. In fact, considering the process of France's independent development of nuclear weapons, why can't Britain hold on? It's nothing more than surrendering and admitting that the United States and Britain are no longer on an equal footing, and acknowledging that the United States is the big brother. The total military expenditure of the United Kingdom is around £1 billion. To be honest, it is very important to take out a grant of £70 million to support the strategic missile program. If the blue light goes well, it will definitely be transplanted to nuclear submarines in the future. Alan Wilson, who was thinking, heard Pamela Mountbatten say in New News, "Alan came to me today. I heard that you are back and want to meet you." Oh, the butler of the Maharaja. Alan Wilson was stunned and immediately understood. Out of deep personal friendship, I'm willing to help as much as possible. Maybe something good will happen. He knew why Alan knew that he had returned to London, and he couldn't wait to show up. Of course, it was to sell the crown of Sabah. There were several administrative regions in British Malaya where there was no sultan, and it was best not to have such important places as Penang and Malacca. Then Sabah, next to Sarawak, is the only administrative region without a sultan. This consideration does not include the Isthmus of Krab, because the Isthmus of Krab was incorporated into Malaya not long ago. Strictly speaking, the Isthmus of Krab has been under martial law. It is obvious that Alan found Pamela Mountbatten this time, and he must have found a crown for his master to continue his monarchical career. However, Alan Wilson has already said that this crown is definitely not cheap in the current world environment. For example, the Iraqi royal family was driven away by the French in Syria and then directly arranged by the British in Iraq. It is impossible to happen again. If there is no interest, London will not take risks because of the traditional harmonious relationship. Alan Wilson really wants to make this happen. The key is that British Malaya is indeed short of money. before he took office. He also said that he would never cause a financial burden on London. He went around Africa, Australia and even Newfoundland and took out a little money for the development of Malaya. If Ali Khan joins, what is a little financial tension? It would be impossible for Ali Khan to solve the financial pressure of Britain, even if he was the richest man in the world. But wouldn't it be easy to solve the financial pressure of Malaya? The next day, lamenting that the British Empire did not have officials as hard-working as himself, Alan Wilson got up in a hurry and went out on time. Even if he was willing in his heart, he had to show his sincerity in lowering the price. Things that are too easy to get are often not cherished. He would not cheat his friends, but he would not get them for free. Alan Wilson was already very familiar with Ali Khan's London butler, and the other party even helped take care of Hepburn. After the meeting, he did not insist on getting much money from Ali Khan. He introduced the basic situation of British Malaya and answered several questions that Ali Khan was very concerned about. Lines like Hyderabad, not to mention me, even London doesn't have it now. That's a territory the size of Great Britain. Sabah is not small in size, but the population is really small, and Malaya is not completely unadaptable to the Maharaja. The local environment is 100 times better than Hyderabad. The warm beaches and clear sea water are very famous. A small population is not a bad thing. Hyderabad has a population of more than 20 million, but they are all opponents of the Maharaja. And there is an Indian community there, so they should not object to the Maharaja's visit. Alan Wilson introduced the various benefits, and Alim thought for a while and said, "Mr. Allen, the Maharaja has always believed that within the scope of friends, you are impeccable and the most precious friend of his life. Of course, the Maharaja is very willing to change to another place to gain support, and is even willing to pay huge sums of money. After arriving, he is also willing to lead the subjects of the territory to live a good life, but this process is destined to be difficult, and we need your help." That's no problem. To be honest, I'm about to return to Asia soon, but for the Maharaja, I'm willing to work in the colonial department. Alan Wilson nodded and agreed. We are friends after all. Since the last time Alan Wilson talked with Ali Khan's son, Ali Khan has collected a lot of information about Sabah. Through documents and photos, Ali Khan is very satisfied with the situation in Sabah. Although the area is only 1/3 of Hyderabad, the environment is really pleasing. Ali Khan is still the chief minister of Hyderabad and still has his own guards, so security is not a problem. Ali Khan, who doesn't want to end his monarchy so easily, still can't bear the temptation of a crown. Not to mention that Sabah's area is not small. Even if it is only 1/10 of Hyderabad, he is willing to accept it, and some expenses are not a problem at all. Along the way, Alan Wilson was thinking about how to make the fact of selling a colonial crown more euphemistic. But in the end, he decided to tell the truth. After hearing the truth, the cabinet secretary Norman Brooks' eyes were full of the meaning of "You kid has so many tricks." Alan, although it is a good thing to have a strong energy for work, this is not a trivial matter. Ali Khan was once the richest man in the world. Alan Wilson said shyly. He did boat money. Of course I know that the Maharaja is the richest man in the world, and I also know that the upper class of London respects the Maharaja. But this matter is not easy now. This is not the era of Prime Minister George. At that time, we could just assign a place and let the selected person be the king. At that time, the Prime Minister just drew a line on the map, and a new country was born. Norman Brooks said something with a nostalgic look on his face, expressing that this matter was not trivial. He said with a heavy face, "I wonder how much money the respected Maharaja is willing to pay to get this done. I think £100 million may be a bit unbearable, but £50 million should not be a problem." Alan Wilson muttered in a low voice without confidence. "Mackins, do you have any plans recently? If not, go on a business trip to India." Norman Brooks picked up the phone and waited for a while before ordering, "Nehru? No, go to Hyderabad. We have a distinguished guest who is willing to discuss a business with us during this difficult time." "Okay, you will leave immediately. Remember, this is a big deal and must be kept secret." After hanging up the phone, Norman Brooks turned his attention to Alan Wilson again. "If everything goes well, you will arrange the Sabah affairs. Don't think this matter is simple. If Ali Khan had not received the attention of the royal family, it would not be so easy. The colonial office, the foreign office and even the prime minister would ask about it, and Nehru would have to keep it secret. The main reason is that the Maharaja is indeed worthy of respect. Alan Wilson also said that he was also impressed by Ali Khan's charisma and was willing to help. Of course, this little bit of hard work is incomparable to the intensity of Whitehall's personal attention. I'm doing this for the development of Malaya. If I were not afraid that you would encounter financial difficulties, I would not make an exception at all. Norman Brooke expressed his concern in front of his subordinates at the right time, all for the welfare of his subordinates and the people of the colony. Nearly 1 million citizens of Sabah will be grateful for the Lord's decision. This decision is great. Alan Wilson took the opportunity to express his admiration. When a country is not doing well, it needs people like the cabinet secretary to turn the tide. After leaving Whitehall, Alan Wilson told the news to the approachable Maharaja Ali Khan through Alim. This matter has attracted the attention of Whitehall. If he was not busy, he would definitely follow up and handle it personally. Now it is the responsibility of Lord Sheffield. Chapter 602. Discussions to decide the future. If the first 3 battles, the US military was chased and hammered because of the US military's combat habits, which led to a series of defeats, then the 4th battle was undoubtedly the first time that both sides took out their full strength to compete. The fear of the US military being surrounded and withdrawing immediately did not appear. With the support of powerful air force and ground firepower, they fought a tit-for-tat battle. Now both sides of the battle should have a certain understanding of each other's strength. At least Ridgway was not as arrogant as MacArthur. He had already seen through the opponent's weaknesses as soon as he arrived on the peninsula. In the 4th battle, the two sides had an understanding of their strength and were also shocked in their hearts. The intensity of this battle was unprecedentedly increased compared to the previous 3 battles. In fact, the opponents of the US military should be more shocked. Is this still the US military that was chased and hammered in the first 3 battles? How did it become so difficult all of a sudden? At the end of the 4th battle, both sides felt that it was an illusion, that the opponent was difficult to deal with, and that they could change the entire situation as long as they added a little more effort. They immediately started the 5th battle of the same intensity. In recent days, American public opinion seems to be talking about Meiji Corridor. Pamela Mountbatten also paid attention to the progress of the war and asked her fiancé, who claimed to be an expert. I thought the Air Force was a very technical branch of the military. Anyway, that's what the Air Force general said. My father was very unhappy about the self-boasting of the Air Force. Do you really think that all the planes in Meiji Corridor are piloted by Chinese? Alan Wilson asked nonchalantly. It is undeniable that some of them are, but with the current national strength, the Chinese are not enough to make such great progress in the Air Force. Could it be the Soviets? Pamela Mountbatten exclaimed, and immediately a hand blocked her mouth. Alan Wilson covered the woman's mouth and whispered, "Don't dare to talk nonsense. I have no evidence, just reasonable suspicion." The question of who was the main force in Meiji Corridor was not a secret in later generations. Marshal Vasilevsky's Soviet Aviation Division secretly participated in the war and attacked the US Air Force, which had not yet discovered it. Another point is that Meiji Corridor is just a defensive interception area. During the entire war, the US Air Force undoubtedly occupied absolute air supremacy from beginning to end. At this time, the US Air Force should have just discovered the existence of the Meiji Corridor and did not know who their opponents were. They were blinded by the loss of several planes. This was a casual explanation. The Soviets joined the war directly. Are they crazy? If the Americans knew, it would be a world war. Pamela Mountbatten finally broke free from her fiancé's hand and asked in disbelief, "Doesn't Moscow know the seriousness of the matter? So you think Washington doesn't know the seriousness?" Alan Wilson said indifferently, "Even if they knew, do you really think the United States would do anything for the so-called free world? That's all an illusion. Only we British can protect Britain. We have plenty of time to investigate this matter slowly. Will the United States really go to war with the Soviet Union because of its allies? It should be said that the French don't believe it anyway, otherwise they would not have to establish an independent nuclear force. If the United States is really determined to protect its allies, it is a prerequisite to fight a world war with the Soviet Union. Then the possibility from high to low is the Five Eyes alliance, Europe, and as for Japan and the Middle East, there is no distinction between the first and the last, and there is even a possibility of not sending troops. As for the rest, the United States is willing to provide weapons support and public opinion support, but don't even think about sending troops. In East Asia, only the Japanese archipelago is worth the US military's war, because without the support of the Japanese mainland, the US military has been almost driven out of half of the Pacific Ocean with the Pacific archipelago. As for South Korea and Scam Island, if the UK faces a similar situation, he still thinks that burying nuclear mines is more effective. At this time, Alan Wilson recalled that if the Soviet Union occupied Hokkaido, the United States might have more headaches in the future. Pamela Mountbatten was still far from being as calm as Alan Wilson. She said to herself, "It's really hard to imagine. Do the Americans know or not now? Whether they know or not has always been a political issue. If possible, the United States can always deny it." Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, "But we can investigate after the war. Maybe it will come in handy in the future." Lamenting the naivety of his fiancée, Alan Wilson said, "Otherwise why do we develop nuclear weapons? Unless the world war comes, we will never know whether the United States will really fight for Europe." When he returned to London, the fourth battle had not yet ended, and now the fifth battle has begun. In terms of the intensity of the war, after the fifth battle, the war has actually taken on a certain color of a security war. Both sides also understand that it is impossible to drive the other side out of the peninsula. After the war, Alan Wilson will investigate the massacre of the US military on the peninsula and the participation of the Soviet Air Force in the war. He will hold these evidences in his hands. If the United States forces Britain too hard, he will release them to disgust the United States. The Soviet Meiji troops were stationed in northeast China. According to the regulations of the US government, US military aircraft were strictly prohibited from flying over the Yalu River and outside the peninsula. So the Soviet Union built radar equipment, ground control centers, searchlights and arranged a large number of anti-aircraft guns in the area. The US Air Force soldiers gritted their teeth at the government's ban, but many years later they realized that their opponents also needed to abide by strict discipline. This matter is in hand. If there is friction between Britain and the United States, it will be released as evidence that the United States dares not face the challenge of the Soviets. At least if the Nassau Conference still occurs, it can be used to blackmail the United States. With Whitehall's shrewd and capable style, Alan Wilson finally got 3.2 million copies of the joint guarantee in May. Almost on the same day, he wanted to return to Malaya. "Why are you so anxious?" Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help laughing when she saw this impatient look. "Dear, are you already impatient to go to Asia to benefit the society?" "That's not the case. It's mainly because Malaya makes me feel like a boss. Who wants to stay in London with a smile?" Alan Wilson snorted and laughed. "There is a saying in the East that a real man cannot be without power for a day." Pamela Mountbatten knew that after the matter of attacking the prisoner of war camp was dealt with, the two would enter the palace of marriage, and she was very reluctant to send her fiancé to the airport. With the ardent expectations of 10 million or perhaps 5.9 million people in British Malaya, Alan Wilson successfully arrived in Kuala Lumpur after 2 transfers, and also completed a report on the idea of establishing a transit station near the United Arab Emirates in the Middle East to serve global aviation on the plane. This is exactly the development route of Dubai in later generations. In the era of globalized air transportation, Dubai's geographical advantages began to manifest. The Pearl on the Persian Gulf is not far from Europe, Asia, and Africa, and is very suitable for an aviation transit station. The Dubai government has long seen this. This plan will also help Britain maintain its influence in the Middle East. If it is just oil, it may not be enough for Britain to maintain its current military strength. If aviation factors are added, and the London government now attaches great importance to the Comet airliner, it can improve some of its confidence. When Alan Wilson got off the plane and returned to the administrative office, he experienced MacArthur's treatment in Tokyo. The difference is that MacArthur completed the land reform in Japan and was really supported by a group of Japanese The crowd surrounding his car may not be entirely because of love. The land distribution bill he had previously carried out was biased towards Malaya. When did the Chinese and Malays become as close as family? Let the Malaysian Chinese Association and Mr. Su come tomorrow. Oh, by the way, bring Shan Kai and Q out of prison. Tomorrow, unless I call someone, don't enter my office. After entering the administrative office, Alan Wilson immediately made a few instructions. The administrative office should prepare. I will make a broadcast tomorrow night. Got it, Commissioner. Ellison nodded and asked, you seem very happy. Is the situation in the country good? If you say it's good, it's really good. Thanks to our American allies. Alan Wilson laughed. You have also heard that the United States and China have confiscated each other's property in their territories. It's really a brave act and admirable. After the United States announced the freezing of China's assets in the United States, the Soviet Union prepared for a rainy day and quickly transferred various assets deposited in American banks to two banks established in Europe during the Russian Empire, the Moscow People's Bank in London and the Nordic Commercial Bank in Paris. Britain and France certainly accepted this with pleasure. As for the recent European public opinion, it is criticizing the corruption and incompetence of the Syngman regime. What bad intentions can the British Empire have? It was nothing more than an instinctive reaction that the US military was in disgrace, but they did not participate in the war. The British Malay newspaper reported on the return of Alan Wilson, the commissioner, which made him feel a little bit of MacArthur's treatment. He knew Chinese characters and did not need to rely on others. The next day, the Chinese leaders who had been paying attention to the progress of the matter and looking forward to the pardon of King George VI being brought back arrived at the Kuala Lumpur administrative office one by one as scheduled, eagerly waiting for Alan Wilson to take out the pardon and put an end to the incident of attacking the prisoner of war camp. Dear gentlemen, thank you for your long-term contribution to Malaya. Alan Wilson quickly switched to the state of the Malayan commissioner. Life here is more comfortable than London, especially the gentle treatment of the great British treasure. After using a formulaic opening speech, Alan Wilson did not rush to raise the pardon in his hand and said, so now, should we talk about the conditions? This is related to the pattern of Malaya in the next few decades. Chapter 603 all released. At the critical moment, Alan Wilson put away the pardon order and said to himself, Your Majesty can of course issue a pardon order, but you should know that this government has asked me to fight for some conditions. Fighting is actually to obtain your guarantee. So I can announce this pardon order or not. I can announce it with conditions, and I can also delay the announcement. For example, I can start the repatriation mode first and announce it after the unstable factors are almost cleared. Tan Cheng Lock, Lim Lian Jiak and others all looked unchanged. This reaction was seen by Alan Wilson, who spoke sympathetically. Did you think that it is easier to see the king of hell than to deal with the little devils? The atmosphere in the commissioner's office was a little awkward. Alan Wilson certainly didn't have to show off his colonial prestige. In fact, it would be fine if he did so. This was indeed a colony. Everything should be done step by step. Alan Wilson first announced the amendment to the British Empire's Overseas Colony Management Regulations. There was only one clause. In principle, the colonies did not prohibit intermarriage between different ethnic groups, but in principle, the colonies provided residency rights according to the location of the intermarried men. In other words, the various ethnic groups in British Malaya can intermarry, but if the subjects of the empire belonging to British Malaya marry someone from other colonies, they must go to the man's birthplace to live. In fact, this is a variant of the apartheid system in South Africa and the United States, except that the current British Empire colonies are mainly divided into two parts. British Malaya, which controls the Strait of Malacca, and the larger British African colonies. This is a huge geographical barrier, so even if a similar approach is adopted, it is not obvious. British Malaya has been designated as a key colony for development, and there will definitely be people entering in the future, including but not limited to black people. After all, it is just resource input, and it is not realistic for one person not to come. This is definitely the price that must be paid for colonial policy. But the two major ethnic groups in British Malaya are now conservative, and the thinking of the Chinese is completely different from that in the 21st century. As for the Malays, they are a group that believes in peace religion, and their conservativeness is even worse. And the black people in Africa are not very roundabout. If there are really any chiefs or local elites who come to British Malaya in such a conservative environment, what if they succeed in deceiving? Whether it is the Chinese or the Malays, if they must get married, they must go to British Africa to settle down. Because Britain is a colonial empire, in order to win over the elites of the former colonies, it may make some concessions in immigration policy. In the discussion in Whitehall, in response to this possible discussion, regulations on interracial marriage were formulated in the colonial management regulations, because the risk of formulating such a policy is relatively small, and Whitehall can do so. However, Whitehall cannot do this in the UK, because there is a parliament in the UK, and only a few politicians dare to oppose such an environment, fearing that they will be associated with racial discrimination. The introduction of this regulation is to prevent immigrants from the colonies from pouring into the mainland in the future. The benefits will still be taken by the mainland, and the risks may be borne by Malaya, which plays a role in protecting the mainland. Of course, there is no need for the people in front of Alan Wilson to know this purpose, as long as they understand the literal meaning. On the surface, this not only does not harm British Malaya, but can even play a protective role. After the new regulations were made public, Tanjung Lok and Lim Lian Jiak felt that there was no problem. Alan Wilson continued, the local government has given a plan for the construction of Malaya. 4 major cities will be built in Malaya as development centers, namely Singapore, Penang, Malacca and Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur is the administrative center and the capital. Malacca and Penang are port cities on the Malay Peninsula, while Singapore will be merged with the Riau Islands, Lingga Islands and Natuna Islands. As for Singapore, Singapore will serve as the core transit station in the future Strait of Malacca. The development plan in the short term will focus on Singapore. Singapore will be built into a comprehensive transit station for port logistics, ocean berthing and fuel supply. After the Riau Islands, Lingga Islands and Natuna Islands are merged into Singapore, the area of Singapore will reach 8,000 square kilometers. Of course, the 3 major archipelagos are mainly used as bases for the British Royal Navy. The changes in the administrative districts of Singapore and Sabah were carried out at the same time, but the local Chinese in Singapore are mostly in the population, while Sabah is not. For this reason, Alan Wilson told these Chinese leaders, of course, Singapore and Penang are the main settlements of the Straits Chinese, which may not be to the taste of traditional Chinese such as Tanjung Lok and Lim Lian Jiak, but this is none of his business as a commissioner. Master Zhang Tang, this amnesty? Tanjung Lok reminded in a low voice. Although the previous words were all good things, as the leader of the Malaysian Chinese Association, he was more concerned about the amnesty. Mr. Tan, please be patient. I haven't finished speaking yet. We will be there soon. Isn't Alan Wilson slowly approaching the destination, explaining the cause and adverse impact of this incident, and then said, regarding the definition of the entire Chinese ethnic group, the unified view of the cabinet and Whitehall is that the entire Chinese ethnic group is an alien ethnic group, and is similar to British citizens settled in Malaya. Therefore, they are not regarded as Malayan natives, so they are not counted as citizens of British Malaya. But at this stage, they can be regarded as overseas subjects of the British Empire. The Chinese ethnic group that integrates into the country and considers this place as their hometown is a very small minority, and there is a special name called Straits Chinese. Coincidentally, all the Chinese leaders here are traditional Chinese and new immigrants. Alan Wilson also cannot invite the leaders of the Straits Chinese, otherwise the Straits Chinese will easily see that this summary of the entire Chinese community will harm the interests of the Straits Chinese. After today's discussion, as the majority of the population in Malaya, the Chinese will lose their last chance to integrate into Malaya. British Malaya will also divide the household registration management into 2 parts, one for the imperial subjects and the other for the indigenous Malays. The Straits Chinese have 2 characteristics. The first is that they do not want Britain to give up its colonies, and the second is that the Straits Chinese are not like the traditional Chinese who miss their motherland. These 2 conditions combined mean that the Straits Chinese hope that Malaya will continue to exist as a colony. Alan Wilson's condition is that either they are recognized as outsiders instead of local indigenous people, or they will be repatriated now. There is no third way, because his personality is to protect the rights and interests of the Malay indigenous people. At the same time, most of the manufacturing industries will be allocated to the Chinese, and most of the land will be allocated to the Malays. If these Chinese leaders do not agree with this condition, he really does not want to sink these uncooperative people, but sometimes people may do things that go against their conscience. Su Yang didn't care. The new immigrants he represented had only settled in Malaya for 5 years. He didn't put himself together with the natives at all. He said directly, "Master Zhangtang, as long as the people in prison are released, these are not a problem. Mr. Su, I admire you very much. You are worthy of being the son-in-law of Newfoundland. I believe that Newfoundland will be proud of you in the future," Alan Wilson said with great appreciation. What racial issues are just for fun? Are the residents of Newfoundland arrogant to the citizens of the British mainland? Not at all, but even if they are British citizens, the top hats and civilized sticks will show respect from the heart when they see Ali Khan. We agree to. Tachang Lok and Lim Lian Jiak thought about it. After all, the Chinese are the majority of new immigrants. After this time, the prestige of Su Yang, Shian Kian Q and others will rise, and the Malaysian Chinese Association will not be able to suppress it forcefully. By now, the top leaders of the Malaysian Chinese Association have already known that the rise of Chinese workers who have been to Newfoundland is inevitable. Moreover, the former chief executive of Newfoundland is now the chief executive of Malaya. Alan Wilson was already familiar with these Chinese workers. With their stance, Tachang Lok and Lim Lian Jiak had no way to stop them. Ah, that's right. You already have dual citizenship. You are not homeless. Alan Wilson laughed happily, but he didn't know how long this dual citizenship could last. However, let me mention the current situation again. No matter what, Britain did not participate in the war on the peninsula. If you have grudges, go to the Americans. Don't confront the British Empire. Especially in places like the Malay Peninsula, where major cities are within the range of the battleship's main guns. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Who knows if there are people behind you who support you. Alan Wilson raised his wrist to check the time, and said to himself, it's almost time. 184 infiltrators will be beheaded today. I don't know if they will get the Blue Sky and White Sun medal after their heads are sent back. When Alyssa told me yesterday, it was very unexpected. I really didn't expect that they would not stop even with only one island left. Alan Wilson was talking about beheading, not stoning, so the beheaded people were definitely not Malays who believed in the Peace Church. If any of you are more inclined to Mr. Chang, please tell them that, if you don't want the battleships of the Royal Pacific Fleet to go there, give up the practice of building influence among the Chinese community and the British Empire's colonies. If you talk to me, I will talk to you calmly. If there are foreign forces behind you, and I find out, we will also act in accordance with the law. Alan Wilson, with his back to the crowd, picked up the phone and said to the microphone, Alan Wilson, the British High Commissioner for Malaya, all the criminals involved in the attack on the prisoner of war camp will be released at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Prepare to broadcast the announcement in 2 hours and read out the special pardon of His Majesty the King. While Alan Wilson was making the call, the leaders of the Malaysian Chinese Association and the new immigrants behind him were signing the guarantee at the same time. The black and white words will have legal effect. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Alan Wilson, who had been working overtime for 4 hours, read out the special pardon of King George VI, releasing all the criminals arrested in the attack on the prisoner of war camp. Chapter 604, The Two Great Prideful Ones. Alan Wilson really didn't expect someone to turn himself in, and he didn't expect Lim Lian Jiak to cooperate so well. So you have received several guests from the other side of the strait. Alan Wilson looked at Lim Lian Jiak straight, and his face changed several expressions after he said this. In the end, he decided to stay calm. There is no conflict between Britain and your country, and it's better not to have one, right, Mr. Lin? Master Zhangtang, it's an academic exchange. There are some problems with the textbooks. I promise there is absolutely nothing else. Lim Lian Jiak quickly assured him after hearing this. He hoped that the feeling of being killed just now was wrong. Oh, so that's the case. Alan Wilson changed his attitude and said gently, it's best for everyone to live in peace. This also involves the reliability of the Chinese as a whole. I believe Mr. Lin is considering the overall situation. What are the main aspects? It's history textbooks and simplified Chinese characters. Lim Lian Jiak felt that the danger had gone away and said, I even want to go back. No, you don't want to. Mr. Lin, Malaya needs educators like you even more. Your country is full of talents and you are not much more. On the contrary, it is a great achievement for you to protect the traditional cultural education of the Chinese. Alan Wilson directly rejected it, and the British Empire is part of the free world after all. If the United States seizes the pain point and makes trouble, it will be detrimental to the stability of Malaya. You can go to Hong Kong or Portugal's colonies for exchanges, there is no problem. The topic of history textbooks and simplified Chinese characters made Alan Wilson talk excitedly. He is a commissioner who has always supported Chinese education, which is conducive to creating a gap between the Chinese and Malays. But this is not a bad thing. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten, and it is all in accordance with the needs of the Chinese themselves. He would not block some non-dangerous exchanges. The British Empire had its own national conditions. Strong suppression would only hide the danger, so it would be better to put it in the open. Alan Wilson thought about it. At this point in time, the master of history textbooks should be Gu Zhigang. It was not yet up to Tan Kixiang to say, what's the difference? In fact, the difference in the text description is not big. It's just that the map of the history textbook version of Gu Zhigang in the 1950s did not regard the North Sea of the Yuan dynasty as the Arctic Ocean. The territory of the Ming dynasty was 2 capitals and 13 provinces, so the Yuan dynasty swallowed Siberia, the Ming dynasty included the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, and the northeast direction reached Kamchatka. This version of the map was used until 1975. Due to the changes in Sino-Soviet relations, Tan Kixiang's map of opening up the territory became 10 million for the Ming dynasty and 20 million for the Yuan dynasty. Alan Wilson is such an enthusiastic person. According to his personality, he should have proposed the idea of opening up the territory first. But it doesn't make much sense to think about it. Even if it is said by Lim Lian Yu, it will not be adopted. Because the 2 conditions for the map expansion are not met. First of all, the Soviet Union did not argue about the demarcation issue. This leads to the second point. There is no need to expand the territory on the map in order to refute the Soviet Union's claim that no dynasty, except the Qing dynasty, crossed the Heilongjiang River. I classified all ethnic affairs into Chinese history according to the Qing dynasty map in 1820. Mr. Lin, if you only want to have academic exchanges, just tell the other party this position. I don't care who you want to contact. Because I'm a British, my biggest goal is to maintain peace in the places I manage. Alan Wilson opened his mouth. It's better not to make random comments on this matter. It's impossible to give yourself a medal. Whether the map was changed for political reasons, that is an internal issue of the socialist camp. As for the benefit maximization plan of the Qing dynasty's territory in 1820 that he used, one consequence would be that the Qing dynasty would become very high in official status, which is also unavoidable. In addition to the Qing dynasty, the only dynasty that did not expand the territory on the map was the Song dynasty. The time is too far away, and the area is too small to be profitable, which is not conducive to the saying since ancient times. He didn't believe that anyone could go a step further and include Malaya in the since ancient times. Then he would be India's best friend and bring up the since ancient times of the Chola Empire. In general, as the flag bearer of Chinese education in Malaya, it is not surprising that someone wants academic exchanges. The problem is that it is really just academic exchanges. With a smile on his face, he said that these were all trivial matters. After the other party left, Alan Wilson picked up the phone and said, ask the Security Intelligence Committee to keep an eye on Lim Lian Jiak for me. Keep an eye on him openly, and don't hide anything. The exchanges must be in the sun, unless there is something fishy. Commissioner, a lawyer has returned from London in the past few days. We are not sure what measures should be taken to deal with him. From the files, it seems that there is not much danger. The voice from the microphone asked for instructions. What's his name? Alan Wilson asked into the microphone with narrowed eyes. Li Chia. The voice on the microphone was concise. Keep an eye on him first and then talk. Bring me the files. Alan Wilson answered in a steady voice for a long time. After hanging up the phone, Alan Wilson looked disgusted. How did he enter the rhythm of troubled times again? He originally thought that everything was on track, but now it seems that he was too optimistic. No matter what the idea is, independence is absolutely not possible. Alan Wilson was already on guard against this London top student who was about to return. He felt that the lack of a commissioner on Christmas Island could also reflect the British Empire's love for the Straits Chinese. To be fair, he is a capable person, although he is a standard banana person. But in terms of ability, there should be no one better than him in the current British Malaya. He is much better than those elm heads of the Malaysian Chinese Association. If all the Chinese in British Malaya were Straits Chinese, rather than Chinese who retain traditional Chinese education. If all the Chinese who are native English speakers supported him, even if Malaya was independent, the Malays might not be able to defeat the Chinese. But the number of Straits Chinese is small, and traditional Chinese are the majority of the Chinese community, and are loyal to the motherland. One side is pro-British and American for practical reasons, and the minority of Straits Chinese cannot mobilize the majority of traditional Chinese who think they are Chinese. In fact, without any national sentiment, if the Chinese in British Malaya were all Straits Chinese in history, he and the Malay strongman Mahathir might have staged a fierce battle. The key is that, although the traditional Chinese are numerous, no one can really compete with him, and there are many stupid teammates. His lifelong enemy is also studying in London. Alan Wilson thought for a long time, and took out his diary to write down that he would divide the current British military control area of the Isthmus of Kra into two, and then appoint this pair of lifelong enemies as officials, to see which of the two people is stronger. The newspapers in British Malaya are still publishing reports that Alan Wilson represented London, and said that the rise of British Malaya is imminent. The protagonist has returned to Vivian Leigh's warm embrace for comfort. Now the Malays support you very much, and the Chinese are grateful for your hard work to release the previous prisoners. Why are you so sad? Vivian Leigh complained in a low voice, talking about her impressions of going to Hong Kong when the man left, hoping to attract attention. How did Britain choose colonial rule in the first place? Such a lousy ruling method has caused endless troubles today. Alan Wilson couldn't help complaining. Ever since he saw this name in the file, he couldn't sleep well. The favorable condition of British Malaya now is that the Malays only account for 37%. It can't reach the relative majority in history, and it's even far from it. Even if Mahathir wants to resist British rule, he must consider whether he can deal with the majority of the Chinese population if he really wants to be independent. The move to open up immigration was really a good move. Alan Wilson felt more and more that, although the move was very risky, the current gains were also huge. I'm telling you about my experience in Hong Kong. Vivian Leigh was angry, but she didn't continue. She knew that this man would be like this sometimes, busy calculating others. I have to go to award the Justice of the Peace tomorrow. Alan Wilson knew he had ignored the beauty as soon as he said this. What do you think of Hong Kong? Is it an extremely important place? It's okay, but it's not very convenient. I'd better stay by your side. I'm covered like a bear when I go out. The weather is still so hot. Vivian Leigh finally got the man's attention and said happily, it's just that without you, I'm too lonely. Oh, really? Alan Wilson, who received the signal, put his hands on the shoulders of the national treasure. Vivian, you don't know how much I miss you. There will always be a place for you in my heart. The gentleness of the national treasure made him, a commissioner who was always thinking about calculating people, temporarily forget the peerless duo who were about to be trained by the British Empire. If it didn't work, he would hand them over to Northern Rhodesia. Anyway, the leaders of the two major military organizations have made guarantees and are willing to clean up some accidents for him. Of course, there is no need to be so anxious. The peerless duo will have to start from scratch when they come back. As the Commissioner of Malaya, it should not be difficult for Alan Wilson to let the two experience the troubles of growing up. As a means of winning over Chinese leaders, Alan Wilson, together with Cheyenne Kian Kiu who had just been released from prison, appointed a group of Justices of the Peace. After appointing the Justices of the Peace, they had a deep talk with the 9 Sultans of Malaya. After the authorization of these sultans, they appointed the same number of datos among the Malays to show fairness. After completing this, Alan Wilson announced the launch of a package of Malaya construction plans. together with the start of a series of industrial construction projects such as rubber, tin, steel, palm oil, and sugar. This year was called the first year of Malaya's takeoff. Chapter 3. I'll take a break and go to bed first. The update is already late at night. Chapter 605. Trip to Japan. After doing all this, there is one more thing, that is, to restart the repatriation of prisoners of war. For this reason, Alan Wilson is willing to go to Tokyo, the capital of Japan, to consolidate and develop the traditional relationship between Britain and Japan, and put an end to the attack on the prisoner of war camp. As soon as this idea came to his mind, Alan Wilson was shocked and muttered to himself, I really gave everything for British Malaya. If this happened to someone else, he would bluntly comment on this behavior as stupid, but he did it himself, which was undoubtedly touching, showing noble sentiments and kindness that could not be described in any language. Although he had just released 30,000 criminals unconditionally a few days ago in exchange for the stability of the Chinese community, it didn't matter. The Japanese, who have the spirit of craftsmanship, must be able to understand his good intentions. Didn't they apologize? After telling Vivian Leigh about this idea, the latter immediately expressed interest in exotic customs and wanted to see what the country looked like now. The only hidden worry was, what about his son? Since it was a business trip, Vivian Leigh could control herself and not cause trouble to Alan Wilson, but their child still needed someone to take care of it. Vivian Leigh, who wanted to travel with her man very much, immediately asked her assistant at United Artists to take over the care of the fruit of their love. There's no rush anyway, I can wait. Alan Wilson smiled gently. Maybe the Japanese still think I'm cautious. Going to Japan was indeed a whim, but after this idea came up, as a staff member of Mi-6, Alan Wilson immediately thought of the benefits. If you don't see Japan of this era with your own eyes, you can't compare it from documents and photos. Only by personally contacting it once can you understand what the opponent set in your mind is like. Go to Japan. The former assistant, of course, and the West Malaysia Commissioner Elisa, who is still an assistant now, heard the work arranged by her immediate superior, and her emotional fluctuations were obviously more intense. Civil servants in British India, even if they were still in school at the time, could still remember the shock that the Japanese army's westward advance brought to British India, and if the Japanese army had not been rampant in Asia, Britain would never have been so passive after the war. The Asian battlefield was shabby, and Britain paid a huge price after the war, and ultimately did not keep British India. So how could Elisa have a good impression of Japan? The displeasure on her face was obvious. Elisa, build Singapore well, and we will have the opportunity to deal with the Japanese in the future. British Malaya is in our hands, and we have the ability to prevent Japan from crossing the strait in the future. If Japanese ships are willing to take a long detour, we don't care. Alan Wilson comforted softly. The country of Japan is finished, and the US Army will never withdraw. I just can't get angry. If the Germans were not too threatening, how could they get their turn? Elisa muttered in surprise. So we have to find trouble with them when we have nothing to do. Alan Wilson sat up straight, indicating that there is still a long time. He could understand Elisa's anger, but to let Japan occupy the geographical advantage? When Germany threatened the British mainland, the Royal Navy had to ensure the smooth flow of the Atlantic route. Naturally, Asia could not be taken care of. Although the Japanese combined fleet had never approached the strength of the British Royal Navy for even a year, Britain did not dare to withdraw its fleet to Asia, because Germany was behind it in Europe. In fact, the battleship Prince of Wales should not have come. It was purely a decision made by the leaders of Congressman Churchill. When the battleship Prince of Wales was sunk, what pain would it be? Who was it for? Congressman Churchill was just relying on the fact that Britain had accumulated enough wealth. If it were a weak country, it would be able to compete with Shandong. It was really unfortunate that Britain had such a prime minister. After I left, I kept communicating with Australia and borrowed the power of public opinion. I was really afraid that the Japanese would make a decision to let the prisoners of war fend for themselves. As for the purpose of my going to Tokyo, I told the subjects of Malaya that the commissioner was going to Tokyo to ask for compensation for the war losses in Malaya during World War II. Elisa was a little surprised and blurted out, "The Japanese will give it." I don't think the Japanese are a generous nation. Isn't it a good excuse not to give it? You don't have to be polite when collecting tolls in the future. Alan Wilson smiled slightly. Of course he would ask for it, but he did think that the Japanese would not give it. Anyway, I'm ready to appreciate Japan's long history and culture. However, after the initial recovery of Japanese shipping, after being knocked a few times, it should be clear which side has more and which side has less. Then Commissioner, I wish you a good time. When she heard that she wanted to appreciate history and culture, Alyssa almost couldn't help laughing. She really remembered that her immediate boss said that when facing a foreigner and can't think of the advantages, just praise the other party's culture, because culture has no standards. You can close your eyes and brag, and the other party will not refute. What are you laughing at? Alan Wilson saw the subordinate's actions. After thinking about it for a while, he understood why Alyssa laughed. This method of dealing with it is especially useful in front of ancient civilizations. We work here and have to contact with Chinese people for a long time. Do you understand? It works even in front of Greeks. Greece is just a small country, otherwise, its influence in the Western world is absolutely extraordinary. Alan Wilson, who was asking for compensation for British Malaya, actually simply forced the Japanese to accept disabled prisoners of war, started preparing for the trip to Japan. Vivian Leigh was looking forward to this exotic trip, mainly because she was very happy to have this man accompany her. She was smiling all day long, picked out a few favorite coats, and kept trying them on in front of Alan Wilson. Alan, what else do I need to pay attention to? Do I need to show my ladylike style? Vivian Leigh looked at herself in the mirror and pitied herself, then turned around in front of Alan Wilson. The weather in Malaya was always hot, and she sweated after just a while. What to pay attention to? There is nothing to pay attention to. Alan Wilson was stunned for a moment, thought carefully and shook his head. Don't say Japan. There is nothing worth paying attention to in the entire East. All the rules of the world today are made by Europe, so what is there to pay attention to? When MacArthur left, Japan was about to worship MacArthur, so what else should we pay attention to? The point of attention is that when the Japanese show their craftsmanship, they should remind themselves that this is just a superficial project and they should never believe it. Before leaving, he did not forget to repeat to the agents of the Security Intelligence Committee to keep a close eye on Lim Lian Jiak. Alan Wilson was relieved to set off on this British-Japanese goodwill trip. If the disabled prisoners of war are taken away obediently, everything will be fine. Otherwise, the prisoners of war in the hands of the Netherlands and Australia will not only be detained, but the Japanese will also have to enjoy the public opinion treatment of the enemies of the free world. This is not easy either. After the war, Japan had a special term to describe the social problems brought about by these Japanese imperial soldiers, called wounded soldiers. During the war, soldiers who were wounded in the war were called honorary wounds. After the wounded soldiers returned to their hometowns, the local society often took care of and assisted the wounded soldiers spontaneously. However, with the defeat of the war, the enthusiasm for the war cooled rapidly. On the contrary, reflections on the war, condemnations of the military government, and articles exposing the suffering of ordinary people quickly erupted. In this social public opinion environment, social assistance and support for the wounded Japanese veterans quickly cooled. Many of the disabled wounded soldiers of the Japanese army were actually just the labor class of society before the war. It was difficult to find a regular and stable job after retirement. They eventually fell into a vicious cycle of poverty and fell to the bottom of society. They became the poor class with lack of medical care and malnutrition. They even became criminals, engaged in small black market businesses, and some joined the underworld. They lived a very unstable and dangerous life, causing great social problems. After these soldiers returned, they were not only not treated well, but it was almost inevitable that they would become marginalized people in society. It is precisely because of this that these soldiers who can no longer work must be repatriated. If they were prisoners of war in the hands of the Soviet Union, they might have to be educated again. However, Alan Wilson is not a Soviet, and he is not prepared to assume the Soviet Union's obligations. His purpose is very simple: to let the current Japanese government take over the mess quickly. As for whether these repatriated prisoners of war will become a social problem, Even if it is a social problem for Japan. Alan Wilson also brought a few prisoners of war in charge of logistics to act as translators. Compared with the army idiots, these prisoners of war who are now responsible for the logistics of the Royal Navy fleet should be grateful that they were not affected by the last round of attacks on prisoner of war camps. Similarly, these prisoners of war belonging to technical arms are not included in the repatriation list. At present, for the old battleships that have obviously exceeded their service life, these prisoners of war who once served in the Japanese combined fleet are still valuable. Azora, where is your hometown? Alan Wilson's days on the boat were quite boring, and he also looked for someone to chat. Osaka. Ichiro Azora replied a little stiffly, Mr. Allen, I wonder how my family is doing. War is a very cruel thing. Alan Wilson instinctively added some civil servant rhetoric, then cleared his throat, and felt that it was unnecessary, and changed the subject. It is especially cruel to the loser. But I remember that the Osaka division seems to be very famous. My brother once served in the 4th division. I don't know if he is still alive now. Ichiro Azora said this with a bit of sadness. The Osaka division was part of the Southern Army before surrendering, and he didn't know which prisoner of war camp his brother was in. If it was just labor, it would be fine. If he had died in the prisoner of war camp, I wonder if Osaka's family would be sad. Alan Wilson had some rare guilt and decided in his heart that he would not be idle and show goodwill in the future. He planned the Southern Army and the subsequent attack on the prisoner of war camp. The direct murderer should try to avoid appearing in front of the victim. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson never talked to these prisoner of war translators before arriving in Tokyo and concentrated on accompanying the national treasure. Chapter 606. Infiltrating the enemy. On the way, they stopped at Okinawa, during which time Alan Wilson took Vivian Leigh down there once. With his vast knowledge of politics, he popularized the local history. You know so much, Vivian Leigh said with admiration, not in the tone of you poor idiots really know cars. We civil servants only have this knowledge that we can't use. Alan Wilson smiled slightly. What bad intentions could the national treasure have? Even if he was really mocking, he didn't care. Hearing you say that, Vivian Leigh was referring to the one Alan Wilson said. Although he didn't know the specific work of this man in preventing infiltration, he had vaguely heard it mentioned several times. Can you please not mention this person? Alan Wilson looked helpless, and his good mood was gone. It wasn't that his internationalism broke out in his heart. In this life, when he was a British, he traveled thousands of miles to pay attention to the motherland in his memory. He was such a realistic person that he didn't have so much free time. It's just that when someone mentioned Mr. Chang, he always thought of another person at the same time. Churchill, the MP of my British Empire. The originally good mood would take a sharp turn for the worse. In fact, as long as two of the three giants of the United States, Britain and the Soviet Union were gathered together, whether it was the Soviet Union or the United States, one of them did not participate in the war. The strength still has to exceed that of the Axis powers. The price Britain paid to get the United States to join the war was too great. Japan's productivity is incomparable to that of Britain. Britain did not maintain its navy while producing a bunch of small tanks to fool the army and let the army fight hard. British tanks may not be as good as the Soviet Union, but they are definitely not inferior products. Not tanks like the Tiger King that take a long time to produce. If it is a combination of Britain and the Soviet Union against Germany and Japan, it may take some time, but the Allies can still win. Realizing that it is not easy for this commissioner to run around for the empire, Vivian Leigh obediently changed the topic and walked hand in hand with Alan Wilson on the streets of Naha. At this time, it is difficult to find the tragic Battle of Okinawa 5 years ago in Okinawa. Vivian Leigh is very interested in the kimonos on some people on the streets of Naha. At the same time, the white faces of the group, while paying attention to the residents of Naha, also ushered in curious eyes. Japan has been defeated. Okinawa is strictly under the trusteeship of the US military, and there are also US military bases in Naha. The citizens of Naha have become accustomed to the occasional white faces, but there are still many eyes looking at Vivian Leigh. This may be the treatment that a beautiful girl should have. Hearing Vivian Leigh express her curiosity about kimonos, Alan Wilson asked, "You have also been to Hong Kong. Have you seen Cheongsams? How do you compare?" Most people are actually not suitable for this kind of clothing. The same is true in Hong Kong. It seems that the people here are no different. Vivian Leigh pursed her lips and organized her words with a thoughtful look. I understand. Let's stop this topic. Alan Wilson already knew what Vivian Leigh was going to say. The difference between bio show and seller show. The traditional clothing of various countries has much higher requirements than modern clothing. To be frank, in just a short while, 90% of the people wearing kimonos are seller shows. Even if he has never been to Hong Kong, Alan Wilson can guess by instinct that cheongsams are very simple clothes and have higher requirements for women's body shapes. He estimated that Vivian Leigh had seen many car accident scenes during her trip to Hong Kong. This situation is very common, and it is the same in Europe. For example, the French stockings and the corseted skirts of European women are not a glorious history worth recalling. When I was filming Gone with the Wind, I did feel that those historical clothes were uncomfortable to wear. But have you seen my movie? Isn't it very beautiful? Vivian Leigh sat in a noodle shop with the man and was surprised how Alan Wilson could find a place to fill his stomach so easily. Later, she suddenly realized that she had forgotten that this man knew Oriental characters. Vivian, you also said that it was you who dressed well. The black supporting actress who played your maid was called? Alan Wilson pondered for a moment, and finally Vivian Leigh came to the rescue. Hattie McDaniel. She is a good woman. She also wore traditional clothes from the Civil War. Tell me the truth, is it beautiful? Alan Wilson asked a soul-searching question, while Ichiro Ozawa called for a bowl of noodles in Japanese. The two smiled at each other, and Vivian Leigh was very happy that he could understand what Alan Wilson meant, mainly to make her beautiful. It doesn't matter what gorgeous clothes she wears. It seems that the cooking skills are good. Vivian Leigh was a little reserved. She didn't know the whirlwind stick technique like Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson immediately took chopsticks and fed the national treasure of the British Empire. The more mature civilizations in this world should be good at making noodles. Maybe only we in Britain don't have much talent in this aspect. The combination of several white and yellow faces is no longer new in today's Japan, especially in Okinawa. After all, this is the main base of the US military. In terms of the World War II dividends of this era, it is definitely not an exaggeration to say that the US military is superior. This is different from the Soviet Union, another country that seems to be very powerful. Japanese prisoners of war in Siberian prisoner of war camps protested that the potatoes provided by the Soviet Union were difficult to swallow. In the end, it turned out that the difference was that the Japanese ate one potato and the Soviets ate two potatoes. The Soviet Union certainly made great efforts in ideological education, but these Japanese prisoners of war who returned to their country later did not stir up much waves. No matter how great the ideas are, they will not help without the corresponding living standards, and they may even backfire on themselves in the end. As long as British Malaya can take off, Alan Wilson feels that it will not be infiltrated and cause instability. After leaving Okinawa, the romantic sea trip came to an abrupt end in Tokyo. Alan Wilson's destination was the British Embassy in Tokyo. Vivian Leigh's nominal purpose was to investigate and discover new Japanese stars in the name of the major shareholder of United Artists. Vivian Leigh had to find a hotel to stay in, while Alan Wilson had to go to the embassy first. The current British ambassador to Japan was someone he knew very well, and he could even say that he had worked with him. His name was Burgess, and he was a member of the Cambridge Five. Alan, how is your life in Malaya? I heard that something happened a while ago. I guess you were very busy. Burgess saw Alan Wilson and opened his arms enthusiastically. At this age, he has become an ambassador of a country. He can be said to have a bright future and can even be said to be highly valued by Whitehall. Not bad. Alan Wilson felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In order to protect British intelligence, he dug out two members of the Cambridge Five before he went to New Delhi to take office. One became the Burmese commissioner and the other became the Ceylon commissioner. Later, one went to South Africa and the other went to Australia. Now it seems that man's plans are not as good as God's plans. The top students carefully cultivated by the British Empire have penetrated into the front line of the Cold War as Soviet spies. This is very embarrassing. Will the US military, which is fighting on the peninsula, Think of the headquarters supporting the war and the number one person under the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Burgess, congratulations, you have become an ambassador. I wonder if Maclean will be envious. Alan Wilson smiled reluctantly. When did you take office? I have been in office for half a year. I feel that this place is particularly suitable for me. Burgess was moved and looked very sincere. Alan Wilson did not dare to doubt this. Maybe he likes the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife. He said directly, where is the information I want? The current self-sufficiency rate of various resources in Japan, import and export figures, etc. Japan itself has no shortage of resources. Alan Wilson thought that it might be forestry and marine fishery resources. Thinking about it this way, it is similar to Newfoundland. But in fact, Japan's agricultural foundation is not bad. The food production in the Japanese archipelago has greatly improved the efficiency. Volcanic ash soil and temperate rainy climate make Japan one of the highest yielders in the world. What's more, the Hokkaido fishing grounds around Japan are among the world's leading economic fishing grounds. The premise is that Hokkaido is still in the hands of Japan, but now Hokkaido is in the hands of the Soviet Union. Japan is known as the Mineral Museum. The total amount of minerals is not much, but the types are extremely rich. It can be said that Japan has all the minerals that can be found in the world, but the per capita amount is either zero or approximately zero. Originally, Japan's coal resources were still in the sufficient range, but Japan's coal is also in Hokkaido, which is very embarrassing. Alan Wilson estimated that the coal on Gunkanjima would definitely be exhausted earlier in Japan in this time and space. Japan's few iron mines are also in Hokkaido. Thank you, Soviet. He expressed his gratitude to the Soviet Union in his heart. He couldn't imagine how much effort the Soviet Union could save in the competition with Japan just by occupying Hokkaido. What is certain now is that Japan itself lacks oil and gas, and it also lacks coal and iron after losing Hokkaido, and its agriculture has also been cut. These things are very important for the country's starting point, plus the military pressure from the Soviet army in Hokkaido, which is simply good news. Burgess, has the United States always let the Soviet Union occupy Hokkaido? Alan Wilson said meaningfully, hasn't it expressed any protest to Moscow? Alan Wilson looked at the statistics of the British embassy with a red face. Almost all of them were classified as import items exceeding 50%, and there were not a few raw material projects that relied 100% on foreign countries. He was very happy. It was time to use the diligence of office animals to turn everything around. Such an excellent nation as the nuclear nation can definitely do it. Alan, what are you laughing at? Burgess saw the strange look on Alan Wilson's face and asked strangely. Alan Wilson, who lowered his head, reached out and wiped the corners of his eyes, choking with red eyes. I saw the determination of a nation to rise from the ruins. Burgess couldn't help but make a tactical backward posture, looking as if he had seen a ghost. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607. What's the point of talking about something? If he hadn't worked with him before and knew what Alan Wilson did in British India, he would have really believed what this imperialist said. He spoke with great emotion, and I don't know who taught him. At this moment, Vivian Leigh, who was resting in the hotel, sneezed. The Dragoon sisters in Bonn looked calm, and the woodpecker pictures in Paris seemed to be shrouded in causal effects. But I admit that you are right. After I took office, I also found that the Japanese do have the spirit of hard work. Burgess partially agreed with Alan Wilson's opinion. Maybe they will be stronger than Britain in the future. Alan Wilson said half seriously. Impossible. Burgess denied flatly. Alan, do you know what you are talking about? The level of Japan? I know. The level of Portugal. Alan Wilson gestured to calm down and took back his words. I was just joking. Unexpectedly, this Soviet spy was also a person who loved his motherland. Alan Wilson didn't know what to say. In fact, this was a misunderstanding. Alan Wilson just said the level that Japan might reach in the future. As for Burgess, of course he didn't know what would happen in the future. In the eyes of the ambassador to Japan, Japan was really at the level of Portugal. Japan's national strength and military power were outstanding in Asia. In Europe, there was only one advantage that was set in stone, and that was population. The equipment of the Japanese army was far inferior to that of Poland, Czech Republic, and the Iberian Peninsula before the war. The only thing Japan could rely on was that its soldiers were hardworking and could not be compared with Britain in terms of national strength. Take all the tanks of Japan in World War II, and the total production was only 5,000. In 1918, during the First World War, the British Expeditionary Force in Europe was equipped with 3,300 tanks at the same time. In addition to its tenacious combat, the Japanese army was basically at the level of World War I in Europe. The US military, which was not known for its fighting spirit, was currently dominating Japan. Not on the same channel as the ambassador to Japan, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said that he came to Tokyo to discuss the repatriation of prisoners of war, and also represented the prisoners of war in the hands of the Netherlands, Australia, and Portugal, and the 4 countries would repatriate them at the same time. So that's how it is. Burgess finally stopped dwelling on whether Japan and Britain could be compared, and asked, "Have you communicated?" "Several countries have no problem." "No problem, we have used almost all the time." Alan Wilson shrugged and said, "Australia originally had the toughest attitude, but now it has agreed. World War II really had a great impact on Australia." Burgess nodded solemnly. "You must have done a lot of persuasion work. It must not have been easy." "Australia has no problem." Alan Wilson smiled slightly, indicating that he did not waste much saliva. "The configuration of the top resource country of the 5th planet is a joke. In the foreseeable future, no matter how Australia jumps, it will not have a bad life. In fact, the retention of British Malaya can prevent Australia from going another way. Australians who believe that blood is thicker than water will face threats from Asia that exceed Australia's own national strength." Alan Wilson can imagine a possibility, that is, there is public opinion in Australia to merge with the United States. Anyway, in the situation of the 21st century, Australia is indeed likely to be held hostage by a major power and become a satellite country. But it is clear that Australia is not prepared to follow whoever is stronger, but to stand firmly beside the United States. It can even be imagined that, if there is really no other way, Australia can merge with the United States. Australia is the most convinced that blood is thicker than water in the Five Eyes Alliance, and there is absolutely a possibility of this happening. The Australian ambassador to the United States once said that he was willing to pay any economic price for the confrontational policy of the United States. Such words can be said, and merger is by no means a fantasy. Facing Japan at present, Alan Wilson knows clearly in his heart that Australia still has hatred for Japan. What he is doing now is to maintain Australia's hatred as much as possible. Between Japan, occupied by the United States, and Malaya, occupied by the United Kingdom, it is more inclined to Malaya, which has little hatred. Now he believes that it can be said that Malaya has support from almost all places in the entire British Empire that can still maintain influence. In addition to the population size, the conditions should be no worse than those of Japan that lost Hokkaido. Burgess contacted George Stuttermere, commander of the Far East Air Force, through the embassy. In fact, the scale of the war on the peninsula this time is definitely larger than in history, because there is a Soviet Air Force base in Hokkaido. When Alan Wilson met the commander of the Far East Air Force, he took the initiative to say that he had come to Japan to express his apologies. At the same time, the repatriation work was officially started, which required the friendly help of the US military stationed in Japan. Japan's current status is becoming more and more important. Our close allies such as Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal, and Australia also think so. The past hatred can be temporarily put aside. Alan Wilson made a magnanimous gesture and said, "General George, what do you think?" Although the other party was a frontline general, Alan Wilson was not very afraid. Mountbatten was now lieutenant general. When he became the commander of the Grand Fleet according to the procedures, he would be a proper admiral. "Oh, Commissioner Wilson, thank you for the support of the Allies. The current situation in Japan has been initially stabilized, but the Soviet threat in Hokkaido does exist. Lieutenant General George Stuttmeyer expressed his gratitude for the support of the Allies and said that the US military stationed in Japan would be happy to see it happen. Oh, damn Soviets. Alan Wilson expressed the common position with a heavy face, forgetting for the time being that he was ecstatic about the Soviet occupation of Hokkaido in the embassy. What else? It is not conducive to the development and consolidation of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. After all, Hokkaido was the second largest island in Japan before, and it was also an island that Japan completely occupied very late, so it is naturally sparsely populated. Alan Wilson was a little strange, as if East Asia's performance in ocean exploration was very average. Mainland China is understandable, but Japan, which is surrounded by the ocean, did not expand to the Ryukyu Islands until the 19th century, which was considered very late. For a long time, the Japanese kept circling around Honshu, and the efficiency of occupying Hokkaido was very low. Now, Hokkaido has been occupied by the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson raised a possibility in front of Lieutenant General George Stuttmeyer. Have you communicated about the Hokkaido issue? How did the Soviets respond? No response. George Stuttmeyer said with a wry smile. Now that the war has broken out, there is no response. We have to consider a possibility that the Soviet Union will eventually choose to annex Hokkaido. Alan Wilson said with a heavy face. Given the character of the Russians, this situation is very likely to happen. This is definitely not alarmist, this possibility is absolutely there. Alan Wilson believes that there may not be any North and South Japan at all. Hokkaido is an island, and the Soviet Union cannot use land for support like in the European direction. The entire national strategy of the Soviet Union does not allow the establishment of a strong navy to defend Hokkaido at this stage. It is very likely to choose to go all out and directly annex Hokkaido. I just don't know what opportunity will appear in the short term for the Soviet Union to take advantage of. Once this opportunity appears, Japan will officially say goodbye to Hokkaido. In fact, we have similar concerns. If that is the case, the situation will be bad. Some people believe that Japan should be armed immediately. The US troops stationed in Japan cannot solve all problems. The Japanese must bear part of the self-defense capabilities. George Stuttmeyer, who still attaches great importance to the special relationship between Britain and the United States, informed some of the American voices. Alan Wilson has made a decision in his heart that he must not tell Burgess about today's conversation, otherwise Moscow will know. The pace of the United States' preparation to arm Japan is faster than history. This is unexpected but reasonable. After all, the consequences of the loss of Hokkaido are not comparable to the 4 northern islands. Hokkaido can really be used as a frontier position to attack Japan. It can be said that the strait between Hokkaido and Honshu is so wide that even a tiger can swim across it. This is definitely not a joke. The tiger's swimming ability is enough to cross a strait that is about the same width as the Strait of Malacca. The evidence is the existence of the Sumatran tiger. After consolidating the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson should meet with Ikeda Hayato according to the plan. However, he decided to sleep with Vivian Leigh before thinking about it. The war on the peninsula has been given a shot in the arm by the Japanese economy. Geographically, Japan is the rear base of the peninsula. Thanks to the US war investment, it has gotten rid of the embarrassment of not having enough food to eat. However, due to differences in details, such as the Hokkaido issue, the United States is not going to support Japan first, and wants Japan to defend itself as soon as possible to save the US military expenses. Alan Wilson certainly thinks it is a good thing, so that Japan will not be so strong in playing import and export substitution cost subsidies. He knows the proportion of Britain's military expenditure and fiscal expenditure, and Japan will definitely not be able to get rid of military restrictions. But even a little more investment in military expenditure will cause financial pressure. In front of Ikeda Hayato, Alan Wilson, who was sitting on the ground, almost failed to manage his expression, turning his apology into gloating. The Japanese government should take the initiative to protest to Moscow. If you don't say anything, how can other countries help Japan speak? Alan Wilson talked about what he didn't say. He was obviously talking about the repatriation of prisoners of war, and he attacked the pain points of Japan now. Hokkaido is now a pain for the whole of Japan. Losing overseas territories, even the Korean peninsula, can only be said to have vomited out all the previous expansion results, but Hokkaido was already Japanese territory during the shogunate period, and the loss made the Japanese feel distressed. Even Ikeda Hayato's humble courtesy disappeared after hearing Alan Wilson's words. In front of Alan Wilson, who almost failed to control his expression, he failed to control his expression first. Chapter 608 Hatoyama Family. Ikeda was reluctant to talk about this topic, but the Englishman kept on talking, so he answered, Mr. Hatoyama Ichiro has been committed to making breakthroughs in relations with the Soviet Union. It seems that he was replaced by Yoshida Shigeru, because of his advocacy of reconciliation with China and the Soviet Union. Americans will not make the same mistakes that Britain has made. Alan Wilson made a look of sudden enlightenment, and reminded the other party in a roundabout way not to deviate from the route set by the US military stationed in Japan. Before World War II, Britain could be said to have been bitten by Japan, which had always supported it, but now it is different. With the existence of US troops stationed in Japan, Alan Wilson can conclude that Japan will not be out of control, no matter how hard it struggles. Ikeda Hatoyama Ichiro is the first president of the Liberal Democratic Party of Japan. The Liberal Party won the first general election after the war, and became the largest party in parliament. According to the Convention of Parliamentary Politics, the new cabinet should be organized by the largest party in parliament. In other words, the post of Prime Minister must belong to Hatoyama, and Hatoyama himself is busy preparing for the formation of a cabinet. But things never go as planned. Just when the emperor was about to issue the routine procedures for Hatoyama to form a cabinet, the occupation authorities issued a purge order to expel Hatoyama from public office. It is said that this was because before the war, Ichiro Hatoyama had signed a book praising Hitler and Mussolini. The reason why Ichiro Hatoyama is now out of office is that it has been found that it was written by someone else. Anyway, from Alan Wilson's point of view, there is a conspiracy here, and it is definitely that the occupation forces are not satisfied with Ichiro Hatoyama. Hatoyama is straightforward and not good at power struggles, which is in sharp contrast to Yoshida Shigeru. After Hatoyama was dismissed from public office, there was no suitable candidate in the Liberal Party to take over the position of president. But if there was no president, there would be no cabinet to form, and the power would fall into the hands of other political parties. So Hatoyama urgently invited Yoshida Shigeru to join the party, let Yoshida sit in the top seat, and organized the first Yoshida cabinet. Yoshida said that, if Hatoyama assumed public office, he would be willing to hand over the power at any time. According to the fact that the descendants of the Hatoyama family in later generations were not in the Liberal Democratic Party, Alan Wilson could conclude that Yoshida Shigeru and others must have broken with the Hatoyama family. Because in the 21st century, Yukio Hatoyama ran for the Democratic Party leader, and the Hatoyama family should have left the Liberal Democratic Party long ago. Regarding the opinion on the repatriation of prisoners of war, after proposing the US troops stationed in Japan and Hokkaido, Alan Wilson, in a good mood, informed Ikeda Hayato of the plan to repatriate prisoners of war, and said that this was the common attitude of Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal and Australia. Mr. Ikeda, you must not understand how difficult it is to convince the Australians. Seeing Ikeda Hayato hesitate, Alan Wilson added fuel to the fire and said, I heard that the Philippines is also looking for trouble with Japan. If your country does not want us to support the Philippines on the issue of post-war compensation, you can just tell the Japanese side's opinion and see whether we agree or not. Now Alan Wilson just feels that it is really hard to talk to the Japanese. Anyway, the final result will not change. Is there any meaning in the struggle? Will the United States offend so many allies because of Japan? Isn't that an obvious thing? We need to communicate with the Prime Minister. Ikeda Hayato spoke up, expressing his intention to follow the procedure. Whether we communicate or not, our repatriation work has also begun, and the four countries are repatriating at the same time. Alan Wilson pointed out Ikeda Hayato's attempt to delay time. They are all old bureaucrats, so don't do that kind of useless work. Is there any country in the world that can play bureaucracy in front of the UK? Whether the Japanese government agrees or not, the repatriation work must be started immediately. The difference lies in whether the UK takes the initiative to load the prisoners of war on the ship and publicly disgusts Japan, or the Japanese government takes the initiative, which may reduce Japan's social security problems in the future. People who don't know still think that Alan Wilson is not British, but an official of the US military stationed in Japan. However, given Japan's current international status, he really doesn't need to be polite to the Japanese. His words were clearly transmitted to Ikeda Hayato's ears through Ichiro Ozawa's translation. Mr. Wilson, I will give you an answer tomorrow. Ikeda Hayato gave the answer after a long silence. That's great. I'll wait for your good news. Alan Wilson smiled and stood up to say goodbye. He felt that he had done enough. Sitting on the ground was a gesture that took into account the Japanese habits. What else did he want? After standing up and saying goodbye, Alan Wilson walked out of the official residence and got into the car prepared by the embassy. His translator Ichiro Ozawa followed him and thanked him. Mr. Wilson, thank you for helping us translate and asking the government to inquire about the family situation. Oh, it's just a piece of cake, Mr. Ozawa. Will the tone of my words just now cause you displeasure? Alan Wilson nodded and asked Ichiro Ozawa what he thought when he was translating for Ikeda Hayato. Ichiro Ozawa hesitated and finally said, we lost the war, and everything now is normal. By the way, you are Japanese. Help me understand Ichiro Hatoyama's situation. Alan Wilson's body swayed with the ups and downs of the car on the road. Well, Mr. Wilson, do you think that Japan is a colony now? Ichiro Ozawa seemed to find it very difficult to speak and asked the question in his heart. Oh, to be honest, it is. And in the foreseeable future, this state cannot be escaped. Alan Wilson told the truth and did not take care of the other party's emotions just because the other party was Japanese. The United States in the 21st century, if according to a more Chinese narrative, should be called the United States and North Korea. Europe, Japan and South Korea can be regarded as external vassals, and the Five Eyes alliance including the United Kingdom is regarded as internal vassals. If the existence of US military bases is regarded as territory, the United States and North Korea are regarded as 3/5 of the Earth's area, an unprecedented empire. Of course, this also leads to a problem. Even if the US government wants to shrink, the US military does not want to shrink. The food and clothing of millions of canal workers depend on it. Why shrink? The flexibility of the United States in the 21st century is far less than that of the United States during the Cold War. After the failure of the Vietnam War, the United States during the Carter era really pretended to be a grandson for several years. The idea of shrinking in the United States in the 21st century has been discussed by two presidents. Alan Wilson returned to the embassy and contacted the Netherlands, Portugal and Australia through the embassy to inform them of today's conversation, and then left the embassy immediately. As a person who takes care of both public and private affairs, he had to accompany Gio Bayo to read the script. Vivien Leigh was really looking for young Japanese actors and preparing to sign them to be responsible for overseas market development. After asking around, I learned that Vivien Leigh had also done similar work when she went to Hong Kong before. Vivian, you don't want to set up an entertainment trust, do you? With a hand on Vivien Leigh's shoulder, Alan Wilson looked at the photos in Vivien Leigh's hand. They were all photos of actors in the current Japanese entertainment industry. Of course, it was normal for him not to recognize them. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. Finally, his eyes fell on the last photo. At the same time, Vivien Leigh stopped moving and looked at it carefully, twisting her shoulders as if to ask for advice. What do you think of this one? Very beautiful. Looking at the photo of the name of Yachiku Sakoru, Alan Wilson sighed sincerely that the aesthetics of the East and the West are actually similar, and there is no obvious difference. Chinese people also like Hepburn and Monroe. He was not a Westerner in his previous life, but he also knew that Korean girl groups also have their own fan circles in Europe and the United States. The signature of Korean girl groups is boldness and sexiness. Although many members have plastic surgery, European and American fans are still flocking to them. I think they are beautiful too, Vivien Leigh said with approval. In fact, the ceiling of Hollywood for women is only reflected in salary, but in terms of tolerance, women actually have an advantage over men. Are you talking about the red sofa? As soon as Alan Wilson said this, he saw that the British treasurer's face was unchanged and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was talking about American actors. Are you also like many people, looking down on us actors? Vivian Leigh's smart eyes swept Alan Wilson. You can't ignore a person's efforts just because he looks good. I feel like someone is praising himself for being beautiful in various ways. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows, stared at Vivian Leigh, and got closer and closer. The atmosphere was already in place, so he took a test drive of the domestic car first. Photos were scattered all over the floor, and the room was filled with sounds of joy. A Tokyo love story. Alan Wilson waited all day the next day, but did not get a reply from Ikeda Hayato. He immediately realized that bureaucrats were a group that could not be helped without some pressure. Alan Wilson, who was already a senior bureaucrat and part of the British Empire's civil service, got information about Hatoyama Ichiro at this time. Before his comeback, Hatoyama Ichiro strongly advocated amending the constitution, rebuilding armaments, conducting independent diplomacy, and restoring diplomatic relations between Japan and the Soviet Union. He denounced Yoshida Shigeru's statement that, even if he had a security team or even a guard team, he could not have a regular army as a white horse is not a horse theory, and openly proposed to rebuild the self-defense armed forces on the basis of amending Article 9 of the Constitution. He also advocated that, in order to make Japan's independence recognized internationally, Japan should be avoided as a battlefield during the US-Soviet War, and normalize Japan-Soviet relations. Amend Article 9 of the Constitution? Isn't this what Abe advocates? Alan Wilson looked at the information, and felt like Shinzo. The difference is that Ichiro Hatoyama obviously wanted to get rid of the situation of being occupied by the US military. It is no wonder that the occupation authorities got rid of it. If this had been achieved, wouldn't the US have fought the Pacific War in vain? Moreover, Ichiro Hatoyama's own propositions in Japan are similar to those of Romuhan and Moon Jae-in in South Korea. It would be strange if he didn't get rid of it. Let's not talk about this matter first. Since the current government is dragging its feet, he went to Ichiro Hatoyama. The good thing about a country with elections is that there is always an opposition that can be used. Chapter 609, Learning from Others. Alan Wilson felt that he was being neglected in a defeated country, so he naturally thought of the diplomatic tradition of the British Empire, which was called helping the weak and suppressing the strong. All the memories of velvet, jasmine, tulips, roses, and spring came to his mind. As a bureaucrat regarded as reliable by Whitehall, this should be a necessary skill. Regardless of success or failure, relevant experience should be accumulated, and it may be useful in the future. According to this naming rule, Alan Wilson felt that his meeting with Ichiro Hatoyama could be regarded as a precursor to the Sakura Revolution. He started with the issue of repatriating prisoners of war, to see the quality of this senior Abe. Dear, this is an American place. As Vivian Leigh was his bedmate, Alan Wilson had nothing to hide from the woman. Although the British treasure had nothing to do with the bureaucratic system, he instinctively felt that this could not succeed. This was not a British overseas territory, but the rear area, where the United States was fighting. Alan Wilson would not succeed. Who wants to succeed? If not, we won't lose anything. Alan Wilson said calmly, even if Japan is only slightly affected, it will be a success for British Malaya. We must promote the rise of British overseas territories as soon as possible, and at the same time, we must wait for an opportunity to break one leg of the Japanese. Even if we can't do it, it's good to slip up. With the US troops stationed in Japan, Alan Wilson certainly didn't think that he could change the situation of a country with a population of 80 million by winning a battle thousands of miles away. If it was really too much, the US troops stationed in Japan would definitely stop it. With this psychological preparation, Alan Wilson lowered his psychological expectations. It would be best if there was a gain, but it would be nothing if there was no gain. Even if it provided a topic for the Japanese to talk about after dinner, it would be good to watch the big figures in the Japanese political arena play monkeys. You really do everything for the empire. Vivian Leigh complained a little in her words, and did not hide her enthusiasm for this man. That's my job. Hearing the hidden meaning, Alan Wilson immediately boasted in a roundabout way, establishing his personal image of serving the country and the people. Don't ask about this. In fact, it is very important for you to dig up Japanese actors and enter the international market. It will help expand the influence of our country. In this matter, we should learn more from the French. If the British cultural circle and the French cultural circle were reversed, I doubt that Britain would even speak wrongly today. The advantage of English over French is purely in the colonial competition, and Britain defeated France. However, this advantage is not solid, because Portugal and Spain are also part of Latin culture. Together with France, which is also Latin culture, the area covered is actually not smaller than that of English. France has always wanted to integrate Spain, Portugal, and Italy, which belong to Latin culture in Europe. Of course, it is true that it has never succeeded. In terms of the breadth of cultural radiation, Latin culture certainly has the capital to compete with English-speaking countries. Because the Soviet Union has emerged and is now very powerful, Slavic culture is also a big enemy at present. There are still a group of cultures that have been prosperous since the agricultural era, including Arab, Chinese, and Indian. Among the three, Arab culture is the most widely distributed. In the agricultural era, it was more than one step ahead of East Asia and South Asia in conquering cities and territories. However, as the opponents that were hit hard during the colonial period, it is unclear who can still take up the banner of Arabs and even the Church of Peace. Since the fall of the Ottoman Empire, China and India have a larger base in East Asia than in South Asia, and India has less room for maneuver in South Asia. It is not worth noting at this time. Although culture is something that Alan Wilson thinks is just blindly boasting, there is no standard to distinguish the high and low. But it is definitely very useful as a weapon. Japan and South Korea have been invaded by the United States in later generations, which is complementary to military hegemony, and can reduce a lot of unnecessary energy for military hegemony. Necessary cultural invasion is also a necessary basis for instigating internal strife. Alan Wilson notes that Japan is not in a state of cultural invasion at present. It has only been a short time since the end of World War II. Japan's backbone before the war is still the backbone now. Moreover, only Americans can instigate internal strife in Japan. Vivian Leigh wants to dig out stars from various countries and build her own entertainment trust. Alan Wilson certainly supports it. And the time should be sooner rather than later. It is best to start now. Also starting now is Alan Wilson's inspection of Japan. He did not remember that he was still responsible for Mi-6 and wanted to get some unique technology from Japan. There is no such thing in Japan that he must find ways to steal. He just wants to go deep into the front line of social animals to see what kind of living conditions Japan is in the hard struggle period, when it is not afraid of hardship and difficulty, and exchange some experiences on how to squeeze the labor force to the greatest extent. Just as if Ikeda Hayato had neglected him, Alan Wilson, who was ready to have a good talk with Hatoyama Ichiro, did two things at once, and took the initiative to make a request. Under the arrangement of officials from the Ministry of Finance of Japan, he set up several inspection factories. It is not possible not to see it with your own eyes. How to squeeze out the surplus value to the greatest extent. Just talking a few words, then everyone will know. First, it is to recruit people with low wages and draw big cakes, and tell you a lot of poisonous chicken soup, telling you that the company is developing well, don't care about the short-term low wages, and you can get a salary increase or promotion after 6 months of employment. As a result, there may not even be a promotion system by then. Secondly, there are various 996 big and small weeks and disguised overtime work systems, which extend the working hours of workers to reduce the labor costs that should be paid to you per unit time. It is called the spirit of struggle. As the Commissioner of British Malaya, Alan Wilson did not need to examine such macro things at all. He could directly issue regulations that it would be illegal if it was not 007. It was very easy to manage colonies at some levels, easier than normal countries. But 007 was easy. He couldn't set up a special department of the Security and Intelligence Committee to catch those who slacked off, right? That was the late Soviet Union. There was a large-scale trend of absenteeism in the Soviet Union. It was the work of the Soviet KGB. In fact, didn't the phenomenon of absenteeism disappear later? After the Soviet Union disappeared, the Russians also became diligent and stopped complaining about poor treatment. Alan Wilson, who followed the Ministry of Finance officials to visit the assembly line of a Japanese factory, took a notebook to record the current management regulations of Japan. This process was very slow because he was still recalling the overtime system in later China, verifying the two, and learning from each other. How to avoid the minors and the detailed management regulations during the working hours of 007 is the main purpose of Alan Wilson's investigation. He doesn't care about the macro issues. If he wants, he can just take one day off a year, just one day for the Spring Festival. In the notes, this item was recorded in the paragraph of curbing the development of religion. This is very simple. There are two large and one small ethnic groups in British Malaya. Indians celebrate Holi, Chinese worship Confucius and celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival, and peaceful believers celebrate Ramadan. So, do they still work every day? All kinds of useless small festivals should be stripped away immediately. At most, each ethnic group should only keep one important festival. In the noisy workshop, the sound of machines was endless. The accompanying Ministry of Finance official glanced at Alan Wilson's notes and complimented him in surprise. "I didn't expect Mr. Wilson to know Chinese characters." "Of course, otherwise why would you come to manage the Asian colonies?" Alan Wilson smiled and changed the subject. "Is the Minister of Finance, Mr. Hayato Ikeda, very busy, or are you deliberately avoiding me?" "The Minister of Finance is very busy every day, and he specifically asked me to take care of all Mr. Wilson's needs." The accompanying Ministry of Finance official replied politely. "Mr. Ikeda is really busy," Alan Wilson said with a fake smile. The Ministry of Finance is the department in charge of the economy in Japan, and the Minister of Finance can indeed be said to be in a high position in Yoshida Shigeru's cabinet. Alan Wilson, who had learned from the Queen, also felt that the hostility just now was too obvious, so he changed the subject and said, "Seeing that the young workers in the factory are very energetic, I believe that Japan will soon get back on track. I want to ask, Hokkaido was occupied by the Soviet Union. How did you solve the coal problem?" When he was in a bad mood, he mentioned Hokkaido. After all, in a society with free speech, Alan Wilson did not think he did anything wrong. Although the accompanying officials spoke less because of the topic of Hokkaido, Alan Wilson did not care. Looking at the young faces, this was completely different from Japan in later generations. The problem of most companies is that the salary of new employees is higher than that of old employees. If you want to increase your salary, you can only change jobs. This is also a disguised means for European and American companies to provide 1,000 talents to the society every year. In fact, most countries' companies are like this. Japanese companies are just the opposite. The salary of old employees is higher than that of new employees. Even if you have great talents, you have to start from the bottom when you enter the company. Japanese companies in later generations basically only recruit graduates, not job hoppers. Emerging industries or industries dealing with foreign countries are very tolerant of job hopping. The larger the scale and the longer the history of the industry, the lower the tolerance for job hopping. With such a large population in Japan, companies believe that they can find loyal and dedicated employees, so there is no need to recruit employees with outstanding abilities who may not obey. In a broader sense, this is actually another manifestation of personal dependence in the feudal system, and the fate of members is tied to the organization. Japanese companies especially like to recruit athletes, because athletes know nothing, and are easy to obey, because of their collectivism. In the final analysis, Japan's industrial upgrading failed, and it did not successfully snatch the most cutting-edge industries from Europe and the United States. In a few days, Alan Wilson has drafted regulations on the standardized management of performance appraisals. For British Malaya, their commissioners have gathered the management essence of the two major countries of China and Japan to serve a colony of British Malaya. Is this a small blessing? Chapter 610. Hit it off. The current Japanese financial institutions are like a line stretched to the limit, with little elasticity. After returning to the embassy, Alan Wilson told Ambassador Burgess in Japan, a large amount of funds have been invested in subsidies. Without American aid, it will collapse immediately. This is the conclusion Alan Wilson drew from the information provided by the embassy. Japan's economy should develop more slowly than in history, because it has to overcome the consequences of the loss of Hokkaido. This conclusion made Alan Wilson very happy. Finally, there was some good news at the level of the world situation, even if it was just a little bit. The reason for this is that Japan is on the front line against the Soviet Union. Even if the United States pays more than the same period in history, it will not let the Japanese government fall. So it is still a wishful dream to expect Japan to sink. But it is still a good thing for Britain. Whether it is Japan or the United States behind it, it is not a bad thing to pay more costs. Alan, it seems that you already have some ideas. Burgess was very interested and wanted to know what this person who was considered promising by his colleagues in Whitehall thought. I don't have any special ideas. I just want Malaya to develop to the same level as Japan. Alan Wilson replied leisurely, as a powerful supplement to Britain, this is enough. During the prosperity of Japan in the 1980s, whether Japan surpassed Britain depends on how you look at it. If it is the quality of life per capita, Japan has always been at the level of Portugal, and the hard work it took to achieve a similar per capita income is unimaginable for European countries. If it refers to national economic strength, it is not easy to compare because of Britain's financial advantages, but it can still be said that Japan's national economic strength exceeds that of Britain, but this surpassing is based on the selfless dedication of social animals. Alan Wilson will understand Japan's development trajectory because the entire development trajectory of East Asia is the same. Japan's path will also be followed by South Korea, and China will follow the same path in the future. First textiles, then steel, then home appliances and shipbuilding, and finally semiconductors. Textiles and steel are not difficult. Home appliances are not Britain's strong point, but what about shipbuilding? At least for now, Britain's shipbuilding is still not worse than that of the United States. Moreover, Britain controls so many colonies that it can completely tilt out a plastic industry. Alan Wilson, who had spent a few days understanding the current living conditions and corporate management in Japan, had already roughly reached a bottom line. This bottom line can be called Japan is not a concern. When the semiconductor era, which requires talent support, the next generation of Malaya should have grown up. It depends on whether it can surprise people in education. Anyway, there are also signs in the classrooms of Malaya schools that say study hard and make progress every day. Let's see if Lim Lian Jiak is really worthy of the identity of an educator. He couldn't reveal these ideas to the Soviet spy. He even had to hide his meeting with Hatoyo Morichiro from Burgess to avoid the possibility that something would affect him in the future. Compared with people like him who engage in conspiracy, Vivian Leigh, the major shareholder of United Artists, obviously caused a bigger sensation when she inspected the actors in the Japanese entertainment industry. Although Vivian Leigh was British, she became famous in the United States for Gone with the Wind, and many Japanese didn't know that Vivian Leigh was British. Vivian Leigh even visited a US military base, which made Alan Wilson very angry. After the National Treasure came back, he kept muttering, "What is a British person doing at a military base? Don't the Americans have actors to entertain the troops? Honey, I just went over to take a look." Vivian Leigh admitted her mistake with a look of grievance. After all, Britain and the United States are allies, and they invited me to visit. Special relationship between Britain and the United States? Alan Wilson pouted and sneered at such a statement, but seeing Vivian Leigh's grievance, his heart softened and said, "I'm a little nosy. You shouldn't be blamed for political matters. I didn't think it through. By the way, I will meet with the little actress Koru Yachigusa tomorrow and be responsible for overseas promotion. Hidi may have to help with this matter. I don't know what happened to her. She just showed up. Ingrid is somewhere else. Greta is running the French company." Vivian Leigh suddenly said mysteriously, "Honey, have you heard that Greta seems to have a child? I don't know who it is, but he can get into her heart." "I don't know." Alan Wilson's answer had a subtle turn, but it immediately became firm. He thought he had not entered Greta Garbo's heart. The relationship between the two was quite strange, more like a relationship of collaborators, but they just had a child. How strange. Vivian Leigh murmured softly, making the man next to her feel uncomfortable, and changed the subject. "I also have a guest to meet tomorrow, so I won't accompany you." "Okay." Vivian Leigh agreed happily, forgetting that she had never asked Alan Wilson to accompany her to see the actors she wanted to meet. Compared with the current Japanese Prime Minister Yoshida Shigeru, Ichiro Hatoyama is a bureaucrat with a very deep background, and the influence of the Hatoyama family will continue. Ichiro Hatoyama's father is Kazuo Hatoyama, who studied at Columbia University in the United States in the early Meiji period, and became the Japanese who understood Western affairs the most. After returning to Japan, he became the director of the Translation Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, specializing in foreign affairs, which was similar to the Byang minister of the Qing dynasty. Kazuo Hatoyama became the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Japan and a senior bureaucrat of Japan. He was also the one who reaped the first dividends of the Meiji Restoration. He was a typical example of a scholar who became an official. If it were not for the hammering by the 5-star Emperor MacArthur, Yoshida Shigeru would not be able to be compared with Hatoyama Ichiro. Now Yoshida Shigeru and Hatoyama Ichiro have parted ways. It is nothing more than that they feel that, after being prime minister for a few years, they already have the capital and people to compete with the old bureaucrat's prince. Alan Wilson has a certain impression of the Hatoyama family. Except for Yukio Hatoyama, every generation of politicians in the Hatoyama family is regarded as a representative who wants to take the middle road in Japan with a strong pro-American atmosphere. As for Yoshida Shigeru, although he started late and had no son, he married his daughter to the Aso family. Aso Taro is the descendant of Yoshida Shigeru. In the later Liberal Democratic Party, the Hatoyama family belongs to the faction of the more middle road, but now there is a person named Kishi Nobuyasuke among Hatoyama Ichiro's supporters, and he has a brother named Sato Isaku, who is now Yoshida Shigeru's right-hand man. Alan Wilson saw that Abe's elders were following the path of the Zuge family of the Three Kingdoms. Several relatives served different big men, and they really read the Three Kingdoms to heart. Abe, the descendant of Kishi Nobuyasuke, also inherited Ichiro Hatoyama's proposal to amend Article 9. Ichiro Hatoyama, who had just returned to power, waited for Alan Wilson to come to his door, out of respect for this rare and relatively peaceful figure during the Japanese military period. Alan Wilson decided not to mention the Hokkaido issue today, and went straight to the point that he had just contacted Nanyang, and the repatriation of prisoners of war could not be delayed. Prime Minister Yoshida Shigeru and Finance Minister Ikeda Hayato did not respond positively. I wonder if this government is a zombie? Mr. Hatoyama, I just learned about your existence. To be honest, the attitude of us in the UK, the Netherlands, Portugal and Australia is the same. And I don't have time to deal with this matter endlessly in Japan. Alan Wilson made his attitude clear, saying that the date of repatriation had been set, and hoped that Ichiro Hatoyama could use this to put pressure. Ichiro Hatoyama, who had just returned to the army, immediately realized after hearing what Alan Wilson said, that this was an opportunity to attack Yoshida Shigeru and avenge his ingratitude. Mr. Wilson, I apologize to Britain and other countries for the neglect they have suffered in this matter. Ichiro Hatoyama realized that this was an opportunity and bowed directly to express his apologies for this matter. Those prisoners of war were also blinded by militarism, and they must return to their own countries. Yoshida Shigeru and Ikeda Hayato's attitude in this matter was irresponsible. The Japanese have the habit of bowing, and Alan Wilson couldn't refuse. He accepted it directly and gave a voice from the United States when he met with the US military before. The United States hopes that Japan has basic self-defense capabilities. Ichiro Hatoyama has always advocated the revision of Article 9, and now MacArthur, who kicked Ichiro Hatoyama off the Prime Minister's throne, has returned to the United States in disgrace. It can be said that the biggest obstacle is gone. Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence that Hatoyama Ichiro returned to work after MacArthur left Japan. He couldn't recover after 5 years of recuperation. He recovered right after MacArthur left. Even Alan Wilson, a British man, could see the trick. It was nothing more than Hatoyama Ichiro felt the opportunity to make a comeback after MacArthur left. Now Alan Wilson came to the door, which was an active knife-handing operation. Yoshida Shigeru was holding on to the position of Prime Minister, so he used the issue of the repatriation of prisoners of war to attack. It didn't take long for Alan Wilson and Hatoyama Ichiro to reach a consensus that the repatriation of prisoners of war should start immediately. The two were responsible for a part respectively. Alan Wilson was responsible for overseas public opinion to let Japan feel the attitude of the enemies of the free world. Hatoyama Ichiro gathered the Japanese parliamentarians who were still loyal to him and used the issue of prisoners of war to attack Yoshida Shigeru's cabinet. For Hatoyama Ichiro, who had just returned but had been poured a basin of cold water by Yoshida Shigeru, the issue of prisoners of war could be said to be a good knife. He and Alan Wilson hit it off. In a good mood, Hatoyama Ichiro even wanted to stay for dinner with Alan Wilson to experience Japanese culture. Alan Wilson declined. In the minds of Chinese netizens in the 21st century, the so-called Japanese culture is equivalent to romantic action movies. Various reproductive diseases are rampant in the US military, and even MacArthur has been infected. He thinks it is better to be careful. Chapter 611, Hatoyama's Attack. After the uninvited guests left, Kishibe Yasuke, who expressed goodwill towards Ichiro Hatoyama's return, showed up to discuss the new situation. The cherry blossom season has passed, but this did not stop Alan Wilson from expressing his curiosity about Tokyo, the heart of Japan. It would be a pity if he did not walk around this world-famous city after all the hard work. Although he thought he should dedicate everything to the British Empire, it would not be a waste to go around. In Alan Wilson's mind, from now until the 21st century, Tokyo will usher in a status that Japan has never had in the world, representing the highest level of development in the entire Asia. Although the hardware facilities of the Magic City in the 21st century have caught up with Tokyo, there is still a little difference in some details. Ginza is the most famous place for foreigners. In fact, it was the most prosperous part of Tokyo before the war. Although in a city with a different civilization and even a completely unfamiliar one, Vivian Leigh felt unprecedented comfort holding the man's hand. Only in this place could she feel that this man belonged to her completely. That was enough. She had to consider the man's career and her own age, and not be too greedy. What's more, Alan Wilson never expressed any dissatisfaction because of her age, and even stopped her from having plastic surgery on her face, preferring to see the national treasure slowly aging. What do you think of this city? Alan Wilson took Vivian Leigh's hand and asked during the stroll. It's better than Kuala Lumpur and Hong Kong, or about the same. The pace of life in Japan seems to be very fast. Everyone seems to be in a hurry. Vivian Leigh tilted her head and expressed her opinion. The eyes are very sharp. This city can even be compared with New York and London. Alan Wilson nodded after listening. As for the pace of life, it's just that Britain has passed that time. Fortunately, the Industrial Revolution emerged from Britain. The suffering that should be suffered has been suffered by European countries hundreds of years ago. As for the bad sea conditions in the North Atlantic, it is impossible to estimate how many people have been buried in the Atlantic since the beginning of the colonial era. The nickname of the storm ocean is definitely not in vain. Can it be compared with New York and London? Whether I agree or not, Americans think that there is no city in the world that can compare with New York. Vivian Leigh whispered with a smile. Be careful that our allies will be dissatisfied. New York will sooner or later become a city with aging facilities and filth. There will be new cities emerging, just like after Napoleon III transformed Paris. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, this is an inevitable trend. Tokyo still has a lot of room for transformation. Do you want me to hoard land? Vivian Leigh thought of Alan Wilson's suggestion to her to hoard land in Hong Kong and said, no, it's not easy. Alan Wilson shook his head decisively, thought for a while and said, Hong Kong's objective conditions are only one in the world. It is unimaginable to make a fortune there. It is not easy for us to reach out to Japan. The main thing is to see what the Americans do. Now Japan has not fully recovered from the war, and it is too early to hoard land. At least it will be in time to wait for 20 years. Besides, isn't it easier to wait for the United States to reap the Japanese stock market? While walking slowly with Vivian Leigh on the streets of Tokyo, Japan, whose presence has been greatly reduced since the war, has appeared on the headlines of newspapers in various countries again. This time it is about the repatriation of prisoners of war. The Australians originally wanted the Japanese prisoners of war to complete the preliminary development of the iron ore before repatriating them, but the British Malaya had an incident of attacking the prisoner of war camp. If the ruler of Malaya was not the British, Australia would probably not care. but it was precisely after the incident of attacking the prisoner of war camp that the British decided to repatriate. After consideration, the Australian government took a concerted action. After all, Australians believe most in the saying that blood is thicker than water, and following the British policy has become a foregone conclusion. With such a little brother, Britain should be very lucky. Unfortunately, Britain has always been the last in the world in maintaining cohesion. Not to mention compared with civilized countries with a long history, even France can't compare. Ireland, which is so close, can't be assimilated. Britain's low ability in maintaining centripetal force can be seen. Fortunately, Australia was not affected by its lame motherland and once again took on the role of a pioneer. Major Australian media launched a concerted and fierce attack on Japan's refusal to accept prisoners of war and leaving them to fend for themselves overseas. Soon, the not-so-distant memories of World War II, including the Japanese massacre of Australian prisoners of war, the killing of European expatriates in Southeast Asia, and the fact that women were used as comfort women, were all dug up by the Australian media. 5 years after the end of World War II, Japan, which has become the rear base supporting the US military operations on the peninsula, has once again become the target of Australia's verbal criticism. Australia's first attack was just the beginning, and then Britain, Portugal and the Netherlands followed suit. Especially British Malaya. This was not Alan Wilson deliberately leading the anti-Japanese storm, but it was still related to him in Tokyo. The reason was that Alan Wilson, in the name of post-war attack on the prisoner of war camps, used most of British Malaya's fiscal expenditure this year to buy a batch of the most expensive aspirin in history. The funding promised by London at the previous Kuala Lumpur conference just went around and returned to London's hands. Theoretically, British Malaya has no fiscal surplus this year, and all the money has been spent on treating prisoners of war and repatriating them. Therefore, the criticism of Japan by major newspapers in British Malaya at this time is absolutely sincere and without any falsehood. The fifth battle on the peninsula is in full swing. Ridgway, who succeeded MacArthur, was not as narcissistic as his predecessor. He soon noticed the instability in the rear area. On the one hand, he asked the new commander of the 8th Army, James Van Fleet, to continue to make military deployments according to the plan. The US military adopted the tactics of gradually retreating, maintaining contact, and killing a large number of enemy manpower. Prepare to launch a counterattack when the opponent is expected to be unsustainable in the Sunday offensive. Ridgway himself sent a telegram to ask what happened in Japan. At this time, the US military was brewing a counterattack. If Japan was unstable, it would definitely affect the front line. It was learned that it was because of the delay in the issue of prisoners of war that the British side became dissatisfied and launched a fierce attack on Japan in conjunction with the Netherlands, Portugal and Australia. Ridgway began to ask the Far East Command in the rear about the situation. At this time, Ichiro Hatoyama, who had joined forces with his old subordinates, took a few days to formally attack the Yoshida Shigeru cabinet in the Diet and in public opinion. First, Ichiro Hatoyama criticized the Yoshida Shigeru cabinet for not caring about the worker prisoners of war in Japan's largest Sankei Shimbun. So much so that Japan is now being criticized by the United Kingdom, Australia, the Netherlands and Portugal. The interview was very fierce, and Ichiro Hatoyama used it to vent his anger at being betrayed by Yoshida Shigeru. Yoshida Shigeru, along with his right-hand man Ikeda Hayato and others, were the focus of Ichiro Hatoyama's firepower. A day later, Ichiro Hatoyama arrived at the Great Power Diet building and expressed his views on the repatriation of prisoners of war amid the cheers and support of a group of former members of the Diet. There are more than 500,000 soldiers in the hands of Britain, Australia, the Netherlands and Portugal. These soldiers were deceived by the previous military and are still paying the price today. They have been away from Japan for more than 5 years. When Britain expressed its willingness to release these Japanese and return home, our Prime Minister pretended not to hear it. I don't understand why. Doesn't Prime Minister Yoshida Shigeru know how many countries are criticizing Japan now? How can we be ostriches and ignore the situation of hundreds of thousands of Japanese and pretend that nothing has happened? Ichiro Hatoyama loudly questioned Yoshida Shigeru in front of the current members of the Diet. Does the Prime Minister think that, as long as we are willing to obey the arrangements of the United States, we can solve all problems? Then why is Japan being criticized again now? Ichiro Hatoyama's attack made the Diet boil all of a sudden. Many members who supported Ichiro Hatoyama applauded or expressed their support for Ichiro Hatoyama. This speech was soon serialized by major newspapers including the Sankei Shimbun. For a time, Yoshida Shigeru was criticized by all walks of life for his evasive attitude on the issue of repatriation of prisoners of war. Although the old Japanese soldiers were not as respected as they were before the war, and some social problems had already emerged. But these are not excuses for turning a blind eye. After all, this involves political correctness, and we cannot let hundreds of thousands of Japanese wander around without care. Ichiro Hatoyama, who spoke out about this matter, should have been the first Prime Minister of Japan after the war. If MacArthur had not forced Ichiro Hatoyama in the name of the occupation army, the current Prime Minister should have been Ichiro Hatoyama, not Yoshida Shigeru. Even now, Ichiro Hatoyama still has a large number of supporters in Congress. Such a heavyweight politician spoke out because of the issue of prisoners of war, coupled with political correctness, made Japanese public opinion unprecedentedly consistent, and pulled Yoshida Shigeru into the vortex. Mr. Wilson, we already understand Britain's attitude, but there is no need for this. Lieutenant General George Stuttermere, commander of the Far East Air Force, took the initiative to come to the British Embassy to talk about this matter. Lieutenant General George Stuttermere had already understood the whole story. After all, this was Japan, a country under the control of the US military stationed in Japan. After some investigation, the US military intelligence agency quickly grasped the purpose of Alan Wilson's visit to Japan and the Japanese government's deaf muteness. Dear General, in fact, my time is also very precious. I finally came to Japan once. Of course I hope that things will come to a conclusion, but the Japanese adopted a delaying tactic. It is simply an insult to the career of a civil servant. Alan Wilson laughed, but still spoke in a friendly manner regarding the Japanese's superficial politeness, but opposition in principle. I think it is completely natural to exert necessary pressure. All the consequences should also be borne by these inaction Japanese officials. Chapter 612 The first batch of prisoners of war. Alan Wilson understood that the appearance of the Far East Air Force commander in front of him was also a reminder to stop at the right time. Japan is a place for Americans. For example, Alan Wilson has met with Japanese political bigwigs. As the military representative of the US military stationed in Japan, Lieutenant General George felt very uncomfortable. Alan Wilson also hinted that he had no intention of making trouble in Japan. To put it bluntly, Britain did not have the ability to do so. This response made Lieutenant General George very satisfied. The British still knew their own weight. On the one hand, Britain was making trouble in Japan, or in Japan under the control of the United States, which was indeed beyond its ability. On the other hand, Alan Wilson also respected the US military stationed in Japan, especially Lieutenant General George in front of him. The US Far East Air Force will be very important in the next few years, and there is no need to offend the other side. After 5 large-scale battles, the two sides should have an understanding of each other. In fact, the story of the Meiji Corridor appeared in large numbers, and it was only after the 5 battles that it was reported in large numbers. The reason is that there was no progress on the ground, and the United States relied more on the Far East Air Force to gain the initiative in the war, which made the battle over the peninsula more intense. Considering that Lieutenant General George was an American, Alan Wilson was embarrassed to mention Hokkaido in front of the Japanese, but sincerely wished that the US military could quickly break the deadlock. It would be great if the British government could be as easy to talk to as Mr. Wilson. Lieutenant General George did not think too much and heard Alan Wilson's good wishes for the war and responded in a friendly manner. Alan Wilson smiled helplessly. Dear General, we can't control the affairs of politicians. And to be honest, most members of the current Whitehall understand that Britain is no longer what it used to be. What colleagues want is to get a suitable pension and live a stable and ordinary life. Alan Wilson felt that if his career was not going well, he could consider holding on to Vivian Leig's thigh and joining the entertainment industry. If he prepared for a few years, he would definitely get the title of an old actor and support each other with many actresses who left their names in history. Lieutenant General George's attitude was very good, and Alan Wilson also expressed good wishes. The unpleasantness of Britain not participating in the war, the two of them did not mention it in tacit understanding. After talking for a while, they also made clear each other's bottom line. Lieutenant General George confirmed that the British did not know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, and they did not make trouble on the American territory, so the two sides still maintained the special relationship between Britain and the United States. But I heard that Mr. Hatoyama seemed to want to rebuild the national defense system. Alan Wilson said, not betraying anyone. Many people knew Hatoyama Ichiro's proposal. In fact, I personally don't object to establishing a certain self-defense force alone. It depends mainly on Washington's attitude. As a soldier, Lieutenant General George was unwilling to express his position on political matters at this time. The reason was very simple. The five-star Emperor MacArthur, who had been nagging President Truman, had just left not long ago. You may not know what happened to the faction that participated in the Korean War in history. Alan Wilson laughed in his heart. Including MacArthur, including Ridgway and Van Fleet, they all interrupted their careers and withdrew from the frontline troops when they reached the age. Even Van Fleet, who had a low sense of presence, was questioned by Washington because of the waste of ammunition, because of Van Fleet's ammunition. In the end, Van Fleet was transferred away. This is in stark contrast to the Eisenhower Group, which will continue to shine in the future US military. In fact, before the Korean War, MacArthur, whose reputation far exceeded Eisenhower, was later surpassed by Eisenhower. This answer can be seen by anyone. When bidding farewell to Lieutenant General George, Alan Wilson also mentioned that he was about to get married and would invite a friend to the wedding, but he didn't know if the other party would have time. Who is it? Lieutenant General George asked back with curiosity. Oh, Congressman McCarthy, we have been keeping in touch through letters. Alan Wilson smiled reservedly. He didn't invite any friends to his wedding. In addition to his colleagues in Whitehall, he only planned to invite McCarthy. Although Pamela Mountbatten said that she was unwilling to make a big fuss in terms of General Mountbatten's connections and the fact that his colleagues in Whitehall might show up, there was a limit to not making a big fuss. It's just that it doesn't need to be known to everyone. This is actually a good opportunity for McCarthy. Once he received the invitation, McCarthy would be very willing, because he also needed to show up on such an important occasion to raise his status. When Lieutenant General George left, he congratulated Alan Wilson because of McCarthy's name, and the special relationship between Britain and the United States was further consolidated. Humph. Alan Wilson snorted lightly and turned back to the ambassador's office in Japan. Tea. Please serve tea. Lieutenant General George's personal reminder. Can it be said that the warning worked? That's what he thought. A team of more than a dozen professional journalists, actually MI6 agents carefully selected by Philby, arrived in Tokyo. These people arrived in Tokyo not to do anything to Japan, but to prepare to enter the battlefield on the peninsula as war correspondents. The real purpose is to secretly investigate the massacre of civilians by the US and South Korean troops in the war in the next few years. Alan Wilson remembered that the US military had done more than one such concentrated massacre. The reason why the Korean left was restless throughout the Cold War and was always ready to make a move, forcing the United States to rely on the military government to suppress it, was because there was clear evidence of many massacres, and the US military itself admitted it. Investigating this matter is not the British Empire's intention to help the weak and suppress the strong. After all, the United States is too strong. Instead, it is to seize the handle in hand, and it is good for Britain to be prepared. Philby, the designated successor of MI6, was very willing to help in this matter. He used his power to set up this team of agents affiliated with major media, and there were completely legitimate media people to come to help. Even if he is a traitor, it depends on how to use him. Alan Wilson recognized Philby's efficiency. From the experience of the attack on the prisoner of war camps in northern Rhodesia and Malaya, Alan Wilson was told that in addition to the binding of interests, joint crime is also a good way to bind each other, and the existence of such things as letters of surrender makes sense. If evidence of the large-scale massacre of civilians by the US military in the war can be seized, Britain may be able to get out of it unscathed at a critical moment. Alan Wilson certainly hopes that Britain can rely on its strength to preserve the interests in its hands. But if it can't do it, it is understandable to use some tricks to make the United States stop. I do believe Phil B, but we should create an opportunity to see if these agents are professional enough. See if they can step into the role of reporters. Alan Wilson looked at the agents on this mission in front of Burgess and asked, "A group of prisoners of war will arrive in Tokyo soon, and a scene that will test your photography skills is about to appear. Alan, what do you want to do?" Burgess frowned. He couldn't judge Alan Wilson's behavior, but the two things didn't seem to be related. Repatriating prisoners of war, the end of the war is something worth celebrating after all. Alan Wilson changed the subject and asked in a low voice, "Among the employees of the embassy, there are no people who keep Japanese mistresses. Given the current conditions in Japan, I believe there are definitely some. Just tell me the purpose." Burgess frowned slightly, speechless about Alan Wilson's thinking. It's very simple. How to set the headline for the repatriation of prisoners of war. Here's what I think. The best photo for the front page headline is a photo of ragged and even a little wretched Japanese prisoners of war returning home, walking on the bustling streets of Japan, and in the background is a young Japanese woman happily holding the hand of an American soldier stationed in Japan. It's best if these two images are in the same photo. Burgess's eyes turned a little unfriendly when he said this. Alan Wilson hurriedly explained, "Burgess, don't look at me like that. You have worked in the media before, and you should know something about the conscience of the British Empire. There are benefits to doing this. Maybe it can reduce the hostility of the Australians, right? In fact, it doesn't matter whether it reduces the hostility of Australia or not. What matters is that it can create a famous image. Even the current British Malaya needs this image. Only the Japanese are unhappy, and everyone is happy, so why not do it? All that is needed is to borrow a set of American military uniforms and a Japanese young woman with a good image." It took several minutes to get Burgess to agree. The test of the agent's professional ability was released. If they passed it successfully, they would definitely appear on the front pages of Australia, Britain, the Netherlands and Portugal. According to the Time, the first batch of prisoners of war from East Malaysia had been loaded on board. Ichiro Hatoyama was waiting for this opportunity to increase his influence. During the waiting time, the fifth battle on the peninsula, which had lasted for a month, did not break the deadlock between the two sides. As the battle stopped, Alan Wilson discussed the situation on the peninsula with Burgess and said it should be transformed into a low-intensity war, or a security war. If it becomes like this, it will not be easy for the United States to end the war in a short period of time. If it were you, how would I respond? Burgess asked when he saw Alan Wilson's confident look. It can't be solved in modern society unless the Americans expand the massacre of civilians 100 times. Alan Wilson shook his head decisively. I guess the Soviets will be very happy. In other words, the Americans encountered their own Boer War. Burgess found an example. It's hard to say. Alan Wilson did not answer this question. In fact, the Vietnam War fits Burgess's definition better. On June 9th, the ship carrying the first batch of repatriated prisoners of war slowly approached the shore in Tokyo Bay. Ichiro Hatoyama, who had already prepared, was waiting at the dock with his congressional supporters. Chapter 613 Preparing for Marriage. This batch of prisoners of war left East Malaysia half a month ago. They were all from Tokyo, and were the first batch of prisoners of war to be repatriated. This attracted the attention of all walks of life in Japan. Ichiro Hatoyama, who had been working for the return of prisoners of war, certainly would not miss this opportunity and even prepared a touching speech. The responsibility for the outbreak of the war could be pushed onto the military, and from now on, the new Japan would start anew. Finding a floor with a wide view and a good angle, Alan Wilson and Ambassador to Japan Burgess sat down and did what they should do at the right time, drinking a cup of afternoon tea, or drinking wine, if it was at night. As for the agents sent by Philby, they were already in position and ready to leave a classic photo to prove their business ability. Even the Soviet Union began to repatriate prisoners of war last year. In fact, it's a bit late for us to do this. Burgess held a teacup and saw that he had to wait for a while before the ship docked. He chatted with Alan Wilson, and the effect is not good. The Soviet Union carried out ideological transformation on the prisoners of war of the Japanese Kwantung Army, right? I heard that it aroused the vigilance of Japanese public opinion, but most of the Soviet prisoners of war should not be repatriated. It would be more appropriate to send them to Hokkaido. Alan Wilson said with a puzzled look on his face. In fact, with the land in Hokkaido, as long as the population carrying capacity is not exceeded, life should not be difficult. I heard that the climate in Hokkaido is similar to that in the mainland, but I haven't been there. Burgess shook his head slightly, indicating that he himself did not understand it. After all, Japan is still very strict in preventing information infiltration from the Soviet Union. To be precise, the climate is worse than that in the mainland. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, but the population is not comparable. The mainland area is already very crowded with 50 million people. Due to the poor land and bad climate in the UK, most fruits cannot grow locally. Most of the fruits in the UK are imported from the Iberian Peninsula. This is not Alan Wilson's implication of the British mainland. There are very few island countries in the world with rich land. In fact, among the island countries, Japan's land has excellent agricultural conditions. As for the top island agriculture, it has to be the core island of Java in Indonesia. The advantage of Britain over Japan and Indonesia is that Britain has coal and iron mines, which are enough to support the needs of the Industrial Revolution. Burgess, what do you think of the Japanese Socialist Party? Alan Wilson asked the ambassador to Japan. From my observation, Americans are very wary of this party. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with the United States. If Prime Minister Attlee was Japanese, there might be American agents watching his doorstep every day. Burgess shook his head slightly and said, I can't see any development in the short term. Alan Wilson nodded. Although the Japanese Socialist Party retained a certain strength during the Cold War, it was like the presence of the Italian Communist Party. It was a powerful opposition party, but could not break through. There was a 1955 system in Japan, that is, after the two major parties merged into the Liberal Democratic Party, they held power until the end of the Cold War. There was a similar phenomenon in Italian politics during the Cold War, and the status of the Christian Democratic Party and the Liberal Democratic Party was similar. After the end of the Cold War, the South Korean military government also wanted to form a super party like the Liberal Democratic Party, but the times have changed, and the South Korean left eventually came to power and entered the alternation of the two parties. If an electoral country wants to govern for a long time, it must be backed by economic growth. The Liberal Democratic Party has long controlled the Japanese political arena, which has overwhelmed the Socialist Party during the Cold War and the subsequent Komeito and Democratic Party. The reason is that the Liberal Democratic Party is a hodgepodge party. The Liberal Democratic Party has no propositions and programs, and is deeply tied to the Japanese chaebol. In fact, the Japanese political arena is more solidified than the American political arena. In front of the Japanese establishment, the American establishment is just a joke. However, now that Hokkaido has been lost, it is hard to say whether Japan will be the same as in the future. In addition, there is competition from British Malaya in the early stage, which makes it even more difficult to predict. If economic development is not smooth, perhaps the Liberal Democratic Party's dominance will turn into alternation between the two parties. This is a possible impact of British Malaya's qualification to compete. As for Hokkaido, if the Soviet Union annexed Hokkaido and Japan has always refused to recognize it, the Soviet Union will prevent it from even entering the United Nations. No one knew what the political impact would be. While the two were chatting casually, the ship full of prisoners of war had already sounded its whistle. From a distance, many soldiers wearing old Japanese military uniforms could be seen on the deck, and people were surging. Because of the distance, Alan Wilson could not see the expressions of these prisoners of war. Were they full of mixed feelings? Were they in tears? They had finally ended their 5-year prisoner of war life, and their tears were about to fall, right? Alan Wilson, who had been prepared, took out a telescope, which made Burgess's face full of helplessness. Why did he seem to do this kind of thing often? Burgess didn't know that the people Alan Wilson left photos of included, but were not limited to Hedy Lamarr, Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, Greta Garbo and Ingrid Bergman, Paulette Goddard, Lana Turner, Joan Bennett, and even Margaret. Photographic technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, not to mention a small telescope. With the help of the telescope, he could see the expressions of the Japanese prisoners of war coming down from the ship more clearly. Ichiro Hatoyama had already come down from the dock and started his speech, expressing his sincere reflections on the war and his optimism about Japan's future development. Because of the radio, Ichiro Hatoyama's speech transcended space and sounded in front of Alan Wilson and Burgess. With Ichiro as Oll's translation, both of them knew what it meant. "Oh, Alan, didn't Mr. Hatoyama express his reflections on the war?" Burgess couldn't stand Alan Wilson's weird look and couldn't help but speak up to stop this ungentlemanly behavior. Is it anti-war or anti-defeat? These are two different questions. Let alone Japan, I wouldn't believe the Germans, even if they apologized 8 times a day. Alan Wilson sneered, "Don't forget how long we supported Japan, and we were finally bitten, but I believe the Americans will not make the same mistake." It has to be said that Ichiro Hatoyama did his homework to make a formal comeback. Alan Wilson listened for a while. If it weren't for Ichiro Ozawa's translation, Ichiro Hatoyama could consider taking up a post in Whitehall. As Ichiro Hatoyama's speech, which combined reflections on defeat and chicken soup for the future, ended, these ragged prisoners of war returned to Japanese soil after 5 years at a dock full of political correctness. Many prisoners of war who were forced to work for 5 years had tears in their eyes, and they probably loved this land deeply. Although they would soon be taught a lesson by the post-war society, the homesickness at this moment, even Alan Wilson, who was watching the excitement with a telescope, felt a little sympathy that should not have appeared. Although it only appeared for a second, it finally appeared. This kind of scene, even the Japanese can't help but sigh. Burgess also looked at the scene of the prisoners of war disembarking surrounded by Japanese people, and was moved. Think about the scene of the expeditionary army returning home 5 years ago. Alan Wilson reminded Burgess with a cold face, and said faintly, "I heard that there have been 70,000 cross-border marriages between Britain and Germany in the past 5 years. Can you guess what the reason is?" He didn't lie. As long as the 3 occupied areas were not merged, the British Occupied Area Trade Committee would be in operation. That was where Alan Wilson had worked hard, and the figures provided by the Trade Committee would not lie. I just don't know if it has anything to do with the cross-border wedding he facilitated. Anyway, it has become a trend for veterans to marry German girls after the war. In recent years, the feminist movement in the UK has suffered a devastating blow. The resurrected Ichiro Hatoyama has received enough exposure on the matter of repatriating prisoners of war. Major Japanese newspapers, including the Sankei Shimbun, have highly praised Ichiro Hatoyama's speech. As for the media in other countries, the style of writing is a little distorted. The relevant reports in Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal and Australia are all based on the comparison photos of Japanese prisoners of war in ragged clothes and tall American soldiers hugging Japanese girls. The sales are still very high. Under the aggressive coercion of Ichiro Hatoyama, the current Prime Minister Yoshida Shigeru can no longer continue to perfunctory. In the subsequent speech to the parliament, he took the initiative to propose that ships will be sent to bring back the prisoners of war scattered in Southeast Asia and held in the hands of Britain, the Netherlands, Australia, and Portugal. It can be said that Ichiro Hatoyama successfully repatriated the prisoners of war this time and successfully brushed enough presents after his comeback. There is still a fight with Yoshida Shigeru in the future. Alan Wilson also achieved his goal. He finally brought these prisoners of war who had lost their value and could only eat back to Japan. At least his trip to Japan has been a complete success. The repatriated prisoners of war are actually nothing. They just have broken bones, limping or bandaged arms, or missing a thumb, and cannot perform high-intensity labor. It was also on this day that the 5th battle on the peninsula officially ended. Unlike the previous ones, it seemed that the two sides did not intend to continue the fight immediately. The Mi-6 agents, who had already proven their professionalism, also entered the Korean peninsula in the name of British foreign correspondents at this time, and began their investigation journey. Alan Wilson, who was packing his luggage, reflected his usual style of withdrawing immediately after the matter was done without any dragging. This made Burgess, who was trying to keep him, speechless, and he could only say, maybe there are too many things in Malaya, and you are busy enough at work. That's not that important. Alan Wilson buckled his suitcase and replied, the main thing is that I promised Pamela that I would get married after the repatriation of the prisoners of war. I have to go back now to prepare for the wedding. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614, Ali Khan, the King of Sabah. Time is precious. Alan Wilson moved quickly and left Japan as soon as he could. His efficiency surprised Burgess. Among the civil servants of the British Empire, this imperial hawk in front of him was definitely an outlier. Unlike the laxity of ordinary civil servants, it was as if he came from another country, that is, Japan, where Burgess was. Sometimes Burgess felt that Alan Wilson was suitable for this fast-paced country. Hearing Burgess's joke, Alan Wilson remained calm. The pace of his country in his previous life was not slower than that of Japan. It can even be said that after Japan fell into stagnation, his motherland has surpassed the blue. In the eyes of many Chinese, Japan, South Korea and even South Korea are examples of summer busyness. Long overtime is just a habitual legacy, and no matter how hard you work, you can't achieve class leap. In China, no matter what, many people still believe that hard work can change their destiny. They are all hardworking, but not the same hardworking. The difference here is difficult to explain to Burgess, a pure British. Britain is a society that has already solidified. Not to mention the time when Alan Wilson appeared. Even if it was 100 years earlier, Britain would have been like this. Burgess could not understand this mentality because he could not even imagine it. After waiting for Vivian Leigh for a day, the two had boarded the passenger ship back to Malaya. I set up a branch in Tokyo and plan to tap some talents in music and screen. Vivian Leigh mentioned the gains of this trip to Japan and painted a grand blueprint. Good idea. Alan Wilson agreed after listening. Japan's overall population quality is second to none in Asia at present. It is not completely a normal country now. If you want to lay out, you should start as soon as possible. You said before that it is difficult to reach out to Japan. Vivian Leigh was a little blaming and mentioned the difficulties that Alan Wilson mentioned before. Except for the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry is a subtle industry. Most countries will not take precautions. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly and said, it is definitely not so easy for the manufacturing industry. If you lay a good foundation now, the rewards will be great in the future. In later generations, Japan has long been the world's second largest audiovisual market, and its film market was later surpassed by China. But music has been ranked second in the world for many years. The market is mature and complete, and the creativity is also very strong. Korean groups usually choose to enter the Japanese market when they debut, and Japan's music itself is also very strong. Before the outbreak of the Korean wave, Japanese music was also popular in the world. Japanese music has been covered by various Hong Kong and Taiwan singers, and there are countless examples. Vivian Leigh wants to make a layout in Japan, and Alan Wilson certainly understands that this is a good development direction. But I suggest that you still hold shares to support the market, and don't let someone from United Artists come to manage. Let the Japanese do the execution work. Vivian Leigh was very surprised and said incredulously, why? Obviously, the talent pool in the United States is richer. The talent pool in the United States is richer. That is to deal with the American market. The Japanese are still better at managing Japanese people. American management talents living in Japan will only be uncomfortable. Alan Wilson said firmly, just listen to me. If it comes to South Korea, Vivian Leigh's suggestion of directly using Americans to manage it is acceptable. In the final analysis, South Korea lacks cultural heritage. Even the garbage thrown by the United States can be turned into a military pot. Koreans have a serious psychological admiration for the strong and are easily influenced by the strong culture. Japan is different. Japan has the ability to absorb and transform foreign cultures, and later generations have also become the base camp for original music in Asia. This has to be said about our great China. Unlike the film market, the music market in China has always been a wasteland. I thought you looked down on Japan, but I didn't expect that you had such a high opinion of Japan. Vivian Leigh was really surprised. If I remember correctly, this was the first time she heard Alan Wilson talk about Japan's advantages. I really look down on Japan, but specific things need to be analyzed specifically. Alan Wilson said that Vivian Leigh had not heard it wrong before. Do you think I'm a brainless egomaniac? I'm not an American. It was already late June when he returned to Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson sent a telegram to Pamela Mountbatten in London and then dealt with some affairs that had recently left Malaya. After taking office for a year, he had almost gathered everything that the current British Empire could provide for British Malaya. By the way, he also found an opportunity to pit Japan, although it is hard to estimate whether it will have a big impact. But it can be said that he has tried his best. If Malaya still cannot take off smoothly, it is not his problem. Elisa said something, saying that the US hopes to release an American businessman who was arrested some time ago. This matter is very funny when it is explained in detail. There is a temporary management regulation in British Malaya that prohibits the sale of condoms. This is to promote the population growth in British Malaya. After all, there are not many bad places in British Malaya, and the population of about 10 million is really not enough. The potential for population growth is still very large. Following the example of Northern Rhodesia's prohibition of drug smuggling, Alan Wilson copied and came up with a regulation prohibiting the smuggling of condoms to promote population growth. He forgot about this regulation after it was issued, but he didn't expect that someone would really be arrested for this regulation. Pay the fine and let him go. He should be grateful for my magnanimity. If it was Northern Rhodesia smuggling drugs, the Slavs would not let him go so easily. Alan Wilson said helplessly, Americans are really interesting. They are crazy about money. Elisa nodded, and at the same time a report of detailed population statistics came out. The content of this report is fertility statistics. According to the general view of later generations, a fertility rate of 2.1 can basically maintain population balance. If it is lower than 2.1, a country's population will theoretically experience negative growth. Of course, once negative growth really occurs, it will be impossible to stop it, because with the addition of technology, the lifespan of the population has been extended, and many people who have passed the childbearing age can still live for decades. Before this group of people die, there will be no major changes in the numbers. The fertility rate of the East Asian population is generally below 2, which Alan Wilson despises them. In his hometown of northeast China, the fertility rate has been maintained at 1.0 for a long time. The population loss in northeast China is not as serious as imagined, but because the fertility rate has been at a low level for decades, many people are very close to the death tide, so the population is decreasing rapidly. If the statistics that Elisa brought out are very reliable, then the current fertility rate of the Chinese community in British Malaya is 8. The fertility rate of the Malays is even higher. It seems that there is no need to worry about the population problem in the short term. The fertility rate of 8 is actually a very scary number. In the future, even in African countries, the fertility rate of 6 is considered the highest. The number of 8 is unheard of in the 21st century. However, in the current world, this number is not very outrageous, and this number will definitely decrease with economic development. When the population of New China exploded, the fertility rate was 6. It's just that, because China's population base is too large, the power of this 6 is far greater than that of Africa today. After some simple calculations, Alan Wilson estimated the approximate arrival time of 20 million and 30 million people in British Malaya, and felt that there was no problem. If everything goes well, British Malaya should be as good as Japan in Asia. It took a few days to rush to deal with the backlog of official business. At this time, Alan Wilson received a telegram from London. When the private secretary handed it over, he thought it was a reply from Pamela Mountbatten, but it was not. This telegram came from Whitehall and talked about very important things. It was about the result of Lord Sheffield Maggins going to Hyderabad to meet Ali Khan. After bargaining, Ali Khan, the former Maharaja of Hyderabad, still could not tolerate the result of losing the crown and was very willing to bring his wealth to benefit British Malaya. Lord Sheffield transferred the ruling power of the British Malaya Sabah state to Ali Khan at a price of £74 million, and also asked Ali Khan to take out £20 million to develop Sabah's economy after becoming the monarch of Sabah. Ali Khan agreed to all these conditions one by one, and Ali Khan would choose a suitable time to leave India and arrive at his new territory Sabah. About £100 million. Alan Wilson took the telegram and calculated the total cost, $280 million US. This figure is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, and it is not a small amount of money for Ali Khan, but it is definitely within the range of affordability. Alan Wilson's intuitive feeling is that Whitehall is really black. When the cabinet secretary asked earlier, Alan Wilson's answer was that £50 million was the basis, but £100 million might be a bit too much. In the end, Mackin still asked Ali Khan to take out the sky-high price of £100 million. London has decided to adopt a direct management model for British Malaya. Sabah is impossible to become a semi-independent state like Hyderabad. Alan Wilson called back to Whitehall and asked Ali Khan if he knew the difference. The reply from Whitehall was that Ali Khan knew clearly that the Sultan of British Malaya could not exercise the right to rule. Since Ali Khan had already agreed, Alan Wilson naturally had no choice but to wait for the arrival of the monarch of Sabah. His top priority now was to return to London to spend some time dealing with the marriage. Pamela Mountbatten had been with him for 5 years. If he continued to drag it out, even Alan Wilson himself would feel it was outrageous. In fact, Pamela Mountbatten, who was far away in London, had been waiting with all her heart since her fiancé talked about getting married last time. Alan Wilson would deal with the prisoner of war issue and complete their wedding. She was not disappointed. Alan Wilson, who returned to Kuala Lumpur, sent a telegram as soon as possible, dealt with the backlog of official business, and returned to London to discuss the marriage. The most impressive thing about him is that he is very credible and can be trusted unconditionally. Pamela Mountbatten, holding the telegram, said happily in front of Crown Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret. Crown Princess Elizabeth expressed her congratulations with a smile, but Princess Margaret had a blank expression on her face and even looked a little distraught. Chapter 615. Pamela is eagerly awaiting. Pamela Mountbatten didn't notice this. At this moment, she was immersed in happiness. She had dreamed of this day for several years. She had thought about it many times and even simulated hundreds of different wedding scenes in her mind. But she never took the initiative to urge Alan Wilson. She knew that this man was most interested in politics and was an official fan who was willing to devote everything to politics. This was not a shortcoming. She was willing to wait. Year after year, the two had known each other for 5 years. Now, Pamela Mountbatten finally saw the dawn of ending her long-term love affair, and she would be Mrs. Wilson in the future. When Pamela Mountbatten was caught up in this good news, there were 2 of the most distinguished women in the British Empire as witnesses. It's just that the ideas of the 2 sisters were completely different. Crown Princess Elizabeth was purely congratulating, without any other emotions. Princess Margaret didn't know what she was thinking, but the princess knew very well that her mood was very complicated. She didn't even think it was good news. The small Windsor castle actually had both Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child. Alan Wilson naturally didn't know this. He was in the Administrative Commissioner's office in Kuala Lumpur, thinking about comparing the current situation with the historical situation in 1951. Finding out the differences and analyzing the possible benefits and hidden dangers. The latest major event in the country is that Ernest Bevin, the Foreign Secretary of the post-war Labour cabinet, who later became the Lord Chancellor due to his health, has passed away. However, whether it will affect the unity within the Labour Party is not in London, so it is impossible to judge for the time being. Britain, once the world hegemon, has gone through 2 world wars and now has to temporarily avoid the edge. Just like the choice in history, Britain has formulated a contraction policy, and Alan Wilson also knows that this is inevitable. The times are different, and Britain is unable to preserve the colonies that are still huge. There are still colonies with tens of millions of square kilometers of citizens in its hands, and most of them will definitely become independent in the future. He just hopes that the contraction will not turn into an avalanche. At present, the trend has changed slightly. At least the 400,000 square kilometers of the Royal Territory of Newfoundland can be seen by everyone. If the technology transfer and support of British Malaya can be used to exchange for 2 generations of time to maintain the status quo. If we think about other places, even if Britain loses most of its colonies, it will not end up as a follower. So no matter what, we must first do 2 things. The first is to maintain the current stability of British politics, and the other is to let go when necessary and sell all the colonies at a good price. Only maintain the military strength in key areas. If in the next 20 years, Britain finds that I have served as the chief executive of all the overseas territories that have been preserved, or that they are related to me, wouldn't that be a very exciting thing? Alan Wilson, who was holding afternoon tea, talked to himself in the breeze of the ceiling fan, and began to daydream. We should always have dreams. What if they come true? In her spare time, Alisa, the commissioner of West Malaysia, walked in. As soon as she came in, she saw her boss, who was very proud and drinking afternoon tea. She couldn't help but joked, "Oh, isn't this the commissioner who is about to get married?" According to the Chinese, he is called Lord Zongtang. Listening to Alice's slow and accented Lord Zongtang, Alan Wilson was very pleased and nodded. "Alisa, during my absence, you and Ed'll discuss the affairs of Malaya and be vigilant against all external threats. I know. We should guard against the Soviet Union and the United States." Alisa nodded in understanding and then changed the subject. "These things have precedence, so nothing will happen. My husband is coming to see me, and Ed'll will handle it the same way. Being an enemy of the United States is dangerous, and being an ally of the United States is fatal." Alisa has a deep understanding of Alan Wilson and understands the true psychology of her boss. "Ah, good." Alan Wilson looked embarrassed. "Living apart is not good for the harmony between husband and wife. It's good for you to come. But there may be one more thing I need to trouble you with." "Please go ahead." Alisa agreed happily. "You are my immediate superior. I will not refuse any request, even if it is to formulate a subversion plan for Indonesia. From now on, we have to formulate a long-term plan to disintegrate Indonesia. The purpose is to disintegrate the Sukarno regime, which is a threat to the situation in Southeast Asia." Alan Wilson coughed lightly and turned a deaf ear to the provocation of his subordinates. From the perspective of the interests of the British Empire, the threat of British Malaya will always exist, as long as the Sukarno regime does not collapse. From a personal perspective, it is better if it does not collapse, and Britain can reasonably and legally occupy British Malaya. With the population of Indonesia, it will not be out of the sight of the United States for a long time. Anyway, it is better for him to do it himself than for the Americans to do it, so that things can be guided in a way that is beneficial to the interests of Britain. The United States is ready to surrender to the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson, who bought a bunch of newspapers and boarded Comet 1 to kill time on the road, almost thought he had read it wrong. He scanned it again and found that it was indeed the British Times. Combined with the fact that the 5 recent battles had just ended and there was news of peace talks, Alan Wilson smelled a hint of ill intentions. He knew that Britain had always resisted intervening in the Peninsular War in history and was helpless by the United States, so it sent tens of thousands of people. Almost from the beginning of the inevitable expansion of the scope of the war, it has been nagging for withdrawal. Prime Minister Attlee felt that he was cheated by the Americans, and Churchill, who succeeded him, kept clamoring to withdraw. At that time, the mainstream public opinion in Britain was to promote negotiations, and even very dissatisfied with the length of the peace talks. This time, Britain did not send an expeditionary force. Of course, Britain suffered losses, and the Royal Air Force that was dispatched was also shot down. But for any war involving land warfare, the military expenditure of the Navy and Air Force is not worth mentioning compared with the ground war. The current Korean War is definitely not like the one in history. The United States, which has a lot of blood, must drag the United Kingdom, which has not recovered, to be bled together. At this time, a mainstream British newspaper actually published such an argument. Alan Wilson, who put down his eyes carefully, read the content from beginning to end. The general idea was to support Britain, to increase its military strength in Europe, and help the United States share the defense pressure in Europe. Sharing is sharing. Why must there be such a title? Alan Wilson read it several times and took out another copy of the Daily Telegraph and then the Guardian. Finally, it was concluded that Britain did not want the war to end so quickly because the content of the newspaper was full of paragraphs that implied that the US military's combat effectiveness was not good and were pessimistic about the direction of the war. The key is that ordinary people can't see it, but reading the whole article will form a preconceived feeling. Sure enough, if you don't participate in the war, you will be tough. Alan Wilson can judge with certainty. From the outbreak of the war to now, the United States has spent $15 billion, which makes at least some people in Britain feel very relieved. The great disappointment of Japan's surrender in World War II was finally compensated at this time. Perhaps Admiral Mountbatten, the Royal Navy commander whom Alan Wilson respected the most, was one of them. Britain might not do anything to the United States publicly, but Alan Wilson could think of several bad ways. For example, in the United Nations proposal, he could issue a proposal to stop while the war was going on. He would admit that the United States would suffer a loss and then use public opinion to fight back and forth and openly let the United States and an opponent who was not even the big brother of the enemy camp be on an equal footing. He secretly used public opinion to create a sense of distrust, secretly slandered the US military's poor combat effectiveness, and made it impossible for the open proposal to proceed. This was very dark. You have to know that the United States has been fighting for the position of world hegemony almost since the late 19th century. Finally, after World War II, it achieved its goal, which was simply the realization of the American dream. Now forcing the United States to be on an equal footing with the second in command of the enemy camp is simply to forcibly wake up the American dream. This is absolutely unacceptable to Washington. Sometimes it is not a matter of money, but about the face of the person in charge. Alan Wilson knew that the Korean War did not affect the strength of the United States, and even joined the Vietnam War a few years later. After being hit hard again, he adopted a contraction policy to lick his wounds. It's already this situation, but you still don't forget to stir it up. Just stir it up. Alan Wilson has a deeper understanding of the traditions of the British Empire. High emotional intelligence means being able to take it and let it go, and normal description is that a dog can't change its eating habits. Alan Wilson, who walked out of London Airport, hesitated for a moment. Should he go to Whitehall to stir up trouble first? What about Dubai Airport? Or should he go to see his eagerly awaited fiancée first? In the end, Alan Wilson decided to do business first and deal with Pamela Mountbatten first. As for the small matter of the airport, with the Comet airliner, the star of the current British aviation industry, in hand, he could do it. By the way, Pamela Mountbatten has been thinking about it day and night these days. When she saw this man appear, she didn't care about any etiquette and hung on Alan Wilson like a koala. Holding Pamela Mountbatten in his arms, Alan Wilson poured out all his thoughts in his mind and expressed with deep affection that it felt like a long time since we last met. I know you're busy, I don't mind. Pamela Mountbatten said softly with a smile. It's all your fault that my heart is pounding. Come, let me listen. Holding Pamela Mountbatten and sitting directly on the sofa, Alan Wilson bent down slightly and put his ear on the woman's chest. His face changed. Well, it's really beating very fast. I think my dear can't wait any longer. Hateful. Pamela Mountbatten, with a blushing face, rolled her eyes at the man, but did not refute. The four looked into each other's eyes, and a beautiful day began with a deep and long kiss. The reason why Alan Wilson's legs were weak was just because he had not adjusted to the time difference, and there was absolutely no other reason. Chapter 616 Steam Catapult launched. To be honest, Alan Wilson hated the weather in London, even though it was rare for London to have heavy fog in this season. Although the rain had been falling since early morning, and anyone who stayed outdoors for a minute or two would be soaked, it was no big deal. Hundreds of workers were hiding under black umbrellas and heading towards the factory. The heavy rain was more like a military band, adding excitement to the occasion, with drums and trumpets playing a variety of inspiring marches. Maybe it was only a few minutes, or at most an hour. Alan Wilson used the whole night and the extra time today to make the initial adjustment to the time difference. He now deeply understood that working thousands of miles away was not an easy thing. Apart from the weather, this scene was exactly what he had imagined. Although he had lived here long enough and knew it well, London would never be sunny in his mind. Perhaps the beginning of the colonial era in Britain was also related to the fickle weather in the mainland. Alan Wilson originally thought that he could wait for the weather to improve, but this day was destined to be disappointing. The sun sank behind the dark clouds and the sky quickly darkened. The heavy rain and the deepening night showed that God did not listen to the cry of a mere son-in-law. This rain had no effect on Pamela Mountbatten. As long as this man was by her side, she would not be affected by the endless rain. She was even glad that God knew her long wait and wanted to give her some rewards. During this heavy rain, Alan Wilson's life can be described in a very stylish way. He can browse the world without leaving home. To put it bluntly, the bedroom, bathroom, kitchen. This made Alan Wilson a little worried. He was not very worried about his current age, but what if he reached an age where he was unable to do it? My dear, I'm not good at cooking, but I also feel that you seem a little tired. Pamela Mountbatten came out of the kitchen with the cut sausages to replenish her man's physical strength. Alan Wilson thanked him with a smile. Don't mention it. I really should supplement it. After all, my health will be a matter for two people in the future. I can't be too careless. It's good that you know. Pamela Mountbatten smiled lightly. Her changes were visible to the naked eye. Because the man came back, her whole face was radiant. Pamela Mountbatten wore a noble heirloom, as if it was a priceless jewel that had to be admired. This was of course because it was beautiful in itself, but also because it was treasured and passed down for generations. How does it feel to go to Japan? Pamela Mountbatten asked while cleaning the table. The prisoner of war issue has been dealt with. There's nothing to say about Japan. That's a problem that Americans should be concerned about. Alan Wilson picked his teeth and said indifferently, in the future, Japan will be a problem for Malaya, and we should think about what new industries are worth investing in on the mainland. If there is anything that can be connected between Japan and Britain, it is that they are two island countries. There is no similarity at all. It is undeniable that, because Britain is also an island country, it has long been the object of Japan's envy. This kind of envy is not limited to a certain time. Even in the 21st century, Japan also envied Britain. Isn't there a voice that wants to join the Five Eyes Alliance? After cleaning up the table, the topic turned from politics to personal issues. The two men and women who were already together began to plan for the future. The first thing was to set a date. Alan Wilson had no objection to this. If Pamela Mountbatten wanted, they could get married tomorrow. But he couldn't say that. He also said some of his own ideas. Pamela Mountbatten said that the wedding in London could be not too high profile. It was nothing more than her father's colleagues in the military and her mother's friends in the business world. Because of the relationship with the royal family, the aristocracy was also invited. Considering Alan Wilson's work, colleagues in Whitehall could not stay out of it. Alan Wilson smiled and was very pleased that Pamela Mountbatten wanted to invite the military, business, aristocracy, and Whitehall, but did not plan to make a big fuss. Except for not knowing where the definition of not making a big fuss was, everything was fine. In the end, he understood that it could actually be done. Just don't let the media notice it. It is not impossible to think like this. In fact, it can be divided into two times. We can hold a more lively ceremony in Sarawak, which is also your territory. Alan Wilson made a whimsical suggestion. He didn't know whether this was in line with British tradition. Anyway, it was normal for long-distance lovers in their hometowns to hold a wedding in their hometowns in their previous lives. It's not impossible. Pamela Mountbatten asked back, but our connections are all in the local area. Who should we invite then? That's a problem, so let's hold it in the local area. Alan Wilson looked out the window and said uncertainly, I hope there will be good weather that day. I have always been very disappointed with the local climate. In 2 months, when autumn comes, London will enter a new round of smog, making the name of the foggy city worthy of its name. The London smog incident is a landmark event that Britain has made up its mind to divest heavy industry. The incident seems to be next year. As the Commissioner of British Malaya, he has been eagerly prepared to welcome a round of local industrial transfer. The current development of British Malaya is what he begged for, and it will be completely different after next year. That will become the consensus of British politicians. After September, the weather in London is unpredictable, so Alan Wilson thinks that it is best for the two to settle their affairs before September. If Pamela Mountbatten thinks it is not enough, then she can make up for the neglected parts in Sarawak. British Malaya is like summer all year round, so it can be done whenever you want. Okay. Pamela Mountbatten nodded, and the two decided to focus on London. If it is not satisfactory, they can make up for it in Sarawak. One is the main case and the other is the backup. The night was long and Alan Wilson could not fall asleep. He had to consider her choice. Pamela Mountbatten herself was arrogant. It was dawn outside the window. The sky was clear and cloudless in the morning. There was no sign of rain yesterday. She realized that her only feasible way was what she wanted to do most. A pile of sheets exuded the smell of sweat, perfume and the aftertaste of love. Pamela Mountbatten next to him was sleeping beside him, with her hair spread on the pillow. The sun poured in from the window. Alan Wilson wanted to wake up but didn't. After a short separation, they both fell into a deep sleep, exhausted and panting. Now he can finally do something that benefits the country and the people. Personal issues are naturally very important, but it's not wrong to come back for the empire. For example, he should talk to General Mountbatten first. Mountbatten also knew that Alan Wilson came back this time to discuss marriage with his daughter. In his heart, he has already regarded Alan Wilson as a family. During the chat, Mountbatten also talked about one thing. The Royal Navy's Triumph aircraft carrier conducted the first angled deck flight experiment in history, and the results were very satisfactory. It should be noted that the angled deck was not built separately, and the angled landing area was painted on the straight deck, and there was almost no change to the hull itself. If possible, it is better to build it separately, Alan Wilson said after listening. General Mitchell, the commander of the Navy Reserve, has recently come up with a new thing, hoping to get financial funding from the Navy. General Mountbatten mentioned the recent actions of a subordinate. Alan Wilson didn't take it seriously at first, but after hearing Mountbatten's explanation, he asked uncertainly, in other words, it is a booster device that uses steam to launch aircraft, a steam catapult. You can say that. General Mountbatten nodded, but you also know that we have no plans to build new aircraft carriers at the moment. Dear Admiral, don't we have two Maltas that are about to end their construction cycle? Alan Wilson said to his respected father-in-law, if it can improve the combat effectiveness of the Royal Navy, it can be installed directly. The initial inspiration for the steam catapult device came from connecting the steam turbine and the catapult of the aircraft carrier together, and then slowly improving it later. Like other steam devices, it generates a large amount of high-pressure steam, stores this high-pressure steam in a large cylinder, and opens a piston when needed to let it push the power device. Of course, these all require high-tech design and calculation. Of course, there are also disadvantages of steam catapults. Steam catapults are not only very expensive, but also require precise and complex installation techniques. Of course, for things that are generally expensive, the later maintenance is ridiculously expensive and wastes manpower. Moreover, aircraft carriers are always at sea, and steam catapults require a large amount of fresh water to provide power, which is a big trouble, whether it is carried or stored. But Alan Wilson thinks that the so-called saving money is a false proposition. Now there are two Malta-class aircraft carriers about to enter service. Such a big guy has been built. How much cost can be increased by adding a steam catapult? If it can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the Royal Navy like the tilted deck, wouldn't that be a good thing? Alan Wilson counted with his fingers. That makes sense. Mountbatten was the 4th Sea Minister, and he could really support this matter. Finally, he sighed, well, I hope this matter can have a good result before I go to the Mediterranean Fleet as commander. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. This Versailles's language is very mellow, and very consistent with Mountbatten's own temperament. 2 chapters today, update tomorrow during the day. There are too many typos in my early morning update, and I can't check them, even if my head is a paste. Chapter 617 Give the opportunity to France. serving as the commander of the Grand Fleet, returning to the mainland as the first Sea Lord, and finally being promoted to Admiral of the Fleet. Mountbatten can complete his boring life by retiring as the chairman of the Committee of Defense and Chiefs of Staff, that is, the military commander of the British Empire. There are only a few places where Mountbatten can serve as the commander of the Grand Fleet. The Mediterranean Fleet and the Pacific Fleet are more suitable. In order to maintain the influence in the Middle East, the Mediterranean Fleet has a heavier responsibility. The same is true from the perspective of Britain's global interests. If nothing unexpected happens, Mountbatten should serve as the commander of the Mediterranean Fleet as a key step in his bid for the position of Sea Lord. I thought you would persuade me to serve as the commander of the Pacific Fleet, so that someone would clean up your mess. Mountbatten looked a little surprised, as if he was a little disappointed that he was not persuaded. Well, the potential opponents of British Malaya are not threatening much at present. Alan Wilson said after a pause. The section from the mainland to the Suez Canal is obviously more important than the section from the Suez Canal to the Zhangjiang River. Several potential opponents near British Malaya, including the Japanese and Korean Fraud Island, do not have the strength to develop a large fleet. Indonesia does have the need to develop a large fleet, but as an archipelago country, the general large fleet cannot satisfy its appetite. It is almost the same to give the entire British Royal Navy to Indonesia, but how much money can Indonesia have to build a navy? What's more, there is a 5-nation joint defense near Indonesia. Generally speaking, the threat from Indonesia is still preventable and controllable. Apart from anything else, if Indonesia really invests heavily in the navy, Australia will immediately be willing to reimburse the United Kingdom for half of the military expenses of the Royal Navy's Pacific Fleet. Alan Wilson mentioned that he was making a plan to overthrow Sukarno's regime. Mountbatten was a little surprised. This is a big operation. Yes, it is definitely a big operation. Alan Wilson nodded. We don't have to do this unless it is the most dangerous time. I hope this plan will not be used. Alan Wilson still thinks it is more cost effective to use battleships to blackmail the coastal cities of nearby countries. Jakarta, Yangon, Bangkok, Tokyo, and Hanoi are a bit difficult, but Sagan's status is not worse than Hanoi, and it can also assume the responsibility of the capital when necessary. The French are increasingly struggling to deal with it. Once the French can't hold on, will the situation in Vietnam deteriorate to Malaya? Indonesia has already posed a certain threat, Mountbatten asked. Last year's border battle had already declared the failure of France's blockade of the Sino-Vietnamese border. Since the end of last year, the French army has been under increasing pressure. Vietnam is no longer a guerrilla war. The Vietnamese army is already able to fight against the French army. I suggest that the French army immediately carry out thorough destruction in the northern areas that they still control. Alan Wilson said softly after a long silence. Blow up the dams, throw mines into the iron mines, dismantle the rails, and even slaughter the oxen. Carry out systematic destruction of northern Vietnam and retreat to the south step by step. Imitate the Dutch withdrawal from Java. General Mountbatten mentioned the Dutch army's withdrawal from Java a few years ago and felt that Alan Wilson's proposal should have a similar effect. Well, Alan Wilson nodded. This is definitely within the capabilities of the French army. Since the colonies want independence, it is better to be completely independent and rebuild from scratch. This was originally the strategy that France began to implement after the failure of the Vietnam War. There are even records of this in France since the colonial era. In order to maintain the centripetal force of the colonies to the mother country, France often destroyed local historical relics and cultural forms, so that people gradually forgot their original racial attributes and the centralized management with French characteristics. Britain generally supports supporters, but France does not adopt it very much. I want all the French. The independence wave has also spread to British Africa. The Gold Coast is now under the joint governance of the local commissioner and local elites. The Gold Coast Commissioner has negotiated with the leaders of the independence movement. A state-owned enterprise of the British Gold Coast has also been established to absorb the leaders of the independence movement, to share rights and profits, and to discuss the independence of the British Gold Coast within 5 to 10 years. After the negotiations, the independence wave of the Gold Coast is gradually subsiding, and on the contrary, the speed of gold mining has greatly accelerated. Among the colonies of British Africa, the status of the Gold Coast has been greatly improved. In order to gain support, with the approval of London, Britain also promised to incorporate British Togo into the Gold Coast in exchange for the current support of the Gold Coast independence leaders for Britain and gold mining. At least the current results are still very gratifying. Last year, the Gold Coast sent more than 100 tons of gold to London. If all goes well, this year's figure will definitely exceed last year. In exchange, the UK's exports to the Gold Coast have soared, and the import of modern products and support for hydropower development are exchanged for the Gold Coast's gold. The Gold Coast is a gift from God. At least for now, the two sides are in a harmonious stage. It has been 5 years since the end of the war. Due to the absence of federal Germany and various other factors, Britain's recovery and development seem to stand out in Europe. But when Alan Wilson arrived in Whitehall, he realized that there were still variables in this matter. Sir Ice May, the permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office, mentioned in person that the United States had recently urged the progress of the 3 occupation zones again. But doesn't this divert the Soviet Union's attention from the East? Alan Wilson asked, not expecting the United States to be so eager for the emergence of federal Germany. Alan, judging from various behaviors, the fierce battle should have passed. Ice May frowned and said, and it is not ruled out that the United States is diverting the Soviet Union's attention and finding something for us in Britain to do. It means that the Americans saw that Britain did not join the Korean War and wanted us to bear some of the Soviet Union's pressure. After hearing this, Alan Wilson cursed in his heart. It was indeed a continuation of the same line. From 1945 to the present, if Britain has any new understanding, it is that the rebellious United States of America has really started a war, and is no longer a country that was arbitrarily manipulated at the Paris Peace Conference. Alan Wilson felt that the United States might not be so anxious if the Far East War was not over. It now seems that taking one step at a time is not an option for a confrontational policy. Apparently, the United States believes that the emergence of the Federal Republic of Germany may cause a backlash from the Soviet Union, which the United States can bear. The question is whether Britain can bear it. Alan Wilson frowned and said, I don't know what our cabinet thinks. Last year, MacArthur wanted to use nuclear weapons. Now it's hard to say whether the US's actions will escalate the situation. So we rejected the US military's entry into the British air base before. Sir Ice May shook his head and said, Foreign Secretary Morrison's opposition to the United States' use of the British air base is because of MacArthur's irresponsible attitude towards nuclear weapons. Alan Wilson nodded. There are no US air bases in the UK. Originally, NATO would have been established before the outbreak of the Korean War. The deceased Lord Chancellor of the Privy Seal, Ernest Bevin, used diplomatic means to unite with France and then bring the United States in to create NATO. However, NATO has not yet appeared, and a series of related military facilities are naturally out of the question. The key is that NATO has not yet appeared, but the Korean War has already broken out. MacArthur's attitude towards the use of nuclear weapons made the Attlee cabinet consider a possibility. If the United States can use nuclear weapons at Japanese air bases, then it can also use British air bases to do the same, and then the Americans can just walk away, and the risk of nuclear war will be borne by the British. Historically, NATO had been established for a year when the Korean War broke out, and Prime Minister Attlee was already in a difficult situation. The US air base in Britain was already in operation, and the matter was settled. But now MacArthur's voice of using nuclear weapons has made Britain alert, because NATO has not been established. If the United States uses nuclear weapons to bomb the Soviet Union with Britain as a base, Britain will be retaliated by the Soviet Union first. The air base issue can be placed in France, who is the chairman of the French Council of Ministers now. Alan Wilson took the initiative to speak. Anyway, in terms of distance, it is the same if it is placed in France. Now France still needs the support of the United States, which can be used for bargaining. We can give this favorable condition to Paris for the friendly relationship between Britain and France. If this matter is accomplished, Alan Wilson thinks it will be a great achievement. As for whether Charles de Gaulle's withdrawal from NATO in 10 years will make the Americans angry, who can predict what will happen in the next 10 years? Before leaving, Alan Wilson sent a wedding invitation to Ismay, which was also the main purpose of his visit to Whitehall. In the past few days, it is time to use the reliability of long-term maintenance of personal connections. The list of invitations even includes the chairman of the War Cemeteries Committee, the Defense Committee Michigan 6, the Management and Personnel Bureau, and the Statistics Committee. Although Alan Wilson's memory is not bad, he may have some omissions, because he is not always in the country. Personal connections require time to maintain. He does not have this time, but fortunately, he has the habit of writing a diary as a serious person. Through the small notebook he carries with him, he can also collect the personal connections he has established. In the next few days, Alan Wilson's goal is to run through the 29 important departments, and then the bunch of committees set up by Norman Brooke. As for Pamela Mountbatten, her recent schedule is to visit various castles, and invite the Tide nobles to attend her wedding. Alan Wilson thinks it is best to take care of everyone, and not leave anyone behind. Pamela Mountbatten also thinks so the two of them sent out more and more invitations. We still have to control the number of people. It's best not to exceed 1,000. Pamela Mountbatten said in a negotiating tone. No problem with me. Alan Wilson thought about it and realized that he had only invited more than 100 people, which was far from the number of 1,000. Chapter 618 The Princess recommends herself. Alan Wilson invited local civil servants, and the pillars of the empire overseas were also very busy. They were not suitable to leave the colonies, and they were all implementing the concept of orderly withdrawal. At present, the independence movement is still mainly suppressed. If it cannot be suppressed, the next step will be taken. The main steps are that from a geographical perspective, the empire first allows the mainland or inland to implement autonomy, and then move towards independence. As for the ports and commercial centers on the coast or islands, if possible, they will withdraw later, and the empire has other arrangements. These arrangements not only preserve the traditional interests of Britain, but also in the process of colonization, these commercial ports have formed an economic, cultural, and political structure that is very different from the inland. When the colonial regime is transferred, Britain will never suddenly hand over all the power, but will take a gradual transfer of power, such as handing over the local power first, or handing over economic, labor, education, medical and other economic and social affairs to the locals, or establishing a semi-independent autonomous government, and then gradually handing over political, military, and legal affairs, so as to ensure that the political and business elites trained by the British hold the power. Of course, some stories need to be circulated locally, such as the story of an island that was once prosperous. It planted coffee, and the colonial power artificially controlled the price. But after independence, the island became poor within a few months. Colonists, experts, and senior managers of enterprises were driven away or left. Banks, factories, and large trading companies closed down, and funds and investments disappeared. This destruction caused many natives to emigrate, those who were accused of colluding with the declining colonial system and those who chose to emigrate to support their families left the island. This is of course just a story, and there are different versions in different colonies. The purpose is to disintegrate the people's hearts, and buy time for the orderly withdrawal of Britain. After a series of plans, the purpose of divide and rule was finally achieved, but of course these steps have not yet been taken. The commissioners of each colony are now on record, and are ready to practice it over a period of 10 to 20 years. This practice should have started long ago. If Germany had not opened the World War II copy so quickly, Britain could have slowly practiced and explored the management methods of the colonies instead of just starting. The key is that Britain had not found a way to control the colonies invisibly before World War II broke out. After the war, Britain was faced with the covetous eyes of the United States and the Soviet Union. The colleagues invited were mainly people from Whitehall, but together with the connections of the Mountbatten family, there were a lot of people. If a certain force that was not very harmonious with Britain wanted to teach the imperialists a lesson at this time and could kill a group of British senior officials, Alan Wilson felt that it would not be difficult for Britain to pass the war bill immediately. When shopping with Pamela Mountbatten, his fiancée admired a crocodile leather bag very much. It was said to be a new product of Louis Vuitton. Of course, Alan Wilson took the initiative to assume the obligation to buy it. After Pamela Mountbatten expressed her feelings of being unable to let go of it, he said, "This leather bag is made of saltwater crocodile skin. Honey, do you know where saltwater crocodiles come from? What are you going to say?" Pamela Mountbatten asked in some confusion. "Louis Vuitton's company has been to Kuala Lumpur. If this bag is authentic, it should be the crocodile skin I sold to the French," Alan Wilson said calmly. Pamela Mountbatten wanted to return the goods with regret, but was stopped by Alan Wilson. "My dear, you are already happy, so I told you this. For the salesperson just now, maybe she can get a certain share of the bonus, which is a pleasant surprise for her, so don't return it. You are such a kind person." Pamela Mountbatten smiled knowingly, and when she looked at the bag she bought, her love for it did not diminish. The French are really gifted in this. "That's true, it's very enviable." Alan Wilson smiled gently. Although he paid the IQ tax, he didn't feel uncomfortable in his heart. After all, it was still within the range of tolerance. At this time, Pamela Mountbatten was full of longing for the future, and even thought that, if she had time, she could take a trip after marriage, such as going to Africa. Crown Princess Elizabeth thought this was a good idea, and mentioned her experience of going to Africa. On the Gold Coast, the sun made the predators restless. As soon as the sun came out, the red-clawed crabs hid in the holes, or got under the garbage. Residents upstream threw their garbage into the river, and the river, like a sick man, slowly carried the garbage to the small harbor. When the heat gradually subsided, the beach began to tremble. Crabs crawled out from the cracks in the rocks. Their fiery red shells disappeared in the growing darkness. The setting sun shone weakly on their foam. They huddled together and marched slowly towards the sand dunes. The plants were overwhelmed, and the crabs stepped on each other to climb up the sand and soil. There, the willow trees were peeled by the hot wind and the roots were tangled. Just when they reached the top, the fastest crabs slipped, and the slowest and most flexible crabs relied on the sand and soil stepped on by the unfortunate crabs that rolled down and easily crossed the obstacle. Princess Margaret's sister's story made her yearn for it, and she unconsciously looked at a certain Whitehall civil servant with a promising future who was serious and trying not to sleep. When Pamela Mountbatten was showing off the new donkey brand in her hand, Alan Wilson had already begun to show early symptoms of drowsiness in the air, but he didn't dare to act rashly, since the current crown prince and the future queen were here. He also wanted to leave a good impression on the future queen, not for any special reason. Compared with politicians who care about their approval ratings and can do anything for their approval ratings, the queen is still very trustworthy. The so-called system is the future of mankind, and this kind of talk is just for listening. Before the arrival of communism in the mouth of the Soviet Union, Alan Wilson didn't think any system was advanced. "I rarely see Pamela so happy." Crown Princess Elizabeth looked at Alan Wilson and said, "Alan, I wish you happiness in advance. My sister is married, how about I be your bridesmaid?" Princess Margaret took the initiative to speak. "Now Charles is in need of care, and it seems that I'm the only one who can shoulder this responsibility." The title of Great Aing Yin Reng finally made Alan Wilson, who was constantly struggling with sleepiness, sober up a little, but his brain agreed to Princess Margaret's proposal. Thinking back to his mind, Alan Wilson slowly turned his neck and looked at Princess Margaret. Was his nod just now a little hasty? Unfortunately, Alan Wilson had not watched the TV series The Crown and had no knowledge of many things in the royal family. If he could foresee that one day he would need relevant knowledge, he would have spent some time as a minister in his previous life to learn about the stories inside the British royal family. Now it can be used as a reference, at least it will not be completely in the dark. Pamela Mountbatten was honored to see that Princess Margaret's proposal was approved. After all, Princess Margaret is the image spokesperson of the royal family. The princess and the crown prince look similar, but they are more admirable. On Margaret's 18th birthday, George VI proudly said, "She has the face of an angel, a delicate figure and the temperament of a star." Pamela Mountbatten certainly would not object to having such a symbol of royal beauty as a bridesmaid. "Have you chosen a date?" asked Princess Elizabeth. "I believe it will be very lively. Have you invited anyone?" "Actually, we are inviting some business partners." Pamela Mountbatten smiled happily. "Alan wants to invite some colleagues from Whitehall. He also has 2 foreign friends. As for the date, we are still considering it. After all, my father and mother also have friends coming, but I think it would be more appropriate to choose a date before the end of August. The weather is also a factor to consider. The so-called two foreign friends are US Senator McCarthy and Princess Badiya of the Kingdom of Iraq. There is no Ali Khan, Alan Wilson's best friend, because Alan Wilson does not want to disturb the sale of the crown of Sabah. Ali Khan will only leave India when he feels sure. Any initiative to reach out will cause unnecessary trouble to Ali Khan. As a friend, Alan Wilson is absolutely very considerate and even thinks that the price offered by Whitehall is too expensive. After the two left, Alan Wilson mentioned Princess Margaret's self-recommendation. Is it a bit too ostentatious to let Her Royal Highness be a bridesmaid? I'm mainly afraid of attracting the attention of those people who are kneeling and shaking their fists. What about the media? You also said that they are kneeling and shaking their fists, and you Whitehall should have a way, right? Pamela Mountbatten took the initiative to speak, within the scope of your handling. Not necessarily, they can do anything for sales. Alan Wilson just hopes that it won't be known to everyone, and I wonder if he can think of a way. If it really doesn't work, you know that creating a big news to divert attention. Alan Wilson suddenly said, the United States is promoting the merger of the occupied areas and establishing a coalition government. I will ask my colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to see how far it has progressed, and then we will set the wedding time. Dear, are you a little too hard? Pamela Mountbatten's mouth curled up slightly. She now thinks of her man from a good perspective. She doesn't think there is anything wrong with doing this. Instead, it is hard for her fiancé. Maybe this is what it means to be deeply in love. Alan Wilson's method was not original. It was nothing more than the old method, proposing 3 methods, 2 of which were completely consistent and the remaining one was completely unacceptable, such as attacking the Soviet Union or bombing Warsaw. Damn, I misjudged my hand speed, and I was late again. Chapter 619, Handing the Knife to the United States. With an idea in mind, Alan Wilson once again lived in Whitehall. In fact, he really had something to talk to Whitehall about, such as talking to Edward Bridges, the chief civil servant and permanent undersecretary of the Treasury, about the progress of combating smuggling in Hong Kong. The work of combating smuggling has been very effective through Hong Kong, British Malaya and the British mainland. In response to the call of the US allies, it depends on the work of the Royal Navy, and the stolen money must of course be confiscated. The progress in the work made Edward Bridges very pleased, and he said irrelevantly, maybe our trade volume with China can be increased to £100 million in a short period of time, or the focus on combating smuggling will reduce the loss of £100 million. Sir Edward, I think this is predictable. The key lies in our military protection. This kind of anti-smuggling behavior is not hindered by enemies or allies. Alan Wilson answered with understanding. You know, sometimes the hearts of allies are more vicious than enemies. Edward Bridges nodded in approval, expressing his optimism about the prediction of the promising future star. The so-called foundation is that, even though the United States is now richer and stronger than the United Kingdom, it still relies on the accumulation of the past 100 years. Britain still has a lot of overseas industries. This can be seen from the £250 million of assets in a certain country. Although Chiang has been licking the United States and has signed a series of friendly treaties that make the Qing dynasty pale in comparison, it has not changed the status of Britain as the first investor in a certain country. From the perspective of currency, the pound is the mortal enemy of the US dollar. The pound zone within the imperial preferential system is the object that the Americans have always wanted to eradicate. When British India became independent, the negotiations with Nehru were also based on the condition that India's imports and exports would continue to be settled in pounds. If compared with 1945, the current proportion of the pound in the world settlement market is of course smaller. But in fact, it is not much smaller. First of all, the pound zone still exists. Another very important reason is that the world's mainstream currencies will not change naturally. Even compared with the British Empire of 30 million square kilometers, the United States could compete with the complete British Empire as early as the 1930s. But the US dollar is still only the currency of the United States, and it is also suppressed by the pound to a single-digit share of the world settlement. The argument that a country can internationalize its currency by becoming the world's largest economy is ridiculous. Alan Wilson always heard this ridiculous argument in his previous life. Before World War I, Britain's total output accounted for only 8% of the world's total, and its industrial output accounted for only 13%, but its currency was a stable international currency. Until now, the proportion of Britain's economy in the world has further decreased, but the pound is still the leading international currency, and its settlement share is not much less than that of the US dollar. Before World War I, the US economy was already 1/5 of the world's economy, and its industrial production accounted for 1/3 of the world's total, but it failed to achieve the internationalization of its currency. It can be seen that without the fiscal and debt crisis of the sovereign country of the international currency and the hard work of the challenging country, the status of the international currency cannot be automatically transferred. At present, the pound is still the international currency second only to the US dollar. In the future, the US dollar will definitely think more about taking over the sterling zone. In fact, until the oil crisis in the 1970s, the pound still accounted for 1/5 of the world's settlement. This was the result of the accelerated decline of the sterling zone after Britain was forced by the United States and the Soviet Union after the Suez Canal War. The Suez Canal War dealt a heavy blow to Britain, and it really made the world see that Britain was no longer a player on the same level as the United States and the Soviet Union. If it were not for a series of subsequent actions by Britain, the pound might not have lasted until the 1970s. If the pound wants to return to its peak again, Britain must defeat the United States, and it must defeat the United States through war. On the contrary, if the pound wants to become a general currency immediately, it is also simple. It is still through war, challenging the United States or the Soviet Union and then losing. The pound will immediately be worthless. It is well known that the current national strength of Britain cannot fight a war with the United States and the Soviet Union. That is both a battle of strength and a battle of life and death. So Britain has only one choice, which is to prevent any war that may make Britain lose face. For Britain, maintaining inertia can keep the pound in its current position, and taking risky actions will only accelerate the decline of the pound's position. How to expand trade through Hong Kong? You should keep an eye on Malaya, which is not far away. Edward Bridges said this, and then changed the subject. It has been spread all over Whitehall that you and Pamela are getting married. Have you decided on the date? It is only scheduled for August, but the specific time has not been decided yet. I'm here to report my work. Alan Wilson politely answered Edward Bridges' doubts, and then said, I hope my colleagues in Whitehall can go together at that time. You know, the connections of the Mountbatten family put me under a lot of pressure. I believe my colleagues are willing to help. Edward Bridges readily agreed, even if it was for the benefit of combating smuggling. As for when the Federal Republic of Germany, which was more than a year later than in history, would appear, Edward Bridges looked very serious, saying that the United States was very tough and Germany could not continue in this form. This matter is very complicated, Sir Edward. As far as I know, Hokkaido in the Far East is still occupied by the Soviet Union. Once we take a tough attitude on the German issue, ignoring the Soviet Union's protests, Germany that tends to be in favor of the free world will appear. Then we may suffer a heavy blow in the Soviet-occupied zone in Germany and Hokkaido. Haven't the Americans considered this? Maybe the Americans have considered it, but after evaluating it, the Americans feel that the consequences are bearable. Edward Bridges sighed and said, Americans now think differently from 5 years ago. They are more confident than 5 years ago, and can even be said to be arrogant, whether it is the ruling Democratic Party or the opposition Republican Party. Alan Wilson frowned slightly. He did not agree with Edward Bridges' opinion. If the Republican Party still uses Eisenhower as a candidate, then the current United States is still rational. Don't look at McCarthy as a Republican congressman, but in fact, the change in the tendencies of the Republican and Democratic parties has just begun. Although Eisenhower was a military man and a senior American general in the World War, he can be said to be the last generation of traditional Republican presidents. During Eisenhower's time, the situation between the United States and the Soviet Union did not deteriorate much. Even at the end of Eisenhower's term, Americans believed that Eisenhower had not played a role in curbing the expansion of Soviet influence. Some people even say that the United States lost more during the Eisenhower period than in the entire World War II. During his tenure, Eisenhower did not express any irreconcilable hostility towards the Soviet camp. On the contrary, he focused on domestic construction in the United States in accordance with the ideas of traditional Republicans. The interstate highways in the United States were promoted by Eisenhower. The construction of interstate highways also standardized the road signs and design standards of American roads, and thus produced a series of unprecedented scientific research explorations such as fire simulation in tunnels. Although Eisenhower was a rare senior general in the US military as president, he did not take any action that intensified the international situation. The more famous action fell on Britain, which was the Suez Canal War. Could it be that Truman is trying to save his low approval rating and pave the way for the Democratic Party? You know, after MacArthur returned home, he made Truman look bad. Now it seems that a military leader and a president are both losers. Alan Wilson said uncertainly, "Is this possible?" "This is possible. Politics is a thing." Edward Bridges smiled bitterly. "It's the same in all countries, including the United States. I agree with the German saying that national competition is about who makes fewer mistakes." Alan Wilson sighed. He had a feeling that the result of his efforts was that NATO did not appear and the Federal Republic of Germany was not established. The situation in Europe is not as tense as in the same period in history, but this surface cooling situation seems to be about to disappear. The blocked volcano may be delayed, and the eruption will be more violent. Throughout July, while Alan Wilson was preparing for the wedding, there were two other things. The peninsula entered a rhythm of fighting and talking, and the negotiations between the United States, Britain and France on the occupation zones of the three countries in Europe were intensifying. France was the most resolute in its attitude. France combined the two issues of the merger of the occupation zones and military alliance. René Pleven, chairman of the French Council of Ministers, launched the Pleven Plan. The plan included the establishment of a European defense community by Western European countries, with each country providing troops to form a European army. The German coalition government to be established would join the European army, but it was not allowed to act alone, and was not allowed to establish a Ministry of Defense, a national defense force, and a general staff. In order to re-establish a coalition government as soon as possible, the Germans approved of the French plan, as long as the occupied areas were merged. However, the Americans did not like this plan, believing that this was France's attempt to get rid of the United States. Alan Wilson, who had received the latest progress from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, suggested to Sir Ice May, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, "The biggest headache for France now is that it is very difficult to deal with the battle in Vietnam. We should communicate with France and ask France to give up the Pleven Plan in exchange for the United States increasing its aid to France to prevent the expansion of communism in Vietnam. After all, we need the US garrison to withstand the Soviet ground forces. We can also take the initiative to mediate between the United States and France and propose US aid to France's military operations in Vietnam in exchange for France's concessions. Sometimes Britain needs to work more directly for the unity of its allies." Alan Wilson was eager to try. This was an opportunity to pull the United States into Vietnam. If it was done, it would not only help France, but also allow the United States to intervene in Vietnam. This was simply killing two birds with one stone. The Korean War was not over yet, and Alan Wilson found the next battlefield for the United States to demonstrate the majesty of the world hegemony. Adjusting the update time temporarily failed. Chapter 620. The free world must unite. After discussion, the two decided that Britain should appear as a neutral party to resolve the dispute and mediate the conflict between the United States and France. The reason is that Britain should take the initiative in this matter. With the current national strength of Britain and France, it is really not allowed to completely exclude the United States and fight against the Soviet Union. France's European military plan is not feasible. In fact, even if a coalition government appears in Germany, it can temporarily not join the military alliance. Leave Paris a certain amount of time to respond. Alan Wilson remembered that Germany did not join NATO immediately, but in the mid-1950s, France also believed that the European military plan could not satisfy the United States, and then recognized the failure of the plan and allowed Germany to join NATO. Now it seems that this is the only way to do it. If you want to do it in one step, the French will definitely not agree. Sir Ismay nodded, and he also knew that France's grudge against Germany would not disappear in a short time. In order to maintain relations with France, it is not appropriate to put too much pressure. Regarding Germany's coalition government, it is related to Alan Wilson, and it is not related to it. It is related because he is a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it is more reasonable to say that it is not related. There are so many people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is a civil servant stationed abroad, and it is impossible for the British Empire to do everything without him. On the issue of colonies, Britain needs to stand with France, but on the issue of Europe, under objective conditions, Britain and France are no match for the Soviet Union, so they can only ask the United States for help. It is also very frustrating from the British perspective. Oh, by the way, the Mountbatten family seems to be advancing into the Persian Gulf. Alan, you must be careful not to be caught by Pamela after you get married. Ismay finally mentioned Alan Wilson's upcoming marriage and joked, but I believe that most of my colleagues in Whitehall will help you. I know nothing about the business direction of the Mountbatten family. Alan Wilson shrugged helplessly, saying that he only heard the news from Sir Ismay. After leaving Whitehall, Alan Wilson returned to his home. Pamela Mountbatten, who had carefully prepared for the wedding, had handed over all the industries in her hands to the management team for management, and would take over after the marriage was done. "Honey, have you been to Whitehall again?" Pamela Mountbatten jumped over when she heard the noise at the door. "I'm sure we talked about something that you bureaucrats are interested in. There's nothing we can do. It's just such a place." Alan Wilson laughed. "We are the real managers of the country. We must be wary of politicians who subvert the national order. This will be the end of our civilization." By the way, Sir Ismay also asked me that the Mountbatten family is already conducting exploration in the Persian Gulf. You must be saying you know nothing. No one knows that your advice is more important than the analysis of any team of professional managers. Pamela Mountbatten took out slippers and put them on for her man. She asked with great interest, "What did you talk about? Tell me about it." Alan Wilson changed his shoes and took off his coat. He followed Pamela Mountbatten to the sofa and sat down. The next moment, in order to save space, Pamela Mountbatten moved a little, sat between the man's legs, and leaned in Alan Wilson's arms. Alan Wilson, holding his fiancée, told all the things he talked about, including the economic development of the local economy, the important role of Hong Kong in knocking on the door of the Chinese market, and the reason why Malaya was valued by Whitehall. Even the matter of Mountbatten Company's entry into the Persian Gulf. In the final analysis, these problems can be summarized in one word: the pound. In fact, after the war, the pound depreciated by 30% from 1:4 to the US dollar to 1:2.8. On the one hand, such a high exchange rate could not be maintained, and on the other hand, Britain had to lower the exchange rates to supplement itself first. The depreciation of the pound was harmful to the local area, but it was more harmful to Canada, Australia, and New Zealand than the local area. After the war, the pound was no longer a unique choice for the world. The pound lost its advantages and became an ordinary currency. There must be enough extra reasons for people to buy it. This means that Britain will have to maintain high interest rates, which will have an adverse impact on its domestic industries. Under the terrible economic threat, the British government showed a cruel determination and decided to use its special political status to force the Commonwealth to sacrifice its own economic interests again to meet the development of the British mainland. For example, the continued control of trade and investment in the colonies was the reason why Britain increased its garrison in Malaya after agreeing to the independence of British India. Another point was that the interests of the pound area were sacrificed, and the exchange rate between the pound and the US dollar became 1:2.8. The former was because Malaya's rubber and tin mines were needed by the United States and could stabilize the pound. The latter was that the pound depreciated for the sake of local economic vitality, and the cost was shared by the pound area including Australia. In fact, doing so would inevitably make the imperial territories including Australia more centrifugal. The solution was the discovery of iron ore in Australia, and Australia was the country that believed most that blood was thicker than water. Later, Britain joined forces with the Netherlands and Portugal to spread the Indonesian threat theory, which further promoted the five-nation defense. At least Australia was no problem. Now it depends on whether Malaya can play the role of a production base and produce a large number of additional goods to consolidate the value of the pound. Any currency needs something to back it up. The current US dollar is backed by gold, and of course the pound is also backed by gold. Other countries use the US dollar because the US dollar can be exchanged for gold at any time, not for other reasons. But currency can also be tied to other bulk commodities. The US dollar in the 21st century is tied to bulk commodities rather than gold. My dear, now Britain can no longer launch an economic war to target the dollar like it did before the World War. The most crucial thing is that our military is not as strong as that of the United States. So what the dollar needs now is globalization, and we in Britain, at least in the short term, must stabilize the pound area. Mobilize all colonial resources for development and construction to support the value of the pound and prevent it from getting rid of American economic support. We can even print money and invest in overseas territories. Pamela Mountbatten listened for a long time, not quite understanding, and said cautiously, "My dear, it doesn't seem that this is easy. Just listen to me. By then, let alone the richest man in Britain, I think it won't be difficult to become the richest man in the world." Alan Wilson reached out and pinched Pamela Mountbatten's earlobe and whispered, "This will also benefit British citizens. With the current share of world trade in the pound and the dollar, we will definitely have the advantage. After all, our local population is small. If this profit is distributed to everyone, our local per capita income is higher, isn't it?" In the 21st century, it is hard to say that the United States is stronger than Europe in traditional industries. It can even be said that in most traditional industries, Europe is still above the United States. However, the per capita income in Europe is generally $40,000, while in the United States it is $60,000. Europe is probably inferior to the United States in two aspects: the internet and the status of the US dollar. This is the difference of $20,000. This is when the Federal Reserve is more respectable. If something big happens, the Americans will open up and release money, which will repeat the consequences of the pound suppressing the dollar before World War II. Australian iron ore is an excellent bulk commodity to bind the value of the pound. Pamela Mountbatten showed her tireless love of learning and asked further, "So you want to build a steel industry in Malaya?" "Yes, our local steel industry has limited potential. I asked my colleagues in Whitehall. Last year, it was 16 million tons. It is difficult to make a breakthrough this year. I went to Japan before. With the support of the United States, Japan's steel production has exceeded that before the war. We can't rely on local industry to realize cash. We must find a colony with a good geographical location to share. After losing India, only Malaya has this condition. This year's steel production is 16 million tons in the UK and 6 million tons in Japan, which seems to be nearly 3 times the gap. In fact, the advantage of the UK is even more obvious. In World War II, the steel production of the UK was only twice that of Japan. It was about 12 million tons to 6 million tons, but Alan Wilson knew that when Japan was booming, its steel production once exceeded that of the United States, reaching a position of excellence that Japan had never achieved in the world since its emergence. British Africa will build benchmark cities, export raw materials to Malaya, and then Malaya will produce and develop the economy, which will be regulated by London. Pamela Mountbatten continued along Alan Wilson's line of thought. "What is this called?" "It can be called industrial layout, and the oil will be handed over to your company in the Middle East." Alan Wilson kissed Pamela Mountbatten. "The prosperity of the British Empire depends on you. Don't make a fuss, it actually depends on you." Pamela Mountbatten was a little embarrassed as she approached the marriage event. "Many people say that I have a good business mind, but you are the man behind me. I want to exercise the power of the man behind me now." As she spoke, a big mouth came over While the two were preparing for the wedding, they also began the final negotiations in Bonn on the establishment of a coalition government. This time, the United States took a tough attitude. If the war in the Far East was fierce before, the United States didn't even have time to breathe, and had no time to care about other things. Now that they finally had a chance to breathe, they said very strongly that a coalition government must be established immediately. The British side began to work as a peacemaker, persuading them onto grounds. The first was to establish a coalition government first, and not to worry about Germany's post-war rearmament, which could be discussed slowly. The second point was that France's current military operations in Vietnam needed the support of the United States. Under the threat of communism, the free world should unite. The French army in Vietnam and the US army on the peninsula were equally important to the current free world, and the free world should be in harmony, rather than in confrontation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621. The Federal Republic of Germany is established. Does Britain have the ability to make peace between the United States and France? Of course it does, because 1951 is only halfway through. Using last year's figures as a reference, Britain's share of world manufacturing exports is 25%, steel production is 15% of world production, and world shipbuilding tonnage is 33%. Since the Korean War, Britain has also strengthened its garrison in Germany and added to heavy divisions. Not to mention that Britain and the Dutch army are also working together to suppress Indonesia's infiltration forces in Kalimantan. The British representative also brought out a list of Britain's expenses in Southeast Asia. Anyway, this is what Alan Wilson reported. Detailed data approved by Whitehall. Alan Wilson, who was in London, seemed to feel an inexplicable causal force, which made Pamela Mountbatten, who was choosing a wedding dress, very strange and asked what was wrong. I don't know. Alan Wilson shook his head, not knowing that the garrison expenses he made had become evidence in the negotiations between the United States, Britain and France in Bonn. If he had known this, he would have been more nervous. If necessary, he could create the fiscal expenditure of Malaya for the next 10 years and ensure a deficit every year. Scare me. Pamela Mountbatten, wearing a wedding dress, turned around and asked Alan Wilson and Princess Margaret with a smile, "How is it? Does it look good?" Compared with the person, the clothes are still a little inferior. Alan Wilson commented seriously, "I have always said that any clothes are external factors, and the inherent conditions must be passed. I know you say nice things." Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help laughing, turned around and looked at the mirror, and said to herself, "Anyway, I'm still very satisfied." Then she pulled Alan Wilson over, looked at the man's suit, and wondered whether she should change it. This scene made Princess Margaret more and more jealous. After finally deciding on the wedding dress, Pamela Mountbatten took the toolman Alan Wilson to meet her parents. The two had decided to hold the wedding on August 23rd, and many guests have been notified. They want to discuss with the Mountbatten couple whether there are any omissions. "Father, Mother, I have already found a photographer to film the wedding process as a souvenir. Of course, we don't intend to broadcast it live. The purpose of filming is to leave a good memory." Pamela Mountbatten described the plan for the day, and then looked at Alan Wilson, who embodied a good tool person model, and nodded with approval. "You have known each other for 5 years. Mountbatten looked nostalgic. At that time, there was still a colony called British India. Of course, it was not appropriate to think so. He said, "I don't have many guests. There are only a few sea ministers, generals, chiefs of staff of the 3 armed forces, and some people from the National Defense Committee. If you don't count the family members, there are only a few dozen people. There are about a dozen companies with business dealings, and they will go to Westminster Abbey at that time." Edwina Ashley said that she didn't plan to invite too many people. The couple left the main invitation quota to the aristocracy and their eldest daughter Patricia Mountbatten. Westminster Abbey has always been the first choice for the upper class to hold weddings. The Mountbattens also held their wedding there, and it was very convenient. The Palace of Westminster is located on the banks of the Thames and is the largest Gothic building in the world. It is the British Parliament building, where the House of Commons and the House of Lords of Parliament are located, and it is the core of British power. At least Alan Wilson's colleagues in Whitehall can come to the wedding very conveniently without delaying their work. When the family was discussing, Princess Margaret couldn't help but feel envious. This kind of family atmosphere was something she had never experienced. Pamela Mountbatten recalled the past of the two, which made Princess Margaret even more fascinated. When I met Alan, I felt that he was a future bureaucrat. General Mountbatten sighed. He is so young, and his face looks like he wants to be an official. Of course, I have to be on guard. This is also for the purpose of protecting my daughter. You almost drove away Pamela's happiness, Edwina Ashley said with a sense of blame. There is nothing wrong with being an official. Alan is a civil servant. Does he have to deliberately join the army to prove his love? Princess Margaret's face was a little disgusted. Is this family implying her brother-in-law Prince Philip? But this man will soon become her brother-in-law. Princess Margaret thought so in her heart. Alan Wilson certainly didn't know that half of his sister-in-law's buttocks had been paid, and now he was waiting for the signature. In the last single time of his life, he has set up a cocktail party every day before the wedding, to enjoy the last single time. Of course, this is all with the approval of Pamela Mountbatten. After all, no one wants to make any unpleasantness before the end of a 5-year love run. I want to invite Turing. Alan Wilson slapped his thigh, thinking of a genius with an ill-fated fate. He mentioned this person to Pamela Mountbatten and wanted to invite him to the wedding. No problem, I heard that he is a very rigorous person. Pamela Mountbatten agreed immediately. There is already a trend of husband and wife singing and following each other, and she does have a good impression of Turing. If you mean the rigor of men and women, then it is really not wrong at all. Other aspects are not necessarily. Alan Wilson did not say it out loud. Before spending the last period of his single life, the two went to the Emerald House. In this manor, that already belonged to the two of them, the two also dug up the treasure of the Roman Empire together. Alan Wilson even carried a gold coin with him as a souvenir. It must be said that it is really useful to pretend to be a big shot in front of ordinary people. It is a good place to relax in the hot summer. Walking into the Emerald House, Alan Wilson sighed. Taking advantage of the jadeite looted before Myanmar's independence, it also came in handy to a certain extent. In fact, this Emerald House is more like an exhibition room. The manor residence built by the two was built with ordinary materials. After all, if they really live here, no one wants to be covered in green every day. The Emerald House is a display of strength for the two of them, not for real living. Speaking of summer, Australia's summer is very hard to endure. I want to build another one. Pamela Mountbatten expressed her wish and asked for her man's consent. I will communicate with the Burmese side, but it may take some time. Alan Wilson thought about it and agreed. After all, Malaya is not far from Burma, so it is very convenient to contact. On August 13th, the military chiefs of the United States, Britain and France approved the new law in Bonn and announced the occupation law at the same time. The government structure of West Germany was basically established, with Bonn as the capital of Germany, and the Federal Republic of Germany was established. With the participation of representatives from Britain, the United States and France, West Germany passed the basic law of the Federal Republic of Germany. This day became the West German Day. West Germany was established, with Bonn as its capital, and the first federal government was formed with Chancellor Adenauer. The Federal Republic of Germany was officially established. This news directly triggered a huge backlash from Moscow. Moscow said that it was the United States, Britain and France that tore up the Yalta Agreement and illegally established a coalition government. Moscow's strong backlash also aroused opposition from pro-Soviet forces in Europe, who believed that this move put the whole of Europe in danger. Except for Alan Wilson, no one knew that the emergence of the Federal Republic of Germany was more than 2 years later than history. Now that the Korean Peninsula has just passed the most intense stage, Americans can't wait to strengthen Europe's defense. This is inevitable. The United States in 1945 could still be persuaded, because Washington at that time had not yet adapted to the role. But Washington in 1951 was completely different from what he thought in 1945. Because of the emergence of the Federal Republic of Germany, Europe once again attracted the attention of the world. It overshadowed the war in the Far East. At this time in Washington, Congressman McCarthy, who was packing his luggage, originally planned to attend Alan Wilson's wedding. But he was called over by the Republican Central Committee. In the midterm elections, the Republicans have taken back Congress, and now the biggest goal is to bring down the Democratic Party and end the fact that the Democratic Party has led the United States for a long time. For this reason, the Republicans are looking for heavyweight candidates. Republican Taft told McCarthy that the reason why Truman insisted on the establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany and did not hesitate to anger the Soviet Union might be for the election. Taft said that there was nothing else in the minds of politicians except elections, and McCarthy soon thought so. Congressman McCarthy, who was about to go to London to attend his friend's wedding, received an informal diplomatic mission to inquire about London's reaction to this matter. After all, this wedding is a good opportunity to communicate with the British political circles. Taft thinks this occasion is more appropriate. Maybe some informal effects can be achieved. My friend is a senior civil servant in Whitehall, and it involves the Mountbatten family. I also agree that this is a good opportunity. McCarthy agreed immediately. Taft is a big boss of the Republican conservatives, the son of the former president and the Supreme Court justice. The big boss's attention makes McCarthy full of energy. I hope that Congressman McCarthy's trip this time can consolidate the special relationship between Britain and the United States. At this time, the United States also needs the support of Britain and France in European affairs. Taft nodded in approval, and in a tone of "I'm very optimistic about you," he wished McCarthy a safe journey and expressed goodwill to the British political circles through the wedding. Because of the incident in West Germany, the Soviet Union's counterattack was predictable. It was just a matter of when it would start. Chapter 622, Whitewashing Germany. This is not only for Washington, but also for London. The establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany can be regarded as a symbolic event of the separation of the Allies in World War II. It is even more serious than the same period in history, because things are all happening at the same time. In history, when the Federal Republic of Germany was established, at least the Soviet Union did not have nuclear weapons. Now not only the Soviet Union has them, but Britain also has them. After having nuclear weapons, it may not be so easy to force the Soviet Union to swallow its anger during the confrontation. In fact, since the Soviet Union had nuclear weapons, the effect of the United States coercion after the war has been greatly reduced. Alan Wilson, who is staying in London under the pretext of getting married, is also watching other actions besides public criticism. The most important thing is that he is afraid of the Berlin crisis, and he doesn't know how to end it. In the first Berlin crisis in history, the Soviet Union did not have nuclear weapons. Although the Soviet Union had fully recovered from the war and had nuclear weapons in the second and third times, Khrushchev was in power, and Khrushchev was committed to easing the peaceful competition with the West. Now, at least Stalin is in power in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union also has nuclear weapons, and the United States is deeply involved in North Korea and has not yet withdrawn. These are all unfavorable factors. Even if it was blackmail, Stalin's blackmail and Khrushchev's blackmail were not the same thing. This was very troublesome. I feel that this time, there may be a big trouble waiting for us in the future to promote the establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany. In the Foreign Ministry building, Alan Wilson sighed to Sir Ice May, feeling that things were difficult to end. Alan Wilson could also feel that the Soviet Union was gradually getting rid of the trauma of World War II, and Europe was under increasing pressure. The ideas of the United States in 1945 and the United States in 1951 were completely different. The same was true for Alan Wilson, who had different ideas from himself in 1945. At that time, he only thought about Wang Laoji and Jia Duobao killing the British Xizeng. He has been trying to strip off the Soviet Union's underwear, indicating that the Soviet Union cannot recover its national strength in a short time. But now the situation is different. After all, the Soviet Union has its territory and population. Even if it recovers a little, the pressure it brings can be expressed so directly. To be honest, he regretted betraying Poland to the Soviet representatives at the Potsdam Conference. Alan, you have always been very confident about the Soviet Union. It is really surprising that you can say this today. Sir Ismay was really surprised. This civil servant with a promising future in front of him always appeared with contempt for the Soviet Union. Different times naturally lead to different ideas. Alan Wilson sighed. In about 5 years, at most 10 years, the Soviet Union's population imbalance will probably be over, and the miners of 1945 will enter state positions and start working. After all, the Soviet Union has a population more than 3 times that of the United Kingdom. We can't say that the Soviets can do nothing but imitate, right? This kind of speech is fine for internal propaganda, but it would be too stupid if we believe it. Britain should of course stand with the United States. Alan Wilson also thinks so. He just doesn't want Britain to be tied to the United States. It's okay to stand together, but it can't appear in the form of a vassal. This is just like Churchill's three-ring diplomacy in history, which is fundamentally different from Prime Minister Attlee's three-ring diplomacy now. The most important ring of Churchill's three-ring diplomacy is the United States. Since it came out, it has always relied on the United States to despise the Commonwealth and Europe, and as a result, it has moved more and more towards the path of being a vassal of the United States. Prime Minister Attlee's three-ring diplomacy actually had nothing to do with the United States. It mainly relied on the two wings of the Commonwealth and the European community. The need for the United States was only limited to facing the Soviet Union together. This was completely different. The appearance of the three-ring diplomacy was actually the two wings flying together, which evolved into the model of Britain and France working together to win over European countries today. It will take time to prove whether this is good or not, but Alan Wilson believes that it is much better than being locked out of the European community by Charles de Gaulle in history. Sir Ismay, now that Germany has been established, we can predict one thing. Even if the French still have doubts about Germany's armament, the United States will promote it step by step in the next few years. Alan Wilson took the initiative to suggest, then should we make preparations early, such as doing some whitewashing work to downplay Germany's crimes in World War II? The word whitewashing is well used. It seems that you have some ideas. Say it directly, and see the attitude of the cabinet secretary and the prime minister at that time. Ismay nodded immediately. He also felt that Germany's image should be reversed. This is inevitable. It is better to say that Germany has a good father than to say that it has done a good job in reflection. I'm willing to help Germany repair its image. Otherwise, it is useless for the Germans to apologize 365 times a year. Germany's apology has great political factors in it. Because the Cold War began with the US-Soviet hegemony, Britain and the United States urgently needed a cannon fodder that could unite in Europe to resist the Soviet ground forces. To this end, Germany had to be rearmed, but they were afraid that public opinion would not accept it, so they produced a series of packaging work, such as kneeling apologies, documentaries, textbooks, etc. These are the bigger factors of the overall situation. Without the tacit consent of Britain and the United States, it would be impossible for Germany to repair its image in 100 years. Just after the end of the Cold War, Germany took the lead in attacking Yugoslavia before the United States. It can be seen that the Germans have not changed at all, and any reflection is an illusion. The same nuclear leak, Europe and the United States did everything they could to import Soviet black materials to the public and discredit the Soviet Chernobyl phenomenon. When they came to the same camp, Japan thought twice before acting. It was a typical exaggeration to discredit the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union used countless people to sacrifice their lives to minimize the impact of the nuclear war and protect the European continent. What about Japan? They drew mascots for nuclear wastewater and posted them on the internet, hoping to dilute the public's disgust. Why don't we take the initiative to discuss with the Americans about the whitewashing plan for Germany, but our MI6 must keep the whitewashing evidence of every link in our hands to prevent Germany from getting out of control one day. Alan Wilson expressed his thoughts. Hold the whitewashing evidence from beginning to end in our hands. If Germany does not obey one day in the future, we will make it public. Ismay looked at Alan Wilson deeply. He was really shocked now. How could this rising star favored by Whitehall be very good at this kind of thing? Although shocked, Sir Ismay also thought it was a good suggestion. You can do this. How did you come up with this idea? Naturally, it was because Alan Wilson really did it. The racial cleansing of blacks by the Slavs in northern Rhodesia. He left evidence, and he also left evidence of the attack on the prisoner of war camp in Malaya, all for the purpose of holding it in his hands for checks and balances. Having done both of these things, facing some reasonable precautions against the establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany, Alan Wilson naturally thought of the operation of the Pledge of Allegiance, holding the handle in his hand, to prevent the Soviet Union from kneeling in the future, and using it to threaten Germany. To be honest, he even wanted to send someone to follow Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe to take a private video, which he would keep in his hands, to prevent Kennedy from doing harm to Britain in the future. However, considering that Kennedy and Monroe might not be too close now, he could only put this idea aside for the time being. To whitewash Germany, it naturally requires professionals to come forward. There is no more suitable department in the UK than MI6 to do this. Since it is an action against Germany, it is more appropriate to rely on MI6. In the early days of MI6, the main target of intelligence collection was Germany. During this period, Britain closely monitored the movement of warships in major ports in Germany, and placed the world's second most powerful fleet, the Ocean Fleet, under strict surveillance, which could not play its due role. So MI6 was born for Germany, and it is more appropriate to handle this matter now. Afterwards, Alan Wilson conveyed the idea of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Stuart Menzies, the head of MI6. Whitewash Germany? Stuart Menzies almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. He had spent most of his life thinking hard about how to defeat the Germans, but he didn't expect that one day he would have to do something to help Germany. Yes, sir, you heard it right. Alan Wilson looked at the head of MI6 and repeated his words. Perhaps Stuart Menzies did have experience in dealing with Germans, but he might be quite mediocre in other aspects. For example, the person who regarded Philby as the successor of MI6 and believed that he had a promising future was none other than the head of MI6 in front of him. Burgess, Maclean and Philby, each of them was Stuart Menzies' trusted general. Among them, Stuart Menzies was most optimistic about Philby and believed that he was the best candidate for the future leader of MI6. I never thought that one day I would do this kind of work. It seems that the work on Germany in the past few decades was just a dream. Stuart Menzies looked disappointed. Every stage has its own ideas, and so does the country. Alan Wilson replied politely, the current situation forces us to make relevant preparations. Even if we don't do this, the Americans will do it. Instead of doing this, we might as well take the initiative, so that we can still keep the handle in our hands, right? Respected director. As soon as these words came out, Stuart Menzies obviously felt much better. For him who has been targeting Germany for most of his life, this kind of rhetoric is more acceptable. Okay, I will follow up on this idea with all my strength. Stuart Menzies nodded and said, by the way, Alan, I heard from Philby that you are getting married. Due to the importance of work, I will not be there. Since we met today, I would like to express my best wishes in advance. Thank you, respected sir. Alan Wilson smiled and sighed in his heart that Stuart Menzies really treated Philby differently and absolutely treated him as a confidant and beloved general. It's dawn. Chapter 623 Distinguished Guests. Alan Wilson was just conveying Whitehall's opinion to the other party. Of course, he also agreed. In fact, the Soviets are a little too naive or greedy. A divided Germany is good for everyone. There is no doubt that we are enemies with the Soviet Union, but with Germany in the middle, we can reduce misjudgments, which is better than facing each other directly. Alan Wilson didn't know whether his words would be leaked from the leaky MI6, but even if it was leaked, he would say that the division of Germany is a promotion to the cause of peace in Europe. There is no doubt about it. From the perspective of the United Kingdom, although the United Kingdom won the 2 world wars against Germany, the famous sun never sets to the point where it is today. Not to mention that Germany bears all the responsibility. Alan Wilson feels that 90% of the responsibility cannot be escaped. The remaining 10% is for Congressman Churchill. In history, when the Soviet Union was in decline and Germany tried to unify, the statements of various countries were very interesting. He didn't say a word about it beforehand. He never told me about it at all. I'll never forget it. The Soviets will be furious. They will never allow this. It's impossible. I don't need to oppose it. The Soviets will oppose it. Think about it. The Soviets will never accept a greater German empire, and Cole can't expect to get anything from me before great progress is made in European unification. This was the statement made by the incumbent French President Mitterrand. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who held the same position, said, "Cole simply does not understand how sensitive Europe is to German unification. Germany wants to rule Europe more and more. We have to meet frequently to offset Germany's power. We must prevent Germany from ruling Europe." With the support of Margaret Thatcher, Mitterrand responded that the result of German unification would be the triple alliance of Britain, France and the Soviet Union. Anyway, the three countries were the iron triangle of the Allies in World War I, so it was no big deal. As for the president of the Italian Council of Ministers, Giulio Andreotti said this time that Italy absolutely stood on the side of Britain, France and the Soviet Union, and publicly shouted to Moscow, in the face of the German problem, the Soviet Union should use tanks to suppress it. Force can be used here. As long as it can prevent the unification of Germany, there is no problem. The three countries of the European community shouted to Moscow, absolutely supporting the Soviet Union's suppression of Germany's unification. Even if Congressman Churchill was in power, as long as the Soviet Union gave a little positive response, a steady stream of aid would flow into the Soviet Union. When Churchill ruled Britain, the Americans never meant to let Britain go. And Gorbachev has waited for the greatest goodwill from Western European countries in the past 50 years. As long as Gorbachev nodded, he could use tanks to suppress it in exchange for a large amount of financial support from the three countries. Even if he took a step back, he could talk about the tripartite alliance of Britain, France and the Soviet Union, and let the triple entente of World War I reappear. But he did nothing. In order to completely overwhelm Churchill in the field of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, he directly disintegrated the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson doesn't have to think about what will happen in the future. He doesn't know if it will happen. But the consensus in London of the current European community is that Britain and France lead Europe. In order to overwhelm France, the Commonwealth must play a greater role. Eventually, the European community pattern will be formed with Britain as the main body and France as the auxiliary. This set of ideas has never had a place for Germany. Even if the Germans rise from the ruins and show the hard-working spirit of the Germanic people, they will at most be a high-end production base in the future. It is impossible to go up. Therefore, splitting Germany will only benefit Britain and not harm it. The result of German reunification will rely on its central position at the crossroads of Europe to divide power from Britain and France. If it takes the path of the future European Union, France will be marginalized and become the only core. That is completely unacceptable. Alan Wilson, who returned from MI6, said that he had conveyed Whitehall's ideas to Stuart Menzies. MI6 is making preparations to whitewash Germany. Later, Cabinet Secretary Norman Brupp convened a countermeasure meeting on the establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany and what actions the Soviet Union might take, allowing the bigwigs in Whitehall, who were sitting on the table and eating for free, to speak freely. Japan is currently in a similar situation to Germany. We hope that the Soviet Union's countermeasures will be in the Far East, such as annexing Hokkaido or something. If this is the case, then the situation in Europe will be generally stable. Alan Wilson nodded to his colleagues who would be at the wedding in a few days, and then expressed his thoughts. But there is another consequence, that is Berlin. You know, half of Berlin is in our hands, but the whole of Berlin is surrounded by the Soviet-occupied zone. What if the Soviet Union blockades the three-nation occupation zone of Berlin? If it only exacerbates the situation in the Far East, we can just deal with it according to the usual procedures. There is no need to make a response plan with great effort. We express regret through diplomatic channels and advise Moscow not to escalate the situation. Sir Iceman nodded, then changed the subject, but it would be bad if something went wrong in Berlin. What if we face a blockade? What should we do? I think this question should be asked to the United States. Alan Wilson shrugged. In addition to ground transportation of items, air power can only be used to complete the supply of Berlin. As I have been stationed abroad, other colleagues may know more about the current British Air Force. This is a huge expense. I can't imagine how much it would cost if we use air transport. Edward Bridges took a breath and asked the permanent secretary of the Ministry of the Interior, maybe your department will be busy too. Since the United States took the initiative to mention this matter, the burden it brings must be borne by the United States. Norman Brooks spread his hands and said, except for spending some money on the Air Force's fuel, we will not bear any other expenses. Because in the original plan, we just want to wait for the end of the war in the Far East, and the United States will ensure that it will not be distracted. When discussing the establishment of a coalition government in Germany, it was the Americans who could not wait and insisted on forming it. All the consequences will be borne by the United States. That's the supply for 2 million people. If the Soviet blockade appears as we discussed in today's meeting, neither Britain nor France can continue to bleed. The key is whether the confrontation will intensify. We can use the Air Force to help the United States open up air routes, but we must be vigilant about MacArthur's previous careless attitude towards nuclear weapons and the US military's use of British air bases. In any case, the war in the Far East is thousands of miles away, and we can't put the empire in the position of Japan. No one can afford this price. If it triggers a fierce reaction from the Soviet Union, God willing, the Soviet Union will annex Hokkaido. The gentlemen in the entire conference room nodded at the same time. It would be better to coexist peacefully within Europe. Although it may be a bit appeasement to think so, it cannot be said to be a mistake out of consideration for the fact that a friend would rather die than die. Alan Wilson, who attended the meeting, went home immediately after the meeting and walked around with the Iraqi Princess Badiah, who had arrived in London. After Pamela Mountbatten replicated the glorious story of the Australian iron ore in Libya, she got a pass for oil exploration and entered the Persian Gulf. At present, Britain's presence near the Persian Gulf is still quite strong, with Iran and the United States and the Soviet Union dividing the world. As for the Kingdom of Iraq, which has been deeply rooted, it still maintains a huge influence. Dear Princess, you know how much pressure Pamela is under. Alan Wilson did not forget to speak for his woman while accompanying the to ladies shopping. Compared with other British oil companies that eat up everything, Pamela Mountbatten can be said to be very conscientious. The level of conscience in sharing profits with the royal family is something that has never happened in the UK. Of course, if the Iraqi royal family is still not satisfied in the future, this matter can still be discussed, as long as the circulation of the pound can be guaranteed. From the perspective of the UK, there is nothing that cannot be discussed. Mr. Allen, our royal family is very satisfied with Pamela's sharing spirit. This way the royal family will have more money. It can also be exchanged for the stability of Iraq, which is also good for the UK. Princess Badiah said with a smile, we very much hope to maintain a close friendship between the royal families of the UK. I don't think this is a problem. Pamela Mountbatten responded with a smile. In fact, the royal families in the Middle East should know that only Britain will not overthrow the royal family anywhere in an unreasonable name. The two countries should really be close. Of course, we are happy to see the development of the Kingdom of Iraq. Alan said that Egypt is just a country with nothing but sand. The only country in the Middle East that Britain can rely on is Iraq. Anyway, the current situation is very clear. The Soviet Union killed the entire family of the Russian emperor. In fact, the United States does not like the monarchy very much. Among the few countries in the world that can, only Britain still has a monarch. As Alan Wilson's best ally in the United States, current US Senator McCarthy arrived the next day. Alan Wilson expressed a warm welcome, and the two of them were arm in arm, just like the walking special relationship between Britain and the United States. Because of the establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany, the two of them also drank and pointed out the way forward. At the same time, Alan Wilson also expressed his gratitude to Senator McCarthy for coming from the United States. McCarthy has proved through his re-election that he is by no means a novice and has steadily moved towards the goal of being a senior senator. Oh, Joseph, I told the truth in private. Congratulations to the Republican Party for taking back the Senate. Alan Wilson took the initiative to raise his glass to express his congratulations. London is very concerned about whether the Republican Party recognizes the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Of course, Alan, McCarthy looked awkward. Cheers to the fight against the Soviet Union. Cheers to the unbreakable friendship between Britain and the United States leading the free world. Alan Wilson also raised his glass and drank the wine in the glass with McCarthy. Chapter 624. The Soviet Union wants it all. In order to maintain his personal relationship with McCarthy, Alan Wilson had to start with alcohol. But the consequences were inevitable. As the Republican Party's double-flowered red stick in the past 2 years, McCarthy became more and more outspoken under the influence of alcohol, and he kept talking about the current US President Truman. As for the current war on the peninsula, McCarthy believed that the current bad situation originated from the weakness of the Truman government in aiding Tiangong. If the aid was taken at that time, the situation in the Far East would not have evolved into what it is today. Alan Wilson, holding a wine glass, stared straight at McCarthy and said with reservation, "Joseph, we can't judge the consequences of an event. The opposition party speaks toughly, and Alan Wilson didn't expect that McCarthy would regret such a challenging job. This is simply a crazy move. Truman has allocated $20 billion as military expenses to fight the Korean War. In exchange, he aided the country led by Tiangong. The aid program focuses on large-scale material aid and limited material aid. However, according to estimates, in order to carry out large-scale material aid, in terms of military, in order to maintain the current front line, at least 30 divisions must be equipped and trained for the entire artillery party, and the Air Force must have 2,000 aircraft. In order to launch a counterattack, the scale must be doubled. In terms of economy, it is necessary to first invest $2 billion to stabilize the currency system, and then at least $100 million in economic aid must be invested every month. It seems that it is not as much as the $20 billion allocated by Truman now, but the two are also used in different ways. Although the aid in 1948 does not seem to be as much as Truman's war appropriation for the Korean War. But Truman's war appropriation was based on the premise that hundreds of thousands of US troops were fighting on the front line. The original plan to aid the artillery party was to expect the artillery party to protect itself, and the US military would not be able to send troops. When Truman and Dewey were running for election, the situation had reached a point where economic aid could not reverse the situation. If the US military wanted to save Tiangong's life, it would not work without the US military. If the US military was deployed, McCarthy would find that the $20 billion allocated by Truman for the Korean War was just a small amount of money. Stopping support for the Cannon Party is to stop losses. President Truman is absolutely wise in this matter. If the aid continues, it will not be enough to be robbed by the golden reform of Tiangong's brother-in-law, who is the Minister of Finance. Since the US military cannot be involved, the aid is ineffective. But what if the US military intervenes? The Soviet Union will probably laugh out loud. Not to mention anything else. Watching the United States fall into an extra large quagmire, it can pour all the accumulation of the United States and the World War into it. This is not something that can be achieved in the Greek Civil War and the current Korean War. Joseph, the European direction is still more important than any other direction. You should agree with this. Alan Wilson looked at McCarthy and said, not to mention the distant ones, the pro-Soviet Democratic Army in Greece still exists in northern Greece. The United States has invested a lot in this, right? Especially near the borders of Yugoslavia and Albania, which has left the Greek government at a loss. If it really doesn't work, the United States should consider the British proposal at the United Nations, immediately restore the previous military demarcation line, disengage from the Chinese, and focus on the Greek peninsula and Germany. Alan, you don't understand. The war on the peninsula today is the price of Truman's wrong decision. McCarthy did not change his original intention. McCarthyism is his personality. How could he forget it? I just said that we can't go back to the past. Alan Wilson figured it out. McCarthy made his living with McCarthyism. If he didn't criticize Truman, he wouldn't have his current position in the Republican Party, so he didn't say much. The importance of mentioning Europe through personal relationships is that the Greek Civil War has continued to this day. Alan Wilson had to be a little worried. At first, he thought that the Soviet Union had been hit hard, so in order to give Britain room to operate, he was bold enough to let Mahajlovic go. But today, a butterfly effect has appeared. Yugoslavia is the main supporter of Greece. Because of that incident, Tito adopted a friendly attitude towards Moscow and, with Moscow's tacit approval, has always supported the Greek Communist Party. Even when the Korean War broke out, the Greek Civil War was still not over. Although the Turkish and Greek troops supported by the United States have an advantage and have blocked the Democratic Army in the northern mountains, Greece is still in a civil war. The reason why the situation in Greece is controllable is that Greece has a small population of only a few million. The United States has the ability to suppress the war at a low intensity, and the scale of the tens of thousands of guerrillas of the Democratic Army has reached the ceiling. When the rhythm of the Cold War really began, Alan Wilson realized that it seemed that the free world was indeed lagging behind. In the Kremlin in Moscow, Stalin's office began to discuss European issues, which was rare in the past year. The move of the United States, Britain and France to establish a coalition government drew the Kremlin's attention back to the Far East. Britain and France believe that they do not have the ability to confront the Soviet Union. We also know that London and Paris do not want to confront, but they have to succumb to the United States' ideas and agree to the establishment of a coalition government. Malenkov, deputy chairman of the Soviet Council of Ministers, spoke up to express his opinion. We have tried to stop it, but today we can say that Britain and France have compromised with the United States' position in Europe. In order to confront the Soviet Union, they have to rely on the wings of the United States. So, Comrade Malenkov, what do you think of the current situation? Stalin nodded and asked. We must find a way to drive out the three countries' troops stationed in West Berlin, because the division of Germany is a foregone conclusion. All the attempts we have made cannot prevent the illegal merger of the three countries. We can only take a step back to protect the system of the Soviet-occupied zone. Malenkov said firmly, now that the United States is fighting in the Far East, it is possible that it will give in on this issue. Even if it does not give in, the increased costs will be too much for the United States to bear. I also agree to take a tough attitude and blockade Berlin, and prohibit Berlin from entering any materials from hostile occupied areas. Molotov said, but we must have a certain degree of understanding of West Berlin. Comrade Beria needs to pay more attention to this. If a full blockade is imposed, how many days can West Berlin hold out? The relevant intelligence must be obtained immediately. Beria was silent for a moment and then said, comrades, why can't we act at the same time? You must know that the US military is still fighting in the Far East, and Hokkaido's status has been uncertain since the war. Judging from the US Air Force in Europe, it may not compromise so easily. If we also act in the Far East at the same time, Washington will have to deal with the problem at the same time. With part of the US military being pinned down, we should at least win in one direction, right? How far is Japan from Germany? Actually, if you think about it carefully, it is not far. It is just the distance of the Soviet Union. A country of the size of the Soviet Union is a bastard in terms of geography, and this is true for any country. If the United States were to stir up trouble at both ends of the earth at the same time, it would take a lot of energy. But for the Soviet Union, it is just a matter of the western border and the eastern border. Beria's meaning is very simple. Since the United States, Britain and France have ignored the opinions of the Soviet Union and insisted on causing the division of Germany, then the Soviet Union still occupies Hokkaido in the Far East. The Soviet Union can completely support a pro-Soviet government to rule Hokkaido, or go a step further and directly incorporate Hokkaido into the Soviet Union as a member republic, or even not at all, and become part of the Soviet Union as a state. Comrade Beria's suggestion is very constructive. After a long time, Stalin spoke slowly. Hokkaido's population doesn't seem to be large. It is not impossible for it to become part of the Soviet Union. And we must say that this is a response to the illegal division of Germany by the United States, Britain and France. This is what I think. First, clarify the situation in West Berlin, and at the same time, send comrades from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to make a final effort. After the United States, Britain and France refuse, we will propose countermeasures against Berlin and Hokkaido at the same time. Stalin's meaning is very simple. Blockade Berlin and annexation of Hokkaido can be done at the same time. It is best if both are successful. Even if one fails in the end, it can be regarded as a draw. The Soviet Union never knew what reciprocity was, since the efforts to maintain superficial harmony have failed, and it was the other party who took the initiative to provoke trouble. Then the Soviet Union can only choose to take it all and see what countermeasures the US military can take in the war. The Greek Civil War has not ended yet, and Stalin can even add fuel to the fire and openly support the Greek Communist Party. For Alan Wilson, it was the most important day of his life, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs received an unusual news from Eiffel, a diplomat stationed in Berlin. That is, the Allied staff in Berlin must submit their documents and be inspected by the Soviet military when they go out. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs finally discussed and believed that the Soviet Union's actions were not worth making a fuss about. Alan Wilson, who was preparing for the wedding at home, knew that this was a sign that the Soviet Union was preparing to blockade Berlin. Of course, he didn't know yet that not only would Berlin be blocked, but the bigwigs in Moscow were already ready to annex Hokkaido. "What's wrong with you?" Pamela Mountbatten looked at the man and suddenly smiled. "Can't sleep? Are you nervous about tomorrow's wedding?" "My dear, everyone would be nervous." Alan Wilson reached out and touched Pamela Mountbatten's cheek. "There will be a lot of guests tomorrow. I hope I can stay awake tomorrow. Actually, I'm nervous too. My head is dizzy now." Pamela Mountbatten leaned her head on Alan Wilson's shoulder and said, looking at the clock, "After midnight it will be tomorrow. It will definitely be an unforgettable day. I will only update twice, and I will update during the day after waking up." Chapter 625. The Wilsons. The two slept in each other's arms, cuddling each other until the early morning, and then they were immersed in the tense wedding. Due to the tense atmosphere of the current European situation and Alan Wilson's work considerations, Pamela Mountbatten compromised and did not prepare to publicize it. Just like 29 years ago, this wedding was held in Westminster Abbey, chosen by Pamela Mountbatten's parents. "Alan, I'm not used to this kind of occasion, especially with so many guests." Turing was a little embarrassed. He was not used to this kind of occasion, not to mention that he was Alan Wilson's best man. "Oh, my friend, please help me." Alan Wilson patted the best man's shoulder. Although he knew that Turing had a problem with his sexual orientation, he pretended not to know. "There are not many civil servants of my age in Whitehall, and even fewer who are not married. It's better to find someone who no one knows to be the best man." This is good for Turing. Even in the issue of sexual orientation, different classes have different consequences. Burgess and Maclean both have such problems, and they are even semi-public, but who dares to make trouble? Turing was arrested and persecuted. In the final analysis, it was because of their different backgrounds and the gap in their connections. "But, Alan, today is definitely a happy day for you." Turing smiled and congratulated him, looking back at the group of civil servants in Whitehall not far away. "Not bad." Alan Wilson stretched out his hand, glanced at the watch on his wrist, and said with a smug expression on his face. Alan Wilson's greeters were all Whitehall civil servants. Everyone was dressed in a suit and had a reserved but polite smile. Another group was a group of officers in naval uniforms. These people were friends of General Mountbatten. Edwina Ashley was surrounded by a group of business friends. As for the larger group, it was a group of aristocrats with the title of Duke and Earl. Together, they exceeded the total number of people in Whitehall, the Navy and the business community. The guests gathered included the royal family represented by the Crown Prince and his wife, as well as various dukes and earls, the Navy, Whitehall, and the business community, a total of more than 800 people. Of course, the two friends invited by Alan Wilson also had a high sense of presence. Congressman McCarthy was building his network among the group in Whitehall, and Princess Bardia was chatting next to the Crown Prince and his wife. Outside the fence of Parliament Square, many Londoners stopped to watch. Pamela Mountbatten and her bridesmaid Princess Margaret appeared, wearing a white wedding dress. Pamela Mountbatten looked shy under the veil. On the contrary, Princess Margaret, who was still a bridesmaid, was very calm, and accompanied the bride to complete each link. Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten walked into the church and nodded to the Mountbattens who were already waiting. The Mountbattens smiled in response, and Patricia and her husband also watched the scene with a smile. "Dear, I seemed to be much more decent at the time," John Brabourne whispered to his wife Patricia Mountbatten. "Thinking back now, is that so? You were stupid at the time." Patricia Mountbatten glanced at her husband and exposed him mercilessly. Alan Wilson, who was already standing in front of the priest, asked Pamela Mountbatten softly, "Is there anything I should pay attention to? You can do whatever you want." Pamela Mountbatten joked without looking away and continued to listen to the priest's teachings. The next moment Alan Wilson grabbed Pamela Mountbatten's hand. Since there was nothing to pay attention to, there was no problem. The two held hands and swore in front of the priest. The whole church rang out warm applause surrounding the two. "Dear, I don't know how many people have bad intentions towards me and can't wait to replace me immediately." Alan Wilson tilted his neck and said in a victorious tone, "That's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Pamela Mountbatten sang the same tune and stood shoulder to shoulder with Alan Wilson, expressing her approval of the man next to her ownership of her. The two smiled and accepted the blessings of all the guests. The two of them each brought their best man and bridesmaid to express their gratitude to the guests who came over. In principle, every guest who came should shake hands. Fortunately, not everyone had to toast, otherwise it would be a fatal thing. Pamela Mountbatten introduced every nobleman who came to her husband, and Alan Wilson introduced the Whitehall officials who came to his wife. The two of them started this round of thanks with a smile that never faded. Until the afternoon, the two had shaken hands 500 times, and there were more than 400 guests who had not had time to greet them, and they were very busy. Fortunately, Princess Margaret was helping. As for Mr. Turing, Alan Wilson's best man, he had already gone and might have left the wedding scene. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the overtime time in British Malaya had arrived. The two finally finished the tense handshake. To be fair, there were very few people who could remember them. After all, the qualifications of the two were just ordinary people. The two smiled at each other with relief. After seeing off the Crown Prince and his wife, they were considered to have returned to their freedom. "I'm going to change into a casual dress." Pamela Mountbatten, who was wearing a wedding dress, said so, and asked Alan Wilson to wait. "Congratulations, you tricked Pamela into your hand." Princess Margaret, who stayed here, looked straight at Alan Wilson and spoke in a complicated tone. "My dear princess, you have to understand that one-sided love will not produce any results. The attraction between us is the most important factor, and of course the most important thing is that the Mountbatten family recognizes me, which is very gratifying. As long as Pamela's parents express any dissatisfaction, this day will not come." Alan Wilson was in a good mood, pretending not to hear the ridicule of Her Royal Highness, and responded with a smile, "Sooner or later, Your Royal Highness will have such a day. I wonder who will be so lucky. Who will be so lucky?" Princess Margaret murmured to herself, tilting her head and curling her lips. "Maybe a coward like you." "I just realized that I have something to do with the word coward." Alan Wilson was shocked. It seemed that he had nothing to do with this word since he became an adult, because the painful and happy mood of the wedding disappeared in an instant. He lowered his head and complained to the princess, "Why am I a coward? I can scare your chest off if I tell you what I have done. You despise important members of the royal family." Princess Margaret responded unconvinced, "You are just a coward, Alan." MacArthur's voice and footsteps came before the man arrived. Alan Wilson decisively stopped the topic of cowards, moved his body to block Princess Margaret, and faced McCarthy with his back to the princess. Princess Margaret's head stuck out from behind the man, and there was still a look of indifference on her face. So McCarthy saw it when he appeared. This slightly funny scene didn't know what to say for a while. "Joseph, I'm a little neglectful today. You can see that there are so many guests." Alan Wilson didn't have eyes behind him, so he naturally didn't know that a head came out and looked at McCarthy with a dissatisfied look. Your Highness, I'm Alan's friend." Congressman McCarthy showed a rare nervousness, which was completely different from the eloquent appearance in Congress. He wondered if he had discovered some great royal secrets. Whether McCarthy was drunk or not, he could be regarded as a good person, kind to others, and full of enthusiasm. Alan Wilson took the initiative to ask McCarthy if he was anxious to return to the United States. After confirming that the other party had plenty of time, he said, "Joseph, I have something to share with you. If your schedule is not urgent, let's talk." "Of course, no problem. The president would like me to travel abroad more, but don't return to Washington to cause trouble for him." McCarthy expressed his contempt for Truman with a very conceited smile. In fact, the current environment has changed. The Republicans have taken back Congress. Even if your accusations are reasonable, you should tone down the words. Joseph, I say this only because I'm a British and have no stake in your American politics. Alan Wilson said sincerely, after this election, if the Republicans return to power, you must not be the same as you are now. In 1951, McCarthy basically accused Truman, especially after MacArthur was dismissed. McCarthy used the excuse that Truman had replaced MacArthur, the US commander-in-chief in the Korean War, to deliver the longest speech of his life at the State Department, directly accusing General George Marshall, an important foreign policy maker of the Truman administration, who had served as a special envoy to China, Secretary of State, and Secretary of Defense, and was called the greatest man of our time by Truman. In this 60,000-word speech, he put the charge of traitor and murder on Marshall, saying that he strongly opposed the opening of a second front in the Balkans during World War II, allowing the Soviet Union to reach Eastern Europe before the Western Allies, deceived Roosevelt at the Yalta Conference, allowing the Soviet Union to gain in terms of territory and other aspects, and betrayed the Artillery Party while serving as President Truman's special envoy to China to mediate the conflict. In Alan Wilson's view, accusing Marshall has shown signs of McCarthy's danger. However, the threat is still under control now. If McCarthy continues to accuse famous generals in the US military in the future, he will definitely hit a wall. It happened that McCarthy was in London now, so he planned to talk to McCarthy in the next few days. At the same time, it was a good opportunity to see if the Soviet Union's dangerous actions in Berlin would have any follow-up. Dear Congressman Joseph, I heard about you from Alan. Pamela Mountbatten came out after changing her clothes and saw Alan Wilson and McCarthy talking. Pamela Mountbatten took Princess Margaret's hand and said, let's send Margaret back first and then sit down and talk together. Who wants to go back? Princess Margaret's face fell and she was unwilling to complain in her heart. Typing is slow and it is even slower during the day. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.